Lord of Spiritual Journeys. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. School begins. Zheng Qing saw Wang Mingke disappear from his sight before he started to go home. The efficiency of the Security Council is somewhat scary. They don't even miss any clues in disaster prevention and strict control of the situation. They must be more cautious in the future. When he got home, Zheng Qing wanted to read the latest news to understand the current situation. The recent continuous review of the test papers made him lose track of the latest changes in the world. Although the news could not directly reveal the real changes, he could get a glimpse of the leopard and understand something from it. He watched in front of the TV for more than 2 hours, but didn't gain much. Most of them talked about internal affairs in the Chinese region, and occasionally involved other regions. Zheng Qing gave up. The world is so big, and what happened is not something that can be told by a news channel. He might as well search the internet. He got up and returned to the room, and habitually curled up in the quilt and searched the internet for new things about superpowers. Soon, a prominent article appeared. The Japanese gangs fought in the streets, causing serious damage, and suspected superpowers appeared. Below this article is a series of violent incidents, all over Africa, West Asia, South Asia, and South America. Many articles are about superpowers and question the Earth Union. The call for a new era is getting louder and louder on the internet, attracting people's attention. The hustle and bustle on the internet and the tranquility of real life are almost two worlds. The more Zheng Qing reads, the more he feels that the situation outside is chaotic. The only relatively peaceful places in the world are East Asia, Western Europe, and North America. However, among the many articles about superpower events, Zheng Qing saw a call for independence and division, believing that the current Earth Union can no longer represent the interests of all mankind and should be disbanded, and several organizations based on the continents with similar languages and cultures should be established. Changes are coming, and people's hearts are floating. In these articles, Zheng Qing also saw the same worries about the future as he did. If other creatures on the Earth also awaken superpowers, after the life explosion of the Tiber era, there will be creatures with superpowers far exceeding the number of humans. By then, the living environment of humans will be extremely harsh. One article also wrote that if psychic powers appeared in plants, it would likely cause famine around the world, and the number of humans would decrease rapidly, and they might even become extinct in this biological competition. The article also mentioned the disappearance of previous civilizations, and expressed concerns about the future development of the world, or the future of mankind. The advantages brought by technology have been lost in the face of mutated powers. How should humans face this crisis? Some articles demanded that the Earth Federation immediately set up an army of superpowers to gather the awakened humans, and announce this fact, calling on all humans to overcome the difficulties together. However, according to Zheng Qing, once the idea of the end of the world is exaggerated, the speed of human society's collapse may be unimaginable, and criminal incidents will occur on a large scale, increasing the cost of social management. It will take a lot of time to stabilize the society by then. The tragic future must not be exaggerated immediately, but can only be like boiling a frog in warm water, so that people can slowly accept and understand it, and the social unrest caused will not be so intense. After reading many articles, he turned off his phone, and struggled in the warm bed for a few minutes. He finally lifted the quilt and went to the desk to do the test paper. Time passed. The school was about to start. Zheng Qing took a few winter vacation homework books, pocketed the tuition, and went out to school early. At the school gate, students in military coats were endless. Zheng Qing walked back to the class alone. Before he got close to the classroom, he heard the boasting voice of New Dana from inside. Let me tell you, back then, when the Earth Alliance tested the atomic bomb, they did it in the Sahara Desert, the largest desert in the world. The previous civilization left behind the method of making the atomic bomb, but did not mention how to detonate it. At the time, the Earth Alliance was anxious and wanted to find someone to detonate it. After searching for a long time, they found my grandfather. At that time, my grandfather was also a hero who was not afraid of death. He took on the task and went to detonate the atomic bomb. Everyone, you all know how powerful the atomic bomb is now. It is so powerful. But my grandfather didn't know it at the time. He thought it was just lighting a super large iron firecracker. You know firecrackers? There's a fuse, but the firecracker we used has a fuse at the head, while the fuse of the atomic bomb is at the tail, and it is more than 20 meters long. My grandfather drove a jeep in the desert, bumping along to the detonation site. When he got out of the car, he saw a fuse that was more than 20 meters long. You have to know that this is the fuse of an atomic bomb, which is very thick, as thick as the mouth of a bucket. My grandfather took out a lighter from his pocket and tried to light it for a long time, but it didn't light up. He had no choice but to put away the lighter, take out the super large matchbox invented by the scientist from the jeep, and finally light the fuse with a match as tall as a person. Then your grandfather was heroic, wasn't he? Zheng Qing walked in from the classroom door. Neo Dana was sitting on the table, surrounded by a group of boys, for no other reason than to listen to his boasting. Where Neo Dana was, there was always a happy atmosphere. He was also a likable little fat guy. In addition to his love of bragging, his boasting was often very unreliable. How could that be possible? My grandfather died a heroic death? Where did my father and I come from? Neo Dana glanced at Zheng Qing and continued, the local union had already found a way for my grandfather to escape, which was the slide. You know about slides, right? You have all played with them, right? As soon as my grandfather lit the fuse, he quickly opened the entrance to the slide next to the jeep, lay on the slide and slid down. He was 20 meters underground, and then passed through 3 thick iron doors before he reached the shelter prepared for him by the local union. As soon as my grandfather entered the shelter, the atomic bomb exploded, and the earthquake was as severe as an earthquake. My grandfather almost thought he was going to be buried alive in it, but fortunately the local union was built solidly, so my grandfather survived. Later, the atomic bomb test was successful, and the local union dug a tunnel to rescue my grandfather. Why dig a tunnel? An audience member questioned. You are stupid. How can you walk on the ground full of nuclear radiation from the atomic bomb explosion? You can only dig a hole in the ground to avoid the nuclear radiation on the ground. Neo Dana looked disgusted, saying, you are really uneducated. Zheng Qing came over and said, I heard that you were stung by a bee when you urinated in the park during the winter vacation and got into the yard. Neo Dana got anxious and jumped off the table, shouting, nonsense, I was stung when I was using the toilet in the park. Who made up a rumor about me? Kinji, Zheng Qing betrayed him without hesitation. I didn't say that. Kinji happened to walk in from the back door. I said I was not living a decent life. You are not living a decent life? Neo Dana was furious. I don't know how decent my life is. I walk my dog with a leash, wash my hands after going to the toilet, brush my teeth before going to bed, and do 10 sit-ups every day. At this time, the voice of the class monitor Liu Feixuan came from the podium, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, please pay attention, Liu Feixuan said. Teacher Yang asked me to remind everyone to gather in the classroom at 1 p.m. for a class meeting. I hope everyone will not be late. After that, Liu Feixuan picked up the chalk and wrote the content of the notice on the blackboard. The class meeting is on the first day, someone complained. Neo Dana ignored it and handed his winter vacation homework to Zheng Qing. Bring the money. Zheng Qing handed him the tuition fee and asked him to transfer it to the old class account. Remember to confirm Teacher Yang's account, don't make a mistake. Zheng Qing reminded Neo Dana. I sent a text message to ask, Neo Dana said. These things may be more convenient to go yesterday, but sometimes you have to wait until the day to act. Kinji also gave him his money. Neo Dana took the money out and went to a nearby bank. Half an hour later, Teacher Yang came wearing glasses. Zheng Qing and Kinji handed in their winter vacation homework, and then left together to go to a nearby bank to find Neo Dana. I didn't see Han Yuan, Kinji sighed. Don't bring up that, Zheng Qing frowned. Kinji has been getting more and more unbridled recently. Did you notice that Liu Feixuan is still in the classroom? Kinji kindly reminded. What's the matter? Zheng Qing glanced at him. He also likes Han Yuan. Kinji was anxious. Liu Feixuan has a good family background and is good at studying. She is a perfect match for Han Yuan. Zheng Qing said calmly. Have you suffered a blow? Kinji looked at Zheng Qing in disbelief. Is this still the Zheng Qing he knew? Life shouldn't stop here. I have let it go long ago. Zheng Qing said seriously. You want to become a monk? Kinji was surprised. Don't you think this is cool? Zheng Qing became more serious. Han Yuan. Kinji suddenly greeted the girl who was walking up from the corridor below. The girl was wearing a military coat and a bright red wool scarf. She had a delicate face, fair skin, and a somewhat pitiful temperament. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, as if she had a knot in her heart. She looked at Zheng Qing, nodded slightly, and smiled lightly, and 2 tiny dimples appeared on her face. "Happy New Year," Zheng Qing smiled nervously. "Happy New Year," the girl said. The two walked past, one upstairs and the other downstairs. After Han Yuan walked away, Qin Ji snorted, "Why don't you like to be nervous?" Zheng Qing said lightly, "I get nervous when I see beautiful girls." "Really?" Qin Ji smiled playfully. "Yes," Zheng Qing nodded affirmatively. Let's go to class 2. Qin Ji grabbed Zheng Qing and pulled him upstairs. "Why are we going to class 2? Zheng Qing didn't understand. "The class flower in class 2 is also very beautiful. Let's go and say hello to her and see if you are nervous," Qin Ji said proudly. "Are you crazy? We don't even know her, why are we saying hello? Aren't you afraid that others will misunderstand?" Zheng Qing was going crazy. "What are you afraid of? You don't like others." Qin Ji refused to let go. "If they don't come, are we going to squat at the door of someone else's classroom? You have no shame, but I still have some." Zheng Qing used some strength to break free from Qin Ji and hurriedly ran downstairs. Qin Ji was a little dumbfounded. When did Zheng Qing become so strong? Zheng Qing ran out of the school and went to the bank to find Niudana. "Qin Ji has been too presumptuous recently and doesn't take me seriously at all." After paying the money, Niudana was waiting for them outside the bank. When he saw Zheng Qing coming alone, he asked, "Where is Qin Ji?" "I left him behind," Zheng Qing said unhappily. "Waiting for him?" Niudana asked. "Don't wait, let's go first." Zheng Qing was still angry. Niudana glanced and saw Qin Ji running towards here in the crowd. "He's coming." Zheng Qing sighed gloomily. "Why are you running?" Qin Ji said when he arrived. "What happened?" Niudana asked puzzledly. Qin Ji then told him what happened just now. "Is this the only bank nearby?" Niudana asked again after listening. "More than that, there is one more," Qin Ji said. The two of them exchanged glances, grabbed Zheng Qing's left and right hands respectively, and pulled him forward. "What are you going to do?" Zheng Qing looked blank, and let the two pull him. "We are not going back to school, don't worry," Qin Ji said. Zheng Qing felt a little relieved. As expected, they did not take Zheng Qing back to school, because they stopped at the intersection outside the school gate. "Isn't it embarrassing for the 3 of us to stand here?" Zheng Qing looked at the students and parents of the same school coming and going, and his heart was numb. "We will definitely see Lu Xiaoyu here," Niudana answered irrelevantly. "Who is Lu Xiaoyu?" Zheng Qing had never heard of this name. "The class flower of class 2, Niudana explained. "You know all this?" Zheng Qing felt vaguely bad. "I have a wide range of social contacts," Niudana said modestly. "What do you want to do?" Zheng Qing asked solemnly. "Just say hello," Qin Ji said. "Do you want to go up and say hello Lu Xiaoyu? Our good friend Zheng Qing wants to meet you." Zheng Qing's face gradually became heavy. "How did you know?" Niudana was surprised. "Too despicable, can't you have some personality? Why do you have to use me as an excuse?" Zheng Qing turned around and wanted to run. This time Qin Ji didn't stop him. Zheng Qing figured out something was wrong. These two guys must have a big conspiracy if they didn't stop him. He stopped and asked, "Why don't you stop me?" "It doesn't matter, it's the same if we go together," Niudana replied. "You go to chat up in my name, can you still be a little bit promising?" Zheng Qing felt so painful. "We are all for your happiness," Qin Ji said with a righteous face. 2 cups of milk tea. For the sake of his reputation, Zheng Qing had to bleed. It was also unlucky for him to meet these two losers. Qin Ji and Niudana exchanged glances. "Deal," the two agreed in unison. Chapter 27, Supernatural Power Notification Meeting. A milk tea shop near the school. Zheng Qing came out holding a cup of lemon tea, while Qin Ji and Niudana came out from behind with a cup of milk tea in each hand. "There is a class meeting at 1 p.m., so go home early," Zheng Qing exhaled, finally getting rid of the two of them. The two of them hummed a few times, busy drinking milk tea, and had no time to pay attention to Zheng Qing. "Hey, isn't that Han Yuan and Liu Fishuang?" Qin Ji pointed at the two people walking together in front and said. "They are going to the bank to remit money," Niudana said vaguely while sipping 2 cups of milk tea. "It's time to go home," Zheng Qing said without temper. Qinji looked at Zheng Qing for a few times and sighed silently. The three walked to the nearby bus stop and took the bus to leave. Zheng Qing found a seat on the bus, looked at the scenery outside the window, closed his eyes, and checked if there were any new tasks. Since the last task ended, the task column has been empty. This time is the same, there are still no new tasks. Zheng Qing opened his eyes and waited for the bus to arrive. After returning home, he quickly finished his lunch and began to pack up his things to take to school. After finishing his preparations, Zheng Qing leaned on the bed and checked his mobile phone for a while, then went out at the right time. The bus was driving steadily on the road. Zheng Qing held a handrail. The bus was crowded, mostly students, enthusiastically discussing interesting things during the winter vacation. Suddenly, the bus slowed down and stopped on the road. Why is there a traffic jam? Someone in front of the bus was surprised. It's so congested, someone exclaimed. Zheng Qing stood on tiptoe and looked forward a few times. He saw that the vehicles on the road were stuck in a long line and could not move forward. Why is there a traffic jam at this time? It will delay the class meeting. It's so unlucky that there is a traffic jam on the first day of school. Voices of complaints and discussions rang out in the car. It seems that the traffic jam will not be solved for a while. Waiting in the car was not a good idea, so Zheng Qing asked the driver to open the back door, got out of the car, walked through the blocked lane, and walked directly to school. After a while, Zheng Qing saw the situation in front of the road. Several cars were hit on the road, and the car parts were scattered all over the ground. The vehicles involved in the accident were also seriously damaged, and the doors were removed, but the owners were not seen. Several owners of the cars that were hit stood on the road in frustration, chatting with each other or making phone calls. An old man shouted in the crowd, "The driver ran away a long time ago, and ran away after the car crash." Zheng Qing didn't have time to care about these things, and hurried to school with a slightly faster pace to avoid being late. Not long after walking, Zheng Qing suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation emanating. It was an indescribable feeling, as if another sun appeared under the sun. He stopped and followed the feeling to find the man. On a platform on the slope beside the road, a hooded boy put his hands in the pockets of his clothes, staring coldly at the traffic accident on the road. The boy was very alert. He noticed Zheng Qing was looking at him. He glanced at Zheng Qing coldly and turned away. A superpower? Zheng Qing guessed, but then he put the matter behind him. After rushing to the school gate, Zheng Qing looked at the time. There were still 5 minutes to 1 o'clock, enough time. He ran to the classroom. Almost everyone was there. Zheng Qing sat back in his seat and waited for the teacher to come. Not long after, the head teacher walked up to the podium with a serious face. Seeing that almost all the students were present, he said, "Students, I think you all know about the recent abnormalities. The world is changing. Before the suspected ice age comes, humans are undergoing some kind of mutation. This mutation will allow some people to master unprecedented abilities. Some people call it superpowers, and some people call it superpowers. But no matter what you call this ability, it does bring unprecedented challenges to today's human society. In the face of this challenge, we have no choice but to unite, just as we united to deal with the impact of the era. I believe that some of the students in our class must have awakened this ability. Now the school is going to organize a superpower class, and there will be special teachers from the local association to train students participating in the superpower class to develop everyone's awakened abilities. The outstanding ones can also get further education and enter special institutions to continue training. Even if there is no opportunity for further study, as long as you enter the superpower class, there is an 80% chance that you will be assigned a job by the local union after graduation and become a special civil servant. So please feel free to sign up if you have awakened superpowers. This is an opportunity, and it can even be an advantage in the college entrance examination. The future world will inevitably become a world of superpower elites. Everyone should take the lead now to have greater development in the future. I will start registration now. Please sign up if you have awakened abilities." Zheng Qing lowered his head and glanced at Qinji quietly. He didn't know what he was planning, but he didn't want to join this so-called superpower class yet. The more contact, the greater the risk of exposure, and he didn't want people to know his true ability. "Teacher, I have awakened superpowers." But soon someone in the class took the initiative to stand up, and everyone in the class couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Teacher Yang was very happy, and hurriedly wrote down his name and asked, What ability did you awaken? Power, Zhuo Fengcheng said. Teacher Yang registered Qinji and motioned him to sit down. She glanced at everyone and asked, "Are there any other students who have awakened superpowers? Don't miss this opportunity." "Teacher, I have awakened superpowers too." Zheng Qing thought to himself that it was bad when he heard this voice. Qinji, this loser, would definitely take him out. Teacher Yang registered Qinji and asked, "What is your ability?" "Control shadow," Qinji said. "Control shadow." Teacher Yang was stunned. This ability is one level higher than strength in the superpower level reported by the school. It is to control the changes of shadows. Qinji thought that the head teacher didn't understand, so he explained it to him. "Okay, you sit down too." Teacher Yang wrote down shadow on the superpower table. "And teacher, Zheng Qing has also awakened an ability. His ability is to control light." Qinji didn't rush to sit down and pull Zheng Qing out. Zheng Qing felt the many eyes suddenly shooting at him, and his head was heavy for a moment. He stood up with a wry smile and said, "Yes, teacher." Teacher Yang's eyes were full of surprise, and he said happily, "Yes, you sit down." "Teacher, I have also awakened my ability. I can control the temperature and make it reach the freezing point." Han Yuan stood up and said. Zheng Qing looked at Han Yuan in surprise. He didn't expect that she also awakened her ability. "Teacher, my ability is to control the wind." Liu Feixuang stood up and said. "Is there anyone else?" Teacher Yang was slightly excited. There were actually 4 people in his class who awakened special abilities. There was no sound in the class. "Okay, the 5 awakened people will go to the office with me first, and the rest of the students will study in the classroom first." Teacher Yang saw that there was no one left, put away the registration form, and said. Zheng Qing stood up helplessly and went to the office with the other 4 people. Teacher Yang opened his drawer, took out a stack of information sheets, handed it to Liu Feixuang, and asked him to distribute it to Zheng Qing and the others. "These are the necessary information for entering the superpower class. Fill them out here and give them to me." Teacher Yang took out 5 pens from the pen holder and distributed them to everyone. Zheng Qing took the paper and pen and filled them out. It didn't take much effort to finish. He looked up from the paper and scanned the office. He found that students from other classes had also gathered here to fill out information. Teacher Yang collected the filled information forms and told them to go to the lecture hall at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to attend the morning meeting. After joining the superpower class, I hope you will listen to the deployment, attend classes seriously, and develop your abilities. In the near future, your abilities will shine. Now you can go back to the classroom. Zheng Qing and his friends returned to the classroom. Not long after, Teacher Yang came back to talk about the precautions for the start of school, and then arranged for the students to clean up. As soon as the head teacher left the classroom, the students became active and discussed superpowers. Many pairs of big eyes gathered around Zheng Qing eagerly, asking about his abilities. Zheng Qing smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that strong. It just changes the way the light moves. It's very weak. It can't be used without light." "Demonstrate it," someone urged. "I have become a monkey in the zoo." Zheng Qing declined. "I am really weak, I don't have much strength, and I still have to clean up. You can go and see other people." "Wow!" Suddenly, people exclaimed from Qinji's place, and the people surrounding Zheng Qing were immediately attracted. Zheng Qing looked at Qinji, who was in the limelight, and that was all he could do. He stood up to get a broom and started cleaning the classroom. Okay, everyone, go away, it's time to clean up." Liu Feixuang called out to the people who had gathered together. Hearing Liu Feixuang's voice, those who were surrounding Qinji slowly dispersed. Zheng Qing finished sweeping the floor silently, and saw Han Yuan, who was slowly cleaning with a broom at the other end. He frowned and took the broom to sweep the corridor outside. When he came back from sweeping outside, Han Yuan hadn't finished sweeping yet, so Zheng Qing went to clean the podium again and wiped the blackboard. After doing all this, Zheng Qing simply replaced a broom with a rag, went to the toilet to wet it, and then came back to wipe the chalk marks left on the blackboard. "Zheng Qing, when did you awaken your superpower?" Liu Feixuang walked up to the podium and asked. "I awakened not long after the temperature dropped," Zheng Qing answered while wiping the blackboard. "Then didn't you find a way to develop it?" Liu Feixuang said. "Develop? How to develop?" Zheng Qing certainly wanted to develop his superpowers, but no one taught or guided him, and he didn't know how to do it specifically. "Our abilities are all natural, and they will be very weak in the initial state. Far inferior to Zhuo Fengchang's superhuman system, but the growth prospects are very sufficient. As long as they can be properly developed and studied out, they will exert great power. Your superpower should not be controlling light, but light itself. The characteristic of light is fast, maybe you can develop in this direction. Liu Feixuang left after saying that. Zheng Qing recalled his words. The characteristic of light is fast, but it is not just fast, there should also be heat. High speed and high temperature are the source of light damage. Maybe I can work hard in this direction. Listening to Liu Feixuang's words, he seemed to know something about developing superpowers. Presumably his family found him an expert to guide him in this area. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Fenyin Selection. You're back. Zheng's mother looked at Zheng's father, who had just entered the house, with a look of anxiety. What happened? Zheng's father looked at Zheng's mother in confusion. Go and see your son quickly. He has been in the bathroom since he came back from school. He turned on the bathroom heater you bought and kept staring at it. Don't tell me he's possessed. Zheng's mother said worriedly. What is this brat doing again? Zheng's father put on slippers, walked to the bathroom door, and looked inside. Zheng Qing was staring blankly at the dazzling light of the bathroom heater, bathing in the warmth under the light. Brat, what are you doing? Zheng's father shouted. Look at the light, Zheng Qing said softly. The electricity bill is free. Turn it off for me. Zheng's father showed the majesty of the head of the family. Dad, I have awakened my superpowers. Zheng Qing decided to tell his parents about this matter. There was no point in hiding it. I think you're crazy, Zheng's father said disdainfully. He turned around and was stunned for a moment, then turned around and asked, What did you say just now? Zheng Qing bathed in the sacred light of the bathroom heater and said, I have awakened my superpowers, light. What can you do? Zheng's father was suspicious. Zheng Qing controlled a beam of light and shot it at Zheng's father's forehead. Zheng's father looked up and saw the light, and said, Is that it? Shouldn't you be surprised? Zheng Qing looked at Zheng's father's calmness and became uncalm himself. It's time to eat. Zheng's father laughed disdainfully. Zheng Qing glanced at the light above his head and turned off the bathroom heater. He felt a little depressed. This was a secret he had kept secret for a long time. After the family had dinner, Zheng Qing went back to his room to rest. Zheng's mother and father packed up their things and went back to their room. Do you know that your son has awakened his superpowers? Zheng's father leaned on the bed and boasted to Zheng's mother, who didn't know yet. Really? Why didn't he tell me? Zheng's mother said in surprise. Of course it's true, Zheng's father said proudly. I'll go ask him. Zheng's mother pretended to get out of bed. Hey, son, go to sleep. Ask tomorrow, Zheng's father dissuaded. Zheng's mother returned to bed unhappy, then asked tomorrow. How dare you hide it from me, brat? Zheng Qing sneezed in bed and quickly pulled the quilt tight to prevent the cold air from getting in. The next day, Zheng Qing resumed his school schedule, got up, washed, and then ate. Brat, have you awakened your superpowers? Zheng's mother took this opportunity to come over, sat aside, and asked. Zheng Qing nodded. Why didn't you tell me? Zheng's mother asked slightly sternly. I told Dad. Zheng Qing tried to get away with it. When did you awaken? Zheng's mother questioned. Just a few days ago. Zheng Qing didn't dare to say that he had concealed it from them for a long time. After all, if Qinji hadn't been exposed, he wouldn't have planned to tell anyone else. In order to prevent Zheng's mother from asking more questions, Zheng Qing quickly finished his meal, hurried out, and took a bus to school. After the morning self-study, Liu Feixuang summoned the 4 people who had awakened their abilities to go to the lecture hall. On the way, they met other people who had awakened their abilities and were also walking towards the lecture hall. The 5 of them found a seat in a row and sat down, waiting for the teacher to come. There was a round clock hanging above the blackboard in the lecture hall, ticking away. Zheng Qing stared at the clock on the blackboard, watching it approach 9 o'clock. On his left sat Qinji, and on his right sat Han Yuan, Liu Feixuang, and Zhuo Fengchang. Just as the pointer approached 9 o'clock, steady and clear footsteps came from outside the classroom, and everyone inside fell silent when they heard the footsteps. A man wearing a senior security butler's uniform and glasses walked in. He was tall and slender, and his every move was full of some mysterious rules. He was carrying a long black box that looked like a violin case. "Hello everyone, my name is Zheng Qing." The man stepped onto the podium, put down the long black box and introduced himself. "I believe everyone is both unfamiliar and familiar with the surname Zheng, but what I want to tell you is that Zheng is my changed surname. It is an honorary surname, and not everyone can get it. The reason why I tell you this is that I hope you will know that I am very powerful, far more powerful than you can imagine. In your words, I am incredible." The lecture hall was silent, and the students who came were shocked by Zheng's opening remarks. Zheng continued, "My purpose of coming here is to train you. Since it is training, you can't avoid suffering. No matter whether your ability is superhuman or natural, what you have now is just a tiny power, which is not worth mentioning at all. In the hierarchy created by the Earth Union for superpowers, your current ability can't even reach the lowest level of D. If you want to develop and improve your abilities, you must have a tenacious will and an indomitable spirit, which is very important for your future. It can prevent you from being swallowed up by the powerful force brought by your own abilities and becoming a slave to power. Therefore, training must be hard, and only hard training can forge qualified superpowers. But before training you, I also have to test your potential. Although you have become superpowers, it does not mean that you have enough potential to develop your own superpowers. The strength and determination required to take one step and take 100 steps are different. Awakening superpowers only gives you the opportunity to enter here, but whether you can stay here depends on your own talent." After that, Zheng clapped his hands 3 times, and 2 serious security deacons walked into the classroom, one of whom was carrying a safe. "Next, I will play music for everyone for 10 minutes. Those who do not feel obviously abnormal within 10 minutes can stay. Those who feel uncomfortable after hearing the music should leave the classroom as soon as possible. This music will cause harm to people with poor potential. Don't faint here," Zheng reminded loudly. The 2 security deacons who came in opened the safe, took out the recorder inside, put it on the podium, and clicked to play. A strange sound sounded, like chanting, but the syllables were obscure and difficult to pronounce, and they had never heard of it before. Zheng Qing thought it was quite pleasant to hear at first, and felt refreshed. This burning sound seemed to soothe the spirit. However, when Zheng Qing saw that the 2 people next to him frowned involuntarily, he found the problem, and quickly frowned, made a painful expression, and propped up his arms to cover half of his face. His body has been improved comprehensively, and this sound can not only not hinder him, but also benefit him. But the physical fitness of other people is still the same as before, and they can't bear the test of Fen Yin and feel uncomfortable. Zhuo Fengchang saw Zheng Qing's face full of pain, and he even propped up his arms to cover it. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This nerd must be unable to bear it and wanted to use this method to get away with it. It's really pitiful. He was full of superiority in his heart. Because of the strength system, he had a high endurance against Fen Yin, and now he didn't feel anything at all. Soon someone couldn't hold on and hurriedly fled the lecture hall. With one person taking the lead, the number of people who chose to give up gradually increased. Liu Feixuang had received special guidance at home, and was better at developing superpowers than others, so he was very indifferent. His focus was all on Han Yuan next to him. Seeing her frowning slightly in pain, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" "It's okay," Han Yuan forced a smile, her eyebrows still tightly furrowed. "Are you okay?" On this side, Qin Ji touched Zheng Qing as if he was not willing to be outdone, and asked. "I'm fine." Zheng Qing gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. He was afraid that he would laugh out loud and ruin the performance, because the spiritual pleasure and comfort became more and more obvious, as if someone was gently caressing him. He looked at Qin Ji, who was frowning, and said, "Take care of yourself." "I'm fine too," Qin Ji said calmly. Zheng Qing glanced at Zheng on the podium, thinking about whether he could help Qin Ji when he was not paying attention, but he felt very mysterious in front of this man. He was just a little stronger than the average superpower user. In front of the superpower boss, he was still very weak. According to Zheng, he should be very strict, which happened to cure Qin Ji's laziness. With him training Qin Ji, it must be more helpful for Qin Ji's superpower development. This is much better than letting Qin Ji waste his superpowers. He can also observe the means of developing superpowers in the Earth Alliance. As long as he does not stand out, there is little danger of exposing his identity. Zheng Qing, if you can't hold on, you can leave first, Liu Fishing kindly reminded. It's okay, I can hold on. Zheng Qing began to wonder if he had overacted. Don't force yourself, it would be bad if you pass out here, Zhuo Fengcheng said with a little contempt. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zheng Qing turned his head away and faced Qinji to avoid being whispered about. At the 7th minute of the music, Zhuo Fengcheng's face suddenly turned red, as if his body was boiling. He held his head with both hands and propped it on the table, clenching his teeth. Zheng Qing saw Qinji's face turn red, and was worried that something might happen to him, so he turned back to observe Han Yuan and the other situation, and his eyes stayed on Han Yuan's face, which was so red that it was about to bleed. Han Yuan noticed this, and her watery eyes met Zheng Qing's gaze. Zheng Qing felt a little embarrassed and said, "Are you okay?" Han Yuan lowered her head and said Zheng Qing immediately looked away and looked at Zhuo Fengcheng. Seeing that his fingers were caught in his hair, he whispered to cover up his panic, "Student Zhuo, are you okay? If you can't hold on, just give up." Zhuo Fengcheng looked at Zheng Qing painfully. Seeing that his face was nothing but discomfort, and his condition seemed to be better than before, he was confused and angry at the same time. He said in a low voice, "It's none of your business." Zheng Qing didn't mind, and said with a smile, "Take care of yourself." Liu Fisheng's face was also rosy. He looked at Zheng Qing, who looked normal, and said strangely, "Are you okay?" Zheng Qing looked at the three red faces, subconsciously touched his clean and white face, knew that it was not good, and hurriedly explained, "I am anemic and can't blush." Liu Fisheng's eyes were slightly complicated. She felt that Zheng Qing's words were nonsense, but when she thought of his consistent behavior in the past 3 years, she believed him. 10 minutes were finally up. The two security deacons turned off the recorder, took it away and took it out. The remaining people in the lecture hall gasped for air and came to their senses. Zheng Qing took advantage of his free time to glance at the lecture hall and see how many people had left. He estimated that it was about 10%. Chapter 29 Harsh Training. Congratulations to the rest of the students. You have passed the basic selection. Zuan Shehu said with a cold face, "The next step is to temper your will. The training content is very simple. Everyone stand up and go to the playground." The students in the lecture hall stood up and walked out of the classroom one after another. When they arrived at the playground, Zuan Shehu looked at the messy group of people, frowned slightly, and said, "Now form 2 columns and run 10 laps around the playground. Those who can't hold on can come to my place to rest. 10 points will be deducted for each rest, 5 points will be deducted for falling behind, and 5 points will be deducted for slow speed. Each student will have 100 points. When all the points are deducted, they will leave." Zheng Qing saw the 4 security deacons with recording boards following Zuan Shehu, and was quite worried that Qinji would not be able to hold on and be expelled. "Run!" Zuan Shehu shouted at the slow-moving team. The speed of the formation quickly increased, and they ran slowly along the inner circle of the playground. 1 lap was completed quickly. Too slow, everyone will be deducted 5 points. Zuan Shehu shouted when he saw everyone running back. The security officer in charge of scoring behind him immediately started to deduct points. What we need are elites. Students who can surpass most people by 2 laps can recover the 5 points deducted. Now run. My memory is stronger than you think. I remember each of your faces, the number of laps, and the little tricks you played. Zuan Shehu saw that the team was still not satisfied with a slightly faster team, so he took out the deducted points to reward excellence. It can be said that the wool comes from the sheep, Zheng Qing complained in his heart. But Zuan Shehu's words had an obvious effect. The team suddenly became chaotic. People with superhuman power and speed abilities quickly rushed out of the team, surpassed everyone, and formed the first echelon. It's so unfair, Qinji looked at the first echelon. Superhuman people have too much advantage. Stop talking nonsense, run quickly. Zheng Qing was very calm. He didn't even feel anything after running a lap. If he wanted to compete with the people in the first echelon, he would not be defeated. The first level speed combined with the optimization of the overall coordination of the body by the professional junior monks can completely enable Zheng Qing to burst out with a strength of the second level strength that exceeds the ordinary first level speed. But he was too prominent, which was inconsistent with his identity as a natural superpower. The usual last place athlete suddenly showed his power, which could not help but arouse suspicion. Hey, look! Qin Ji motioned Zheng Qing to look forward. Zheng Qing moved his eyes and saw Han Yuan and Liu Feixuang running together in front. Are you done yet? He said with a little annoyance. Look how smart they are. What are you doing here? Qin Ji was very disappointed. I'm here to accompany you. Zheng Qing felt that his kindness was really wasted. Why are you accompanying me? Can't you be smarter? Qin Ji was really angry. Zheng Qing was too stupid. How about I run up and say I'm cutting in line? Zheng Qing joked. Not impossible. Qin Ji was very serious. I'm shameless. Zheng Qing was annoyed. Why do you need to be so shameless when chasing girls? Qin Ji asked back. Don't you think it's mean? Doing this will only make people hate you. You'd better run your pace honestly. Zheng Qing said. You know a lot, don't you? What would you do if I came over to your date, pushed your girlfriend aside, and talked to you? Where does my girlfriend come from? And they are not that kind of relationship. You still have a chance. Thank you so much. Are you really giving up? Just run honestly. 10 laps will tire you to death. Zheng Qing was too lazy to pay attention to him. Aren't you tired? Qin Ji found something strange. In the past, Zheng Qing's breath was unstable and his pace was disordered, but today he could talk to him calmly and freely. It was too strange. Not tired, Zheng Qing smiled indifferently. Did you secretly exercise during the winter vacation? Qin Ji asked. No, Zheng Qing's smile became more and more intense. Don't fall behind, otherwise I won't wait for you. Damn it, when did your physique get so good? Qin Ji widened his eyes. Instead of worrying about my physique, you should worry about how you can run the remaining 8 laps. Zheng Qing said. After several laps, the running team gradually divided into 4 echelons. The people in the first echelon generally surpassed the remaining 3 echelons by more than 1 lap. Only the second echelon was still closely following the first echelon, not letting the first echelon surpass 2 laps. The third echelon basically ran together with the first echelon. The remaining 4th echelon was far behind, and many people had given up. Zheng Qing accompanied Qin Ji in the 3rd echelon, and Qin Ji was almost exhausted. Can't hold on? Zheng Qing asked easily. How are you okay? Qin Ji opened his mouth and exhaled quickly. He was puzzled when he saw Zheng Qing's appearance. It's only a few laps, Zheng Qing exclaimed disdainfully. What the hell, I can't run anymore, how can you still have energy? Qin Ji said with difficulty. Then talk less and save some energy, Zheng Qing smiled slightly. It's almost time. Zuan and Shehu looked at the people in the first echelon. Superhumans are more resistant to burning sound than naturals because they have better physiques, but that doesn't mean they can dissolve the power of burning sound. Because of their excellent physiques, burning sound cannot be quickly dissipated after entering the body, and they will develop resistance to burning sound in the body just like when it is outside the body. As their physical strength is consumed, the burning sound remaining in the body will take effect, making them feel uncomfortable and speeding up their physical strength consumption. As expected, the speed of the people in the first echelon gradually dropped, and they were separated from the 3rd echelon and fell to the 4th echelon. 5 points will be deducted for those who are overtaken by 2 laps at the end of the run. Zuan and Shehu encouraged everyone at the right time. Zheng Qing looked at the people in the first echelon not far behind, sighed, and said, Zioji, I can't accompany you, you come on, I'll go first. Qin Ji was anxious. Are you so disloyal? Zheng Qing said righteously. The road of life is ultimately to rely on yourself to run. Zioji, the real world is so terrible. You have to work hard. Qin Ji shouted, too heartless. I want to break off all ties with you. Zheng Qing was unmoved and smiled and said, goodbye. He speeded up, surpassed the 3rd echelon and rushed out. Qin Ji looked at Zheng Qing's running figure, confused in his heart. When did his physical strength become so good? Did he secretly take a powerful pill? Zheng Qing accelerated and caught up with the 2nd echelon, then stopped, not wanting to stand out too much, so he hung at the tail of the 2nd echelon and ran slowly. The speed of the 1st echelon was getting slower and slower, and was gradually pulled closer by the 2nd echelon, and the gap between the 2 sides was reduced by 1 circle. Zhuo Fengcheng frowned bitterly, his eyes flashed with pain. He glanced to the side and found that Zheng Qing had caught up with him at some point. He must be at the end of the 4th echelon. Zhuo Fengcheng thought that Zheng Qing, who was at the bottom of the sports, could not be in the 2nd echelon. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fengcheng couldn't help but smile proudly. Good goods need inferior goods to match. Zheng Qing saw Zhuo Fengcheng smiling foolishly and was surprised. What was this guy grinning at? Zheng Qing, who couldn't figure it out, surpassed Zhuo Fengcheng and followed closely behind the second echelon. Zhuo Fengcheng's first echelon was gradually pulled back by the third echelon. Qin Ji saw Zhuo Fengcheng in the team, speeded up a little, ran to Zhuo Fengcheng's side, and asked, "Have you seen Zheng Qing?" "I just saw him." Zhuo Fengcheng was quite proud. Although the speed slowed down, their advantage of leading the first has not changed. "Have you run that far?" Qin Ji gritted his teeth secretly. Zheng Qing must have secretly drunk stimulants. "What's wrong?" Zhuo Fengcheng noticed something was wrong. "Isn't Zheng Qing in the fourth echelon?" "He just caught up," Qin Ji said dissatisfiedly. "Is Zheng Qing so good?" Zhuo Fengcheng couldn't believe it. In the past 3 years, Zheng Qing was always in the bottom 10 in every long-distance running test. Could it be that Zheng Qing had concealed his strength for 3 years just to wait until today? That's ridiculous. He must have secretly taken a powerful pill before running, Qin Ji complained. Zhuo Fengcheng's sense of superiority just now disappeared in an instant, but no matter what, he was still ahead. Even if Zheng Qing was more powerful, he couldn't surpass him. Zheng Qing ran 10 laps with the second echelon. Most people were exhausted and panting. He was embarrassed to stand alone as if nothing had happened, so he simply supported his knees with his hands, bent over, and pretended to be very tired. The gate leading to the outside of the campus playground suddenly opened, and a transport truck slowly backed in and stopped on the concrete ground outside the plastic track. Zheng Qing watched curiously. Qin Ji ran up from behind, patted Zheng Qing on the shoulder, and said, "You are disloyal." Zheng Qing glanced at Qin Ji and saw that his head was steaming with heat. He smiled faintly. Zuan and Shehu waited until everyone was almost gathered, then gave an order and asked everyone to go to the back of the truck on the cement ground. Zheng Qing and his friends gathered on the cement ground and watched the safety steward open the truck compartment and take out various equipment from it. Zuan and Shehu glanced at the crowd and said, "Those who are in the strength and speed department, stand up." Zhuo Fengcheng and some people walked to the front of the crowd. Zuan and Shehu said, "Line up. Each person gets 10 weight rings to wear on their body, and if you lose them, you will have to pay the original price." Zhuo Fengcheng received 10 weight rings and wore them on his hands and legs according to the instructions of the safety steward. He suddenly felt that his body was much heavier, as if he was tied up. "Speed department, go run. Do not stop without my order. Anyone who dares to walk will be deducted 10 points. Zuan and Shehu arranged, strength department, take the barbell exercise. Whoever can carry a 200 jin barbell and walk around the playground as if walking on flat ground will pass." Zheng Qing really couldn't bear to watch it. It was too miserable. This was going to scare them to death. Spirit department, stand up. Zuan and Shehu continued to distribute. Each person will take a 10-kilogram iron brick. When you can lift the iron brick with telekinesis, you will pass. The rest are natural department. You have different abilities, and I have prepared different training methods for you. Zuan and Shehu began to call out names with a name list. Zheng Qing. It didn't take long before Zuan and Shehu called out Zheng Qing's name. Zheng Qing walked out of the team and followed Zuan and Shehu to a green tree. He saw Zuan and Shehu tied a rope to a branch, and the other end of the rope was taped to a piece of white paper. Then he measured a distance of about 10 meters step by step, drew a chalk line, and asked Zheng Qing to stand behind the chalk line, saying, "Concentrate the light here to shine on the white paper. When you can light the paper, you will pass." "But teacher, there is no sun now," Zheng Qing pointed to the white sky. "I can give you a flashlight, do you need it?" Zuan and Shehu said. No, Zheng Qing thought it was better to refuse. Zuan and Shehu turned and left. Zheng Qing stared at the slightly fluttering white paper 10 meters away, smiled bitterly, and after exhaling, he immediately focused his attention and gathered the surrounding light to shoot at the white paper, hoping to create an ignition point. A beam of slightly bright light shot on the white paper that was constantly moving, and the light spot moved with the white paper and could not be fixed. Zheng Qing quickly realized that it would be impossible to ignite the white paper if a strong light could not be formed. Chapter 30 Hard Training. Just as Zheng Qing was thinking about how to make his light stronger and hotter, Qin Ji was also led over by Zuan and Shehu. Zuan and Shehu placed a 10-kilogram iron brick near the greening tree, asked Qin Ji to retreat 10 meters, drew a chalk line, and placed an unopened bottle of ordinary mineral water behind the chalk line, saying, Use the shadow of the mineral water bottle to reach the iron brick, and lift the iron brick to pass. Zheng Qing couldn't help but secretly happy when he heard Qin Ji's request. From this point of view, his request was relatively simple, and he could imagine Qin Ji's despair. After Zhuan Yunshihu left, Zheng Qing turned his head to look at Qin Ji, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and staring blankly at the very faint shadow under the mineral water bottle, and smiled and said, "Try hard." Qin Ji rolled his eyes at Zheng Qing, and his eyes returned to the shadow of the mineral water bottle, and began to think of a way to operate. Zheng Qing also returned to his goal. He did not rush to shoot out the light, but tried to gather the surrounding light around him. He concentrated on absorbing the surrounding light. Slowly, a strange dark area appeared near Zheng Qing, but he himself seemed to be glowing. Qin Ji noticed the change in light and darkness, glanced at Zheng Qing, and shouted, "Oh my God, are you going to show your spirit?" Zheng Qing had no time to deal with it. He felt that as the light gathered, a strange sense of intimacy arose in his heart, like a fish in water. The light seemed to be merging into his body and becoming one with him. This was a wonderful and comfortable feeling. Zhuan Yunshihu noticed the changes near Zheng Qing and showed a strange look on his face. What a high level of understanding. As Zheng Qing continued to merge into the light, the yin and yang qi slowly operated in his body, refining light into qi, transforming light into yin, and yin and yang worked together, continuously. After more than 10 minutes, the movement here of Zheng Qing became louder and louder. The dark area surrounding him expanded rapidly in space, forming a three-dimensional dark space with a boundary of 10 meters. Zheng Qing's body was emitting a faint light, standing in the dark space, attracting many people's attention. Qin Ji was even more desperate beside him. His already weak shadow was completely disappeared by Zheng Qing's move. "Teacher, I want to change my position. I can't see my shadow," Qin Ji shouted. Zhuan Yunshihu threw a flashlight accurately. "Light it up yourself." Qin Ji felt a little wronged, turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the bottle. The light was twisted at the moment it was shot out and gathered in the direction of Zheng Qing. Looking at this strange scene, Qin Ji was completely dumbfounded, staring at Zheng Qing who was emitting light. "This beast." "Teacher, it's still useless." Qin Ji raised the flashlight and shouted. No matter where he pointed the light, it would always be absorbed by Zheng Qing. "Then change your position yourself," Zhuan Yunshihu said. Qin Ji looked at the 10-kilogram iron brick and had no choice but to get up and move it. Zheng Qing accumulated the light and felt that it was almost done. He gathered the condensed light and shot it out with one finger. "Light gun," he whispered. A blazing white beam of light on the index finger seemed to shatter the dark space, shooting straight out and hitting the white paper, but it did not ignite the white paper as Zheng Qing expected, but penetrated and shot onto the iron railing behind, leaving a burning red dot and emitting white mist. Qin Ji just picked up the iron brick and saw the surrounding light restored. He was stunned. "Play with me." Zheng Qing looked at the small hole on the white paper and sighed. He didn't expect to fail. Zhuan Yunshihu sneered in the distance. The white paper was coated with fireproof material and was not so easy to ignite. Qin Ji put the iron brick back to its original position and walked back behind the mineral water bottle. It was not so easy for Zheng Qing to fire the light gun again. It took a long time to gather the light, which was too slow. But he also had another realization that his body could get close to the light, and perhaps he could cultivate his body into a light constitution. Thinking of this, Zheng Qing closed his eyes and searched the store for skills related to constitution. Skills related to physique are all resistance skills. Zheng Qing found new skills in the store, but some skills disappeared, mostly skills related to strength skills. Pure Yang Body, 1000 points. Zheng Qing found a skill he liked. Click to check the skill introduction, which required a lifelong virgin body. The sacrifice was too great, and the Zheng family would be extinct, so Zheng Qing quickly gave up the idea of practicing Pure Yang Body and continued to search in the store. Yin Yang Mysterious Body, 800 points. Zheng Qing saw another skill he liked and hurriedly checked the skill introduction. It is a female skill. Men need to castrate themselves to practice it. Once clicked, they will automatically castrate themselves painlessly without leaving any traces. There is no room for regret. I hope you will make a serious choice. How can these all skills be used to cut off the number of children and grandchildren? Zheng Qing felt a chill from the bottom of his heart and labeled this skill as extremely dangerous. He didn't want to be a eunuch Zheng. He searched down, hoping that this kind of weird skill would not appear again. Diamond Body, 500 points. a skill that is extremely strong and masculine. When practiced to perfection, it can be indestructible. It is an upgrade skill that requires a large number of points to upgrade in the later stage. Forget it. Zheng Qing just wants a skill that is close to light, and resistance is not his main direction in the later stage. If you don't add points to this skill, it will be useless, and adding points is a waste. You can only earn so little from a task, which is not enough for you to squander. Light magic body, 200 points. Once you get a magic physique close to the light element, you will naturally develop resistance to other elements, and the points consumption of practicing other element magic skills will increase. Zheng Qing's current profession is a junior monk and summoner, and magician is not within his future practice range. The increase in professions will cause a waste of professional upgrade points, which is not worth a loss for Zheng Qing. Therefore, this skill is the most cost-effective for Zheng Qing at present, but if you consider future development, the resistance route will be locked by light, and you must not take other skill routes in the future to avoid conflict between skills and bodies. The resistance attribute of the light magic body and the strength attribute of the yin and yang will not conflict with each other, but this may cause the balance of the yin and yang to be unbalanced, resulting in a situation where the yang is strong and the yin is weak. This point cannot be ignored. In the remaining speed attribute and spiritual attribute skill selection, you have to lean towards the yin or dark attribute to maintain the balance of the body and achieve the best operation. Zheng Qing has 240 points left, and he immediately bought the light magic body. The points item became 40, and the light magic body also appeared in the skill list. Zheng Qing exited the spiritual tour system and felt the changes in his body. He noticed that there were more light factors emitting a hazy holy light around him, as well as other light factors, but the other light factors were far away from Zheng Qing and were extremely repellent. The holy light factor was extremely close to Zheng Qing and gathered around him. Light gun. Zheng Qing tried again to use the first supernatural skill he had realized. The surrounding light began to distort again, converging towards the tip of Zheng Qing's index finger, forming a light spot emitting a bright white light. Qin Ji was experimenting on the ground how to make his shadow transcend its own limitations and become longer. Suddenly, the light around him changed again. The unstable light immediately affected the shadow, causing it to return to its original appearance. Qin Ji's previous efforts were wasted, and he glared at Zheng Qing angrily. "You again. I want to change my position, I must change my position." He didn't want to stay with Qin Ji even if he died. The abilities of the two restrained each other. Now that Zheng Qing was one step ahead, Qin Ji would inevitably be suppressed. If this continued, he might not be able to concentrate on developing his own abilities. Qin Ji stood up angrily and went to move iron bricks, and he had to stay away from Zheng Qing. After a while of accumulating energy, Zheng Qing's index finger shot out a beam of light, which pierced through the white paper again and hid a burning red dot on the railing behind. The people training near the railing were terrified, looking at the white mist coming out of the railing, thinking that if it hit them, it would be too dangerous. Everyone asked Zuan and Shehu to change their positions and stay away from Zheng Qing. Zuan and Shehu agreed to their request, and his interest in Zheng Qing also became stronger. It had only been a short time, but Zheng Qing could achieve this. His talent was too extraordinary. Liu Feixuang noticed Zheng Qing's performance and secretly clenched his fists. He should have developed his supernatural power for longer than Zheng Qing, so there was no reason why he would lose to him now. In terms of talent, he must be better than those who rely on doing test papers all day to improve their ability to do questions. He must not fall behind, and must stand in the first echelon anyway. A sense of urgency was born in Liu Feixuang's heart. His eyes moved to Han Yuan for a moment, and saw that she was also paying attention to Zheng Qing. He thought that he had to work harder and not let Han Yuan look down on him. Wind. Liu Feixuang roared, urging the wind to blow up the 10-kilogram iron block in front of him. The wind smashed the iron block to pieces, and it couldn't even move a little. Zheng Qing gave up the idea of practicing after discovering that the light gun could not ignite the white paper. The high temperature in an instant was not enough to ignite the white paper, so he could only irradiate it with high temperature for a long time. He looked up at the vast white sky with endless sea of clouds. He had to gather a large area of light, or create light himself. But even with the help of the light demon body, his control over the light power was not enough to create light. He was still too weak in developing his power. Zuan and Shehu said that they didn't even have the lowest D level, so it was conceivable that there were A level, B level, C level, and even S level above D level. His current ability, if only counting the power, was almost at the threshold of D level. If the ability brought by the spirit world was added, it should be able to reach B level. It was a bit difficult to rely solely on the convenience brought by the spirit world. After all, his points had been almost used up. If he wanted to become stronger, he could only rely on his own development and understanding of the light power. Zheng Qing sat cross-legged and tried to communicate with the light. This time he planned to change the final destination of the light instead of gathering the light to himself and then emitting it. His previous idea was to use himself as a light collector and emit concentrated and enhanced light, but now Zheng Qing has changed his mind. He wants to be a guide for the light and direct how the light should be used, instead of collecting it and distributing it himself. This can save time in collecting light, but it requires more energy. After all, Zheng Qing has to communicate and change the light one by one, and stabilize the state of the light, which is a great test for his spirit. Chapter 31 Azure Field. The edge of the playground. A special area that is relatively empty compared to other places. The light suddenly dimmed. Zheng Qing sat cross-legged on the ground and changed the endpoint of the light to the white paper. When the light changed to a certain number, the state suddenly fluctuated and became unstable. Some light broke free and returned to its original position. Zhuan was paying attention to what happened here with Zheng Qing. When he saw the light in his area fluctuate, he realized that Zheng Qing was not capable enough and could not reshape the light according to his will. This requires great effort and a stable will. Although he has mastered the power of light, he has not yet achieved a high degree of harmony with the light, making himself perfectly integrated with the light, and cannot reach the point where he can use it as easily as his own arm. He needs to hone and adapt, and integrate with the light in constant failure. This is the necessary path to success. It is impossible to achieve it in one go. Zheng Qing still has a long way to go. Zheng Qing also noticed the flaws in his state. In the process of changing the light, he must not have any other thoughts or be distracted. He must concentrate on the light and use a stable will to maintain the light that has been changed. These lights are like water flows, and Zheng Qing's will is a bowl of water. When Zheng Qing's will is unstable, cracks will appear at the bottom of the bowl, and the water will naturally escape. After understanding this, Zheng Qing started again and kept trying. However, as the number of light changes increased, Zheng Qing's difficulty also increased, and failures occurred from time to time. Time passed, and the morning special training ended. Zhuan summoned everyone to put the equipment into the warehouse next to the playground. The equipment originally used for physical education in the warehouse had been moved to its original position. Zheng Qing and Qinji did not go home, but had lunch in the school cafeteria. The only thing to be happy about was that they arrived at the cafeteria earlier than other students who went to school normally. Zheng Qing and Qinji got 3 meals and sat in their old seats in a corner of the cafeteria. The weather is not as good as before. The food will probably get cold when the big one is taken down, Zheng Qing said, looking at the extra meal. Qinji glanced at the time on the round clock in the cafeteria. There are still more than 10 minutes left, so he should be in a hurry. Otherwise, he can be served again about 5 minutes before the end of get out of class. Okay, Zheng Qing agreed. Is anyone here? Han Yuan's weak voice sounded, looking at the plate of food next to Zheng Qing. No one. Qinji stood up in a hurry, dragged the plate of food next to him, and answered first. Zheng Qing smiled and nodded. Han Yuan sat down 1 seat away. Liu Feixuan came with Han Yuan, and he sat opposite Han Yuan. A hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Qinji lowered his head and smiled secretly. His eyes couldn't help but be complacent. You have a strong ability to develop your own superpowers. Han Yuan took a bite of the food and looked at Zheng Qing and said. Qinji lowered his head even lower to avoid being discovered by Liu Feixuan that he was laughing, but his slightly trembling shoulders exposed him completely. Liu Feixuan pretended not to see it, and his eyes were focused on Zheng Qing. He was unwilling to admit that Zheng Qing was better than him, and no one was willing to admit that his rival was better than him. But he knew very clearly in his heart that Zheng Qing was indeed ahead of him. This is probably because the light is very common. Zheng Qing couldn't say that his basic physique had long surpassed you, and even his mental strength was above you. Under these superpositions, he would appear in the scene today. These are his secrets. He can't tell them. Who would easily tell their secrets? You can also try to gather the convenience brought by your own abilities, and then release them. Zheng Qing glanced at Liu Feixuan. Gather your own abilities. Han Yuan didn't quite understand. Your ability should be ice. The weather is cold, and the cold current and cold air should be your assistants. You can try to concentrate these powers to enhance your abilities. By the way, what did Teacher Zheng ask you to do? Zheng Qing explained with all his heart. He gave me a bucket of water and asked me to condense all the water in the bucket into ice, forming an ice cone, and pierce the target he drew for me. Han Yuan said with a little distress. Her previous ability could only freeze the water in a small bowl into ice. Now she was asked to freeze the water in the bucket into ice at a certain distance, and then use it to fly into the air and accurately hit the target. This was too much of a task. I also have to find a way to extend the shadow of the mineral water bottle to 10 meters away and lift a 10-kilogram iron block. Qinji couldn't help but complain. How to expand the shadow of the mineral water bottle became his most difficult task. You can gather the shadows from other places and integrate them into the mineral water bottle, Zheng Qing suggested. What if he doesn't allow it? He's a cold-faced devil. Qinji thought of Zuinun and felt scared. You have to try it to know. Is there anything wrong with depriving the shadows from other places and integrating them into the shadow of the mineral water bottle? As long as you can pull the shadow over, it's fine. Zheng Qing said. Liu Feixuang also thought of an idea to solve his situation, but he didn't think it was necessary to say it here. He didn't want Han Yuan to think that he was inspired by Zheng Qing to come up with a solution. I was just misled by the person who had guided me to develop my superpowers. That person who had asked me to focus on improving my own abilities instead of relying on external things. If I hadn't been afraid of that person's request, I would have come up with a way to condense wind energy and blow up iron bricks. The four of them finished their conversation and had their meals. Not long after, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. In a short while, Zheng Qing saw someone rushing into the cafeteria, and a little later, a crowd of people came with noisy waves. I didn't feel it when I was in the crowd before, but now it seems to be a different kind of spectacular and terrifying. Are we leaving? Liu Feixuang looked at Han Yuan. What about you? Han Yuan looked at Zheng Qing. We're waiting for Niu Dana. Zheng Qing glanced at Han Yuan quickly. Ah, what a fierce sure field. Qinji thought secretly beside him. Then let's go first, Liu Feixuang said. See you later, Zheng Qing said goodbye to Han Yuan with a faint smile. Han Yuan and Liu Feixuang left with their plates. Hey, are you stupid? Qinji was dumbfounded. This was a way to give way to others. Niu Dana. Zheng Qing stood up and shouted to the fat guy in the crowd, ignoring this. Qinji snorted coldly, feeling annoyed. Niu Dana squeezed through the crowd, ran over, and said, How is the training? Hurry up and eat, it's getting cold. Zheng Qing urged. Oh, Niu Dana sat down quickly. Qinji took the opportunity to complain to Niu Dana about Zheng Qing's stupid behavior just now while Niu Dana was eating, and he was very excited. Zheng Qing smiled beside him and didn't say anything. His smile was also helpless. When Niu Dana finished his meal, the three returned to the classroom. Do you still want to train? Niu Dana asked. The teacher didn't say, so it's definitely training. Zheng Qing said. You're not going back to the classroom for class. Niu Dana was quite envious. It depends on the school's arrangements, Qinji continued. The three of them walked back to the classroom slowly and stayed for a while. Seeing that it was almost 1 o'clock, they left with Liu Feixuang and Han Yuan, who had returned to the classroom, and came to the playground. Zuinun was waiting here and arranged for everyone to continue training. Zheng Qing stared at the white paper. The 2 holes on it were slightly eye-catching. The afternoon sun was slightly stronger than the morning sun, which was helpful to Zheng Qing. He started to change the way the light went, focusing the light on a point on the white paper, but the light would still become chaotic as the changes increased. Zheng Qing slowly moved forward in failure after failure, strengthening his control over the light, which also tempered his spirit. If Zheng Qing's mental power was strong enough, it would be enough to suppress the changes caused by the light, and it would be easy to achieve his desired goal. This also made Zheng Qing feel the urgency of improving his mental attributes. Natural system abilities require a strong spirit to control and develop. Except for the mental system, the superhuman system does not use mental power. It is pure physical growth. It is much easier to develop and train than the natural system. Repeated muscle training is enough to make their strength grow at a slow but steady pace. The light gradually weakened as evening approached. Before the end of the day's training, Zuinun gathered everyone together and announced, Before the end of today's training, I want to tell you one thing. Because of superpowers, The Huaxia region where we are located established the East China University for superpowers. As long as everyone can reach level D, they can enter this university. But this also means that some of you who are taking the college entrance examination must give up your original school and participate in training here. However, if you are confident in your cultural strength, we will not stop you from applying for other colleges. The choice is in your hands. After returning today, I hope you can discuss with your parents whether to go to an ordinary university or university for superpowers. We will not force it. If someone wants to practice superpowers but does not want to lose their academic performance, we can contact the school to hold evening self-study classes and gather excellent teachers in the evening to teach cultural courses to interested students. But before that, I want to remind you that once you are expelled from the special ability class, you will only have the choice of going to an ordinary university, and there will be no extra points for special abilities. Losers are not eligible for extra points. If you are willing to stay, but are unwilling to train well and unwilling to learn cultural knowledge, then you are digging your own grave. I hope you will tell your parents about this. Those who are willing to come, please gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. 10 points will be deducted for being late. Disbanded. Everyone dispersed and walked towards the school gate. What do you think? Zheng Qing and Qin Ji walked together and asked. Of course I'll go to the University of Superpowers. I can't miss this opportunity. Anyway, my academic performance is not good. Qin Ji said, what about you? Me. Zheng Qing was stunned. I don't know. What's the problem? Going to the East China University of Superpowers can improve your superpower strength, and superpowers will definitely be popular in the future. As the first batch of people, we can naturally enjoy the greatest benefits. If you go to other universities, the world will change after graduation, and the competition among peers is so fierce. Don't you think so? So it's better to apply for the East China University of Superpowers. At worst, if you don't get into the University of Superpowers, the worst that can happen is that you can repeat a year and then go to other universities. Qin Ji said it clearly. Zheng Qing thought of the test papers he had done in the past 3 years, and his heart ached. He had made so many preparations, but the world changed when he was about to leave. New and more trendy professions are rising. And he happened to have an advantage in this profession. It was really fate that 3 years of hard work were not as good as the current situation. Chapter 32 The First Person. When Zheng Qing returned home in the evening, he told his parents what happened at school. After listening, Zheng's father pondered for a while and said, what do you think? Zheng Qing pondered for a while and said, you can go. At least after graduating from the supernatural school, the employment situation will be much better. Zheng's father pursed his lips tightly and said, it sounds good, but have you ever thought about how narrow the employment opportunities are after graduating from the supernatural school? After graduating from the supernatural school, you can either enter a security company or join a security deacon committee to engage in armed protection work. This is not as easy as a civilian job. If you are not careful, people will bleed and die. Otherwise, where can you go with your abilities? Be someone's personal bodyguard. Zheng Qing didn't think of this. Then I won't go. He asked tentatively. It's not good not to go. Who knows what the world will be like in the future? Zheng's father said anxiously, I've also read the news on the internet. Some places have already started to get into trouble because of people with superpowers. Ordinary security stewards have no way to stop people with superpowers. You go to a superpower school, learn, and at least you can protect yourself when you come back. But what if you are recruited to maintain law and order in turbulent areas? Zheng's mother couldn't help but interrupt. Some places are very chaotic, and you don't know if you can come back if you go there. Zheng's father sighed. It will be our turn sooner or later. If the Earth Federation cannot stabilize the situation and stop the ambitious people who have emerged because of superpowers, children will not be safe wherever they go. Learn more skills so that you can cope with crises in the future without having to ask others for help. How many people can come to save you at that time? Zheng's mother worriedly said, that's too dangerous. It's better to be an ordinary person and find an ordinary job. You still don't understand, Zheng's father said angrily. The development of the world trend is like a surging wave. The child can now stand on the crest of the wave and be the first to eat crabs. This is something that many people would rather do than want. Do you still want to refuse? Just like the change of eras in the past few hundred years, is there any way for humans to stop it? No. If not, we have to adapt and look forward. We can't always focus on the present and the past and use our experience to point the way for children. The world is developing too fast. What use is our experience? Zheng's mother looked unhappy and looked at Zheng Qing. Do you want to go? Zheng Qing thought of the supernatural criminals he encountered in the park near the community last time. Under the surface tranquility of the city, there is still some undercurrent. If you went, he would have an excuse to contact the Security Deacon Committee, the maintainer of social order in peacetime. Moreover, because of the last incident, he might have entered the side of the Security Deacon Committee. Instead of being monitored, it is better to get close to them, dispel the doubts about himself, and gain convenience for his future actions. When he has to use his abilities in the future, he can also have a reasonable explanation. Go ahead, Zheng Qing nodded and said firmly. Zheng's father said, the kids have said they're going, so it's settled. Zheng's mother had to compromise, okay, let's go. After the family meeting, Zheng Qing returned to his room, lay on the bed, and opened the spiritual tour system again to see if there were any new tasks. The existence of Zheng Qing clearly told Zheng Qing that there were a group of people in the world who had awakened their abilities first and had already mastered the methods and means of developing their abilities. The establishment of the East China University of Superpowers marked that this method of developing superpowers had been systematically established. Now that the secrets about superpowers have begun to be revealed, most likely the Earth Union has the confidence to stabilize the situation, or there will be a superpower boom in the future. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of control in the future, the Earth Union can only announce the news and attract people who have awakened their superpowers as a talent reserve, absorb them into the Earth Union, and prepare for the future superpower boom. No matter what, in order to protect himself, his family and friends, Zheng Qing felt that he needed to become stronger. Only if he is strong can he remain calm in the face of any sudden events in the future. There are still no tasks in the task column. Zheng Qing was wondering if the Lingyao system had forgotten to assign him a task. He quit in disappointment, pulled up the quilt and went to sleep. He had to catch the bus tomorrow morning to avoid being deducted points for being late. That night passed. Zheng Qing got on the bus in the early morning mist. He held the hanging ring and waited for the bus to arrive at a stop in front of the school gate. Suddenly, the normally running bus had a flat tire and skidded to one side. Everyone in the car screamed in panic. Zheng Qing was instantly refreshed, thinking that he was not so unlucky. He encountered a car accident last time he took a bus, and this time he encountered a car accident. He quickly held the hanging ring tightly, feeling the drift of the bus on the road, and his eyes swept through the window, and saw a car that failed to brake in time and hit it directly. With a bang, the bus shook, and the screams in the car were louder. But in Zheng Qing's opinion, it was not a big deal. It just hit a pothole on the bus. The car slowed down its speed in advance and did not cause much impact. Fortunately, this is a city road, and the speed of vehicles is relatively slow. Zheng Qing glanced at the clock on the car, worried that he would be late for school, so it would not be worth it to be deducted 10 points. It was about 7:35 now, and it was still in time to get off the car and run back to school. The cars on the road also stopped driving and parked outside the accident scene. Zheng Qing took this opportunity to ask the driver to open the door and get out of the car, and ran all the way back to school. The place where the accident happened this time was very close to the last time. Zheng Qing had a strange feeling on the road again. Looking at the platform next to the slope, it was the same boy as last time, wearing a hood, with his hands in his pockets, and his head down facing the road. Who is this person? Zheng Qing was puzzled and looked at him a few more times. The boy also noticed Zheng Qing, glanced at Zheng Qing gloomily, turned around and walked away. How strange. Zheng Qing thought to himself, and quickened his running speed. When he arrived at the school, Zheng Qing slowed down and walked to the playground together. Most of the students in the supernatural class gathered together in classes. At 8 o'clock, Zheng Qing appeared on time, carrying his black steel suitcase. He saw everyone and shouted, "Assemble!" Everyone gathered together, forming an uncoordinated and untidy formation. Zheng Qing saw this scene, and did not have the extra thought to adjust the formation of everyone. He looked at everyone and said, "Since you have chosen to stay, you must work harder and don't waste your opportunity. D level may seem simple, but it is enough to eliminate most of you. Now I will start to call out the list. When the name is called, go and get the equipment for training. Li Wenfeng. Yes. Li Ziolian. Yes. Zheng Qing. Yes. Zheng Qing went to the warehouse, where the security deacon was guarding and responsible for distributing equipment. He took his own white paper with 2 holes in a 10-meter-long red plastic robe, walked back to the place where he was yesterday, tied the white paper to the tree, and saw that the chalk line drawn by Zheng yesterday was still there, so he put away the red plastic robe, walked behind the chalk line, stared at the white paper, and adjusted the light. Because of the early morning mist, the light is relatively weak at present, and the same amount of light will not produce as good an effect as when the sun is strong. For Zheng Qing at present, his supernatural talent is greatly limited by the weather. If there is no light at night, he can't do anything. Calm down and stabilize your spirit. Zheng Qing silently recited the 8-character formula he summarized. As long as his will remains firm when manipulating the light, he can change the light to the greatest extent. As he began to operate, the light around him slowly dimmed. Other people practicing on the playground saw Zheng Qing's situation, and while envious and jealous, they also secretly stepped up their own training. Halfway through the morning, it was time for physical exercise. But because the playground was occupied by the supernatural class, the school had to cancel it. Many curious students came to the edge of the playground outside the cordon that was set up at some point, watching the people training on the playground. Many people noticed Zheng Qing, because there was a lot of empty space near him, which was eye-catching, especially the area where he was still dimming, like a light bulb that was about to end its life, flickering. "Who is that person?" A girl pointed at Zheng Qing and asked. "I don't know him," the girl next to him answered. "That's Zheng Qing, my friend," Niu Dana said as he approached the 2 girls with a shy face. "He seems to be very powerful," the girl said at first. Niu Dana nodded, and then chatted with the 2 girls. The light around Zheng Qing returned to its original state. He sighed softly and looked at the sky. God was not kind to him, and he would not be able to achieve the goal given to him by Zheng if he continued like this. He had to think of a way, Zheng Qing thought. His original method was to absorb the light into himself, fuse it and strengthen it, and then emit it. The current method was to bypass himself, directly change the way the light went, and concentrate the light into a point, but this method was very dependent on God. If God didn't give face, it would be completely useless. He still had to take the first method. The first method was a bit complicated, but it was safer and didn't have to worry about environmental factors, or in other words, he didn't have to worry about environmental factors as much as the second method. Both methods had their own advantages and disadvantages, and were suitable for different environments. Zheng Qing treated them accordingly. He gave up the second method and began to absorb the light and gather it into his body. "Look, the place where Zheng Qing is has turned dark." One of the girls that Niu Dana had approached pointed in surprise in the direction of Zheng Qing, who was in a separate area. A dark space like a cube was slowly getting bigger, swallowing up the surrounding light. "That's when he's going to use his ultimate move." Niu Dana had chatted with Qinji online and knew about Zheng Qing, so he quickly explained. Zheng was paying attention to Zheng Qing's situation. Seeing this scene, he whispered, "Have you changed your mindset? This time, when shooting out the light, you can't use a point-to-point direct attack, which would easily penetrate the white paper. You have to spread the light out after shooting it out, use a point to face the surface, and spread the irradiation area. In this way, you can continuously output energy to the white paper, and I don't believe it won't burn." Zheng Qing made up his mind and started to implement it. He stretched out his index finger, pointed at the white paper, and shot out a blazing white light. Under Zheng Qing's careful control, the light spread out from a beam and divided into several tiny strands that shot at the white paper. After about half a minute, the white paper burst into flames. The flames burned quickly, and suddenly burned the robe, burning it off. Zheng Qing saw his success, and stood up excitedly with a bright smile. "Success!" Niu Dana shouted. "See, Zheng Qing is the first to complete the training goal." He proudly showed off to the girl. Chapter 33 Expanded Training. Zheng Qing went to find Zheng and reported the training results. Many eyes inside and outside the playground were focused on Zheng Qing, who stole the limelight. But for Zheng Qing, this was natural. His physical fitness was enhanced by the Ling-Yao system and was far superior to that of ordinary people. If he could not succeed in front of them, it would be a shame. "You have a good talent," Zheng praised, and said, "The next training will be more rigorous, follow me." Zheng Qing was slightly excited. He was not afraid of rigorous training, but was only worried that he could not make progress. He could patiently force himself to do the test papers, so he could naturally force himself to train repeatedly. Nothing could be more exciting than seeing oneself stronger than yesterday. Zheng Qing asked the security deacon who was guarding the warehouse for a slightly thicker copper plate, and then walked back to the green tree, took a rope through the hole in the copper plate, and tied the copper plate to the tree. Now your goal is to turn this copper plate into copper liquid. This. Zheng Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. The difficulty of the goal increased dramatically. He originally thought that it should be done step by step. Why, do you think it's too difficult? Zheng Qing asked. Zheng Qing stared at the copper plate and remained silent. You have to understand that the core of superpowers is fighting, and fighting must involve damage. If you can't even cause damage, your practice is in vain. Zheng Qing said, imagine, what should you do if there is a hail of bullets fired at you? You have nowhere to hide, and you have nowhere to dodge. You must face these bullets head-on. Either you make the bullets disappear, or you turn into a sieve. The purpose of superpowers is to use absolute force to transcend the limitations of technology. If you are within the damage range of firearms and artillery, you cannot be considered to have made progress. Of course, this is something that most superpowers cannot achieve at present. Because today's superpower battles are still security battles, there is no need for the army to go out. But in places we can't see, superpowers are growing rapidly. The future world is bound to be full of crises, and you are weak and can only serve as cannon fodder. If you want to decide your own destiny, you must be strong enough to transcend the threats brought to you by technology. You think my requirements are excessive now? There is no other reason. The only reason is that you are too weak. When you can control light to melt copper plates, you can melt bullets and artillery before they hit you. Only then can you save your life in the face of modern means. Don't forget that you are standing in a modern world with advanced technology, not a barbaric and bloody era of disorder. Why would someone who can blow your head off with a gun use superpowers? Student understands. Zheng Qing's heart sank. Yes, no matter how much stronger Zheng Qing is now than an ordinary person, he is still a flesh and blood body, and a bullet is enough to be fatal to him. Zheng Qing stared at Zheng Qing and said, your talent is better than others. I hope you can grow strong enough. The city is not safe. Many forces are fighting in the dark night. When one day you see violence exposed, it will be our failure. The rules of the city will be rewritten, and the hidden forces will rise in the light. Nowadays, security deacons are on short supply in every place. Ordinary security deacons who have not awakened their superpowers have also begun to change their guns and replaced them with more powerful pistols and rifles. Even sniper teams are being established. If the underground forces in Xinjiang rise, don't expect other regions to send security deacons to help. No one has extra power to support other places. The world is destined to go through a period of chaos and tension. This period will only end when your group of people grow up. So the faster you grow, the faster this period will end. Do you understand? Zheng Qing nodded solemnly. Remember to keep it secret, Zheng Qing reminded before leaving. Zheng Qing exhaled, his face heavy, and returned behind the chalk line. The matter was indeed very serious. He looked at the slightly shaking copper plate, trying to concentrate the light and use the heat energy to melt it. God knows how long this will take. So Zheng Qing gave up this stupid idea after a while, and then tried to attack the copper plate again. Light gun. Zheng Qing stretched out his index finger and whispered. After a burst of energy, the blazing white light shot out and hit the copper plate, making the copper plate spin in circles and emitting a slight white mist. When the copper plate stopped, there was only a black mark on the surface. Water drips through stone, and if you keep hitting the copper plate with a light gun, there will be a day when you can erase the copper plate. But that will take too long. I'm afraid it will take several months. I should think of a way to increase the power of the light gun and reduce the energy gathering time. It would be best if I could reach the state of being able to shoot at will. Zheng Qing stopped, sat cross-legged, and thought, facing the copper plate. After thinking about it, the simplest way came to his mind, which was to complete the task and get points to upgrade. There is nothing that cannot be achieved by improving basic strength. If not, then continue to improve, and pile up your basic strength to the ceiling of others. But recently, for some reason, no tasks have appeared. Could it be that the Lingyao system noticed that I have a strong talent for solving problems, and deliberately set restrictions to limit myself from solving tasks? It's not so flexible. If I can't do the task, this method is naturally useless. Zheng Qing began to think of other ways, trying to enhance his affinity with the light elements. He pulled all the light elements near the campus to himself, absorbed them into his body, and used the light magic body to keep these light elements in his body. He wanted to accumulate light elements so that he could reach the state of generating light as soon as possible. Even if this goal could not be achieved, the next best thing was to increase the power of the light gun and reduce the time to cast skills. When Zheng Qing had collected all the light elements around him, he started to use the light gun to check the effect. Light gun. There was a light bang. Zheng Qing's release speed was significantly improved, but the power did not seem to increase, and it was still the same as before. Without the ability to increase power, even if the speed is increased, it won't have much effect. This worries Zheng Qing. He looked up at the sky, wondering if he could plunder light over a large area, concentrate all the light near the school, and through continuous plundering and collection, turn all the energy into an output, so that he might be able to cause some damage to the copper plate. But does he have such a strong mental ability? The coverage area is too large, which is a big burden for him. Zheng Qing tried to expand his mental border and concentrate on absorbing light. However, as the mental border expanded, Zheng Qing's control over the light within the range also weakened as the distance of the border increased. This is not good. Is there no other good way? Zheng Qing ended his attempt and stared at the copper plate. It would be great if there was a light source emitting strong energy next to him now. Throughout the day, Zheng Qing kept trying various methods, but none of them caused much damage to the copper plate. It seemed that it would be impossible to complete the second training goal in a short time. School was over in the evening. Zheng Qing and Qin Ji stood at the station waiting for the bus. Many students were crowded at the station. It might be a fierce battle to get on the bus later. How's your practice going? Zheng Qing asked. It's okay. The shadow can reach the iron brick, but it can't pick it up. Qin Ji replied. You can try to pick up the bottle of mineral water in front of you first, Zheng Qing suggested. I thought so too, but the shadow is just attached to the ground. It is a two-dimensional existence. If you want the shadow to pick up the mineral water bottle, at least make it a three-dimensional existence. Qin Ji has also done his homework. Come on, Zheng Qing encouraged with a smile. Why don't you buy an electric motorcycle? Qin Ji suddenly said. Why? Zheng Qing was puzzled. First, Han Yuan also has one, and you can ride an electric motorcycle to and from school together in the future. Second, you can also take me home every day, so that you and I can save a sum of money on the fare. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Qin Ji said seriously. You are about to graduate, are you going to buy it and put it in the parking lot? Zheng Qing said unhappily. Oh. The bus is coming, I'm leaving first. Qin Ji said when he saw the bus coming. Not long after, the bus Zheng Qing was waiting for arrived at the station. He squeezed to the front of the bus, got on the bus first, and found a good place to stand inside. The bus passed the place where the accident happened this morning. Zheng Qing subconsciously looked out the window at the slope outside, but because of the angle, Zheng Qing did not see if there was anyone on the platform of the slope. After arriving home, Zheng Qing went back to bed to rest after dinner. He was thinking about the copper coin problem in his mind again. How to increase the power of his light. He thought that there would be no result until 10 o'clock in the evening, so he shook his head helplessly, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, and prepared to go to bed. Before going to bed, Zheng Qing checked the Lingyao system with some expectations in his heart. In the task column, another task appeared. Ancient Martial Arts World. There is no extra task introduction. It seems that only by entering the task can you know what the task world is like. Zheng Qing thought of the current problem and wanted to use the time difference in the spiritual world to help himself come up with a solution in advance. Even if there is no solution, practice makes perfect. He can also summarize something by staying in the spiritual world for a few months and practicing shooting copper plates with a light gun every day. So Zheng Qing did not hesitate and chose to carry out the task. The white light lit up, and when it dissipated, Zheng Qing appeared in an ancient courtyard wearing armor and a sword hanging from his waist. Zheng Qing immediately checked the task introduction. You are now one of the personal guards of Yuan Sheng, the general of Dalian State, and you are responsible for protecting his safety. In this task, Yuan Sheng is your master. If you support him to achieve great things, you will get a bonus of twice the points. If you replace the master, you will not get a bonus. Then at the end of the task, there is another option, whether to trigger the current world data. Zheng Qing chose yes, which would help him complete the task. The current world is a dispute among nations. Dalian occupies most of the world, but there are Shu in the southwest, Chu in the southeast, Bohe in the northeast, Murandan in the north, Yihu nomadic empire in the northwest, and Yuman in the west. All countries want to attack Dalian and take over the world. The ruler of Dalian is now a 12-year-old boy, Yuan Yawei, who has not yet taken power. The power of the empire is in the hands of the royal family Yuancheng. After reading the world information, Zheng Qing was a little puzzled. The master he served was the actual ruler of the largest empire in the world. This task was too simple. He also gave twice the points bonus. Isn't this a gift? The spiritual world would be so kind. Is there a pith waiting for him? However, this task is quite novel. He actually gave an identity. Is the current rule role-playing? Zheng Qing pressed the hilt of the sword with one hand, stepped out of the yard in a proper manner, and went to find his master, General Yuancheng. Chapter 34 Powerful Officials. When Zheng Qing heard that Yuancheng was not on the general's mansion, he was stunned for a moment. When Zheng Qing heard that Yuancheng was in the palace, he was stunned for a moment. When Zheng Qing heard that Yuancheng entered the palace yesterday evening, Zheng Qing could still comfort Yuancheng that he was busy with state affairs and was loyal to the country, not forgetting the suffering of the common people and not thinking about the happiness of the royal family. But when the personal guards who were traveling with him told Zheng Qing clearly that Yuancheng entered the palace to go to the palace maids, Zheng Qing was really stunned. God, this is a powerful official. Will the little emperor spare you when he grows up? When the whole family is executed, don't you, the personal guard, follow him to the vegetable market in a muddle? You may also be a border soldier. Since ancient times, how many powerful officials have good things? If they don't usurp the throne, they will die and their whole family will suffer. Could it be that this master, relying on his royal status, has also moved the idea of aspiring for the artifact? But if you want a beautiful woman, can't you stay at home? What are you doing in the palace? Seeking excitement? Or are you afraid that others don't know that you are arrogant? Or are you unscrupulous because you have mastered the overall situation? Zheng Qing hopes it is the latter, which is at least beneficial for completing his mission. The fear is that he will encounter a nouveau riche, and he has not dealt with many people, but he has already served the first. He and other guards guard the confidential matters in the general's mansion every day. Military and national affairs are often sent here for processing, but the current peace in the four borders is a rare leisurely day. About half an hour later, an official who was close to Yuancheng came to the confidential room and told him that the general had returned to the mansion and ordered him to come to handle the confidential matters. Zheng Qing looked at the other guards who were accustomed to it, and his heart skipped a beat. Such an important power was handed over to others. Is the general too careless, or is he good at controlling people? It must be the latter, it must be the latter. He dared to enter the palace to find a palace maid, so he should not be a person who covets pleasure. The general can be so confident, he must have mastered the situation, so he can be so relieved. Zheng Qing comforted himself, but he still asked Niuer, the personal guard standing guard beside him, what did the general do after returning to the palace? Niuer was very simple and whispered, I entertained ministers, watched singing and dancing beauties, and took washes in. This was a completely peaceful and happy scene. The general was so self-indulgent that he must have great power in his hands, as stable as Mount I. All the villains were dormant. Before the little emperor came of age and took power, the general's dog head must be able to stay safely on his neck. Zheng Qing asked Niuer about the situation of the Dalian court. He knew in his heart that there must be many spiritual envoys in Dalian who had entered the role-playing game. He had better understand the situation, so as to avoid hostile forces targeting his arrogant and foolish master without knowing it. Niuer also told him carefully. From Niuer, Zheng Qing initially understood the situation of the Dalian court. In the court, Dalian can basically be divided into two major forces, the Royal Military Merit Group and the Aristocratic Family Group. Under the two major groups, there are many camps of their own. Niuer didn't say this, and he probably didn't know. The current situation is that the Royal Military Merit Group is headed by General Yuancheng, and the Aristocratic Family Group is headed by Tifu Tuobadaran. However, Tuobadaran is old and sick, and has not been in charge for a long time. The Aristocratic Family Group has been obviously suppressed by the Royal Military Merit Group, but thanks to Yuancheng's superb communication skills, or his inaction, he does not infringe on the interests of all parties and only seeks his own enjoyment. Everyone has no big opinions about him, probably just waiting for the little emperor to grow up. But I don't know if Yuan Cheng really thinks that he is invincible, supported by heroes, and deeply popular. He can grab the benefits that only the emperor can enjoy. All the tributes of beauties are sent to his home first, and those that are not wanted are returned to the emperor to demonstrate his authority. Zheng Qing felt that Yuan Chundu had made it to this point, and if he advanced, he would have a glimmer of hope. If he retreated, his whole family would die. If he did not advance or retreat, he would be killed. But he still felt quite good about himself and enjoyed himself with peace of mind. Could it be that money and beauty could really move people's hearts, and he had been addicted to them and could not extricate himself, forgetting the danger he was in? Zheng Qing was a little worried. He was not worried about Yuan Cheng, but about his own task. You said that you had made it to this point, so you should find a way to quickly win people's hearts, abolish the little emperor and replace him yourself. Now that he did nothing, was it because he lacked the courage, or was powerless, or was he really enjoying himself with peace of mind, thinking that he was a member of the royal family and should be treated as an emperor? What kind of desperate idea was this? It seemed that the double point bonus was not for nothing. He might be in big trouble, but now that he was of low status, his words might not be useful, not to mention the big event of instigating rebellion. It would be good if he was not ordered by Yuan Cheng to be dragged out and chopped off first. How to break the situation? Zheng Qing stared at a pine tree outside the confidential room. Instead of thinking about cleaning up the mess, he thought about how to improve his supernatural power. It didn't matter if Yuan Cheng died. It was good that he could escape. Maybe he could find a way to get some points. He mobilized the surrounding light to focus on the pine tree and thought about how to improve the power of his supernatural power. Niur, who was standing guard at the side, noticed that the pine tree suddenly became dazzling, and the surroundings seemed to be dark. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Bang! The pine tree suddenly caught fire and burst into flames. Niur was shocked and shouted, "It's on fire, put it out." Zheng Qing saw the pine tree on fire, and then he remembered that he was in the heavily guarded general's mansion, not in the playground. He quickly drew his sword and stepped down the stairs, cut off the head of the pine tree with the sword, and stepped out the flames. The confidential room suddenly opened, and the official just now came out and asked, "What happened?" "The pine tree suddenly caught fire," Niur replied. "How could the pine and cypress suddenly catch fire?" the official questioned sternly. Zheng Qing put away his sword, stepped back a few steps, and showed the treetops with burn marks under his feet, saying, "We don't know, but when we saw the pine and cypress on fire, we immediately cut off the treetops and stepped in the fire to put out the fire." How could it be so strange? The official walked down the stairs and looked at the treetops with obvious flames on the ground. Could it be a warning from heaven? Niur said in panic. "What nonsense, go and ask the general to come," the official ordered. Niur hurriedly left. Zheng Qing stayed here, watching the other parties staring at the pine and cypress on the ground and thinking about the reason. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Zheng Qing's mind. Why didn't he create a god? If he could make others believe that Yuan Cheng was sacred, then it would surely inspire Yuan Cheng's ambition and make him take another step forward. As long as Yuan Cheng could ascend the throne of emperor, his mission would be completed, and then he would have points to improve the basic attribute level. Zheng Qing had made up his mind. It was not difficult for him to create a god. As long as he focused a light behind Yuan Cheng's head and then radiated it, he would not be afraid that no one would kneel down and call him a living Buddha. Not long after, there was a lot of noisy footsteps rushing here. What happened? Yuan Cheng came with a group of people. The pine and cypress caught fire for no reason. "I'm afraid it's not a good sign." The official stepped forward and said, "It's dry and dry, so it's not surprising to have such a strange situation." A person behind Yuan Cheng raised an objection. It was obvious that the two people didn't get along. Zheng Qing secretly began to focus the light and prepare his own plan to create a god. Yuan Cheng couldn't make up his mind between the two people, and said, "Just let the subordinates pay attention to this matter, don't think it's strange." Yes, the official had to bow his head. Zheng Qing was fully prepared and immediately implemented his plan. In an instant, light radiated from behind Yuan Cheng's head, like a halo. The people surrounding him were all pierced in the eyes by the light. Zheng Qing was about to shout that the auspicious omen from heaven had fallen, and that his lord was divine, but unexpectedly, the man who had raised the objection before knelt on the ground at a faster speed and in a more rounded posture, and shouted, "He Tong pays homage to the gods." Yuan Cheng was stunned, not knowing what was going on. Zheng Qing was dumbfounded, watching He Tuang sticking his butt out, bowing his head and kneeling on the ground, with mixed feelings in his heart. After all, he was a smart person, and he was so smooth and fast in grabbing the credit. Pay homage to the gods. The people behind him also half knelt down to Yuan Chang. Each of them was not an ordinary person, they were all smart. Zheng Qing half knelt down with the others unwillingly, thinking that Yuan Chang was surrounded by flatterers. How could he flatter him? In front of a group of flatterers, wouldn't he, a flatterer, be eaten to death? Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing his parents. Now that he can't even flatter them, his future is simply dark. What are you doing? Yuan Chang was still confused. There's a brilliant light behind your head. We thought you were a god in the world, so we knelt down to worship you. Now that you have spoken, we have realized that you are a god born to save the world. The bright light behind your head is the evidence. We are so lucky to follow you. I am so grateful that I can't help myself. Please forgive me. He Tuang said with emotion. Zheng Qing was desperate. No way, big brother, you flatter me so much that I can't leave any room for survival. Are you going to give others a chance to perform? If I hadn't planned this brilliant light myself, I would have suspected that you had read the script beforehand and reacted faster than me, and said a lot of witty words. You don't have to be like this. Get up quickly. Yuan Chang gradually understood the situation. He Tuang stood up and wiped the tears from his eyes. Zheng Qing was amazed. This is called acting. Your acting skills are 18 stories higher than mine. This improvisational reaction is really amazing. The smart people are really smart. People like me can only marvel at it. Come on, get a mirror for the general, so that the general can see the light behind his head. He Tuang hurriedly called out. Oh, forget it, I'd better be a guard honestly. Zheng Qing thought, let alone competing with other spiritual envoys. These people are so smart, and I, an honest little shrimp, should not get involved in their affairs. Otherwise, I will be used as a knife without knowing it. Zheng Qing felt sad in his heart. In terms of smartness, these people who have been in power for many years are smarter. Soon, a guard brought a mirror for Yuan Chang, and He Tuang personally held the mirror so that Yuan Chang could see the light behind his head. When Yuan Chang saw the halo behind his head, he laughed out loud, looking very proud, and said, I am not a god. This is a good omen from heaven. Good things are coming. You don't have to be afraid. But this should be celebrated in a good start for the good things that are coming. You should make arrangements quickly. I want the whole government to celebrate and all officials to enjoy together. Well, he didn't have to do anything, and this god was created by himself. Zheng Qing felt depressed. The spiritual world was too realistic and cruel. He didn't even have the chance to perform. Although the saying goes that opportunities are snatched, the competition is too fierce. Yuan Chang left again amid the flattery of a group of people. The official who stayed to handle the affairs angrily threw his sleeves and returned to the confidential room. Zheng Qing could see that he was as upset as himself, for not being able to flatter before He Tuang. It seems that flattering is also a difficult skill. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Old Acquaintance. Zheng Qing and Niu returned to their original posts. The excitement and glory belonged to others, but the loneliness belonged to themselves. As the mastermind behind the whole thing, Zheng Qing felt lonely because he did not get any benefit. He once doubted whether he was too stupid. Suddenly, a guard came back. Zheng Qing saw that the man looked familiar and could not help but look at him a few more times. The guard smiled at Zheng Qing. Suddenly, Zheng Qing remembered who this person was, Li Zuanai. I'll take your shift. You and your brothers can go drink and celebrate. Li Zuanai walked over to Niu and said. Niu was delighted to hear this, so he said goodbye to Zheng Qing and left. I didn't expect to see you again. Li Zuanai stood at his post. Yes, Zheng Qing nodded. This is an epic mission. You have to be careful, Li Zuanai reminded. Epic mission? Zheng Qing looked puzzled. Yes, this mission will take a long time, maybe more than 10 years. The degree of freedom is also extremely high, and there will be some dangerous guys who will do whatever it takes to achieve the mission goal. Li Zuanai knew that Zheng Qing was a newcomer and didn't know the situation, So he explained it to him. But this world also has its own military force to check and balance them, so they can't be unscrupulous. Zheng Qing was relieved. Their target will be us. Under the same master, it is their common practice to remove a few people with high merits to raise their own rankings. This is an epic mission with generous rewards. Of course, there are also some legendary figures who will deliberately support civilians in order to get higher scores, but this kind of thing often fails more than it succeeds, so it is called a legend by other spiritual messengers. Li Zuanai explained. But won't you lose the point bonus if you abandon the original master? Zheng Qing asked, puzzled by this behavior. That's right, but the more difficult the mission is, the more generous the point reward will be, and this is what those people want, Li Zuanai said. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Zheng Qing thought, those people are really bold, but compared with them, another group of dangerous elements is more worthy of his concern. These guys are purely for the benefit of points. If he gets in their way, he might be finished. Do you have any ideas now? Zheng Qing asked. No, the epic mission is also difficult for me. I feel like I have nowhere to start. And the position of the general is stable, and I don't see any challenges. Li Zuanai suddenly lowered his voice and said, although he is stupid, he holds the power of the army and has the title of assisting the government. If someone wants to take action, I'm afraid they will have to use assassins with high martial arts skills. Zheng Qing didn't expect that their views on Yu Wencheng were surprisingly consistent. Stripping off the confusing clothes of power, Yu Wencheng's ability to be the ruler of a great country is really worrying. It is difficult for him to accomplish things, but it is easy to do bad things. Have you found other spiritual envoys? Zheng Qing didn't want to waste time on Yu Wencheng's ability. No, you are the first one. Li Zuanai replied. The general may seem unbearable, but he has a righteous reputation and is a member of the royal family. If there is no special situation, it will be very difficult for outsiders to abolish this position. Are there any recent developments in the court or any unusual situations in the 4 neighboring countries? Zheng Qing knew that there must be more than 2 spiritual envoys in the general's mansion, but he was not in a hurry at this moment, so he analyzed the current situation and said, I don't know about the 4 neighboring countries. As for the court, the emperor will go to the city to worship his ancestors in a few days, and all the officials will accompany him. Li Zuanai remembered what he heard when he came back from the palace. Based on the previous plot arrangements in the spiritual world, it is very likely that something will happen on the day of the ancestor worship. Looking at the 2 times the bonus benefits, I estimate that the general will be finished on that day. Zheng Qing said, combining previous events. I think so too, otherwise the 2 times the bonus benefits are not easy to get. I estimate that the people who can take action against the general in the current alien court are the Queen Mother, the little emperor, the tutor, and the general's 2 younger brothers, Yu Wenyi and Yu Wensun. Li Zuanai also agreed. How is the power of the Empress Dowager's relatives in the court? I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be big. The little emperor wants to go out to worship his ancestors, and there's nothing we can do. The Grand Tutor is old and sick, and has been away from state affairs for a long time. I'm afraid he won't live long, and that won't work either. It seems that the danger will come from the general's 2 younger brothers seizing power. I've seen those 2 people before. They're good-for-nothings who can use their power to do evil, but if they encounter danger suddenly, I'm afraid they won't be much better than their brother. In this way, everyone is ruled out. There must be something we have overlooked. Without enough intelligence and clues, we can't understand the situation correctly. But you and I both have the duties of personal guards, and our daily actions are arranged. Where can we search for clues? What are you 2 whispering about outside? The door of the confidential room opened, and the depressed director looked at the 2 people standing guard outside with dissatisfaction. Stop making noise. A higher-ranking official can crush a lower-ranking official. Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai were silent, playing their roles well. If they failed, they would lose the double bonus. They had to endure it for the sake of the bonus. The director then closed the door angrily and went into the house to deal with the affairs. Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had to wait until the shift was changed. When the successor guards came, Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai handed in their tasks and went to a secluded place with few people to discuss the next cooperation and find a way to keep Yu Wencheng's power. Now the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. The 2 of them don't know where the enemy will appear and overturn Yu Wencheng's stall. Zheng Qing learned from the last experience and lessons. It is possible that the Linggaya world will arrange the wild fox nomadic empire to suddenly go south, and the cavalry will advance likely to wipe out the central government of the Dalian court who went out to worship their ancestors. There is nothing in the world of the Linggaya world that the Linggaya world dares not arrange. All its arrangements are to set difficulties to test the Linggaya messengers. This is also the core rule of the operation of the Linggaya world. Rules and rationality can disappear in front of this core law. Li Zuanai said, "In my opinion, we should be careful. Even if we can't get the double bonus, don't lose your life. Just change a master and identity." Zheng Qing nodded. The identity given by the spiritual world is very pitfall. As a counselor, you can go out to inquire about information and provide advice. As a result, they are personal guards. Although they are close, they are not the ones who make decisions. Moreover, Yuan Chang indulges in sensual pleasures every day and never stays alone. It's hard to find him alone. You can't stand outside while Yuan Chang is going to the toilet and say, "General, I have something to tell you." If you don't say it to Yuan Chang's heart, you may have to beat yourself up. And the current situation is that Yuan Chang is very proud and enjoys himself. He can basically get what he wants. Who can compete with him? He is not the emperor, but he has the power of the emperor. What can you talk about with such a person who has realized his ideal life to attract his attention? Could it be that if he was persuaded to unify the world, he would have the ambition to do so, and he would go to the palace to find a maid? Alice, I am not afraid of the Lord's power, but I am afraid that the Lord has no ambition. You are already like this, you can give it a chance to rebel. Zheng Qing really felt embarrassed. He did not have the eloquence to persuade Yuan Chang to rebel, and it would not be worth it to be beheaded for a word that he did not like. Now we can only wait and see how the light wheel incident develops. Yuan Chang has so many subordinates, there will always be a few who will be tempted to have the merit of following the dragon. After being talked about too much, it is inevitable that Yuan Chang will also be tempted. Let's see how the situation develops. I hope Yuan Chang can survive until the day he wants to rebel. Li Zuanai suddenly said, "Did you make that light wheel?" Zheng Qing was stunned for a while, nodded and said, "I did." Li Zuanai sighed, "I hope it works." Zheng Qing spent the next few days on guard and rest during shift change, with no free time at all until the day of ancestor worship. He was going to go out of the city with the general. The ancestor worship team left Kyoto in a mighty manner, crossed the Wishu floating bridge and headed for the tomb of the previous emperor. "The incident will happen today," Li Zuanai said to Zheng Qing with a heavy face, riding a horse behind Yuan Chang. "Why will the incident happen?" Zheng Qing was also sure that something would happen today, but he still didn't understand where it would go wrong. There were too few intelligence and clues. This personal guard identity was almost useless except for being able to keep a close distance with Yuan Chang. This can be considered a gain and a loss. We will know when the time comes. You and I just need to save our lives. Li Zuanai was not optimistic about the development of the situation. "Have you discovered any masters in the mansion in the past few days?" Zheng Qing paid attention to this issue. "I didn't find any in the mansion, but there must be some in the palace. The little emperor is protected by a top-notch master. Did you notice the emperor's carriage?" Li Zuanai said. "Is there a master inside?" Zheng Qing guessed. A top-notch master, at the top level. Li Zuanai's face was extremely serious. "I dare not look at him anymore, for fear of being noticed by the people inside." Zheng Qing probably understood why Yuan Chang did not have the heart to rebel. It was probably because the masters in the palace did not express their opinions. They could not lead troops to attack the palace, right? That would undoubtedly show the world evil, and a mutiny to seize power would probably cause shocks in all directions. Even if Yuan Chang was a royal family member, it would not work, as he did not have the prestige to subdue the 4 regions. He had no merits and no virtues, and he mutinied in the palace in broad daylight to seize power. Even if he succeeded, he would not be emperor for long. The best way is to let the emperor take the initiative to abdicate, and everyone would make the transition politely. In this case, the support of the masters in the palace is needed, so that it would be convenient to invite the little emperor out. After all, if blood is seen, it will not sound good if it is spread out, and the old people loyal to the old master will inevitably be restless. If there is no support from the masters in the palace, it is also simple. It is the same to ask a master to go in and kill the masters in the palace. However, such masters are very rare. Even if Yuan Chang finds one, it is difficult to invite him. The ancestor worship team arrived at the Imperial Mausoleum, and the temporary rest camp had been set up. The team entered the camp to rest and prepare for the ancestor worship procedure. Yu Wencheng took his brothers and confidants to the little emperor, leaving Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai to guard his own tent. Will something happen? Zheng Qing stood bored and asked deliberately. It should be. The spiritual world will promote the development of things, Li Zuanai was sure. There is a sound of hooves. Zheng Qing was refreshed. Is it coming? Outside the raised curtain, a horse galloped in quickly, stopped the horse in front of the tent, jumped off, hurried to Zheng Qing, and asked hurriedly, "Where's the general?" Zheng Qing said, "Who are you and what do you want to see the general?" The man said anxiously, "The tutor is rebelling in the city, I came to inform the general." Sure enough. Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai looked at each other and told him the location of Yu Wencheng. Is there any chance of a comeback? Zheng Qing looked at Li Zuanai. He wanted to slip away and leave first. Since the spirit world was advancing the plot, judging from Yu Wencheng's point bonus, he was doomed to die this time. Chapter 36 Making Trouble. Let's wait and see, the current situation is still unclear, Li Zuanai said calmly. After getting through this, the next time will probably be even more troublesome. According to what you said before, not only will the spiritual world target us, but those who benefit from the points will also regard us as a thorn in their eyes, and other spiritual envoys who are loyal to different masters will also attack us. We will become everyone's enemy and the target of public criticism. Zheng Qing calmly told the consequences of the matter. Did you think of it? Li Zuanai was slightly surprised. I have always been sensitive to danger. Of course, you can also say that I am afraid of death, Zheng Qing said bluntly. Everyone is afraid of death, and I am afraid too, but the risk and benefit are obviously proportional. By then, we will absorb all the firepower. Once successful, the points reward will be amazing. You have persuaded me, Zheng Qing, let's do it. Li Zuanai's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. I wanted to persuade you to run away with me and find a good home, but I didn't expect that it would strengthen your determination. Since you said so, let's try it. But there is one thing. If things go wrong, I may leave without saying goodbye. You know my strength. I can't do anything when it comes to force. Zheng Qing made a deal in advance. If Li Zuanai wants to take risks to make a profit during the cooperation, don't blame yourself for leaving first. Okay, Li Zuanai agreed. What do you think next? We are limited by our identities and have too little information. We are not qualified to be chess players. At most, we can be an unexpected chess piece to promote the development of things. Zheng Qing expressed his thoughts. Wait? Li Zuanai said in a deep voice. Yes, wait? Zheng Qing agreed. Not long after, Yu Wencheng came back in a hurry. Everyone who came with him had a solemn face and felt that a disaster was coming. The Grand Tutor rebelled. What should I do? Yu Wencheng returned to the tent and lay down on the couch, supporting his forehead and sighing. The staff in the tent bowed their heads and said nothing. Brother, we should return to Kyoto as soon as possible, Yu stepped forward and said. When I came here, the Grand Tutor had already closed the city gates and sent troops to Wishu. Now I'm afraid he has occupied the Wishu floating bridge, cutting off our way back. The general who reported the news said. Everyone, why are you silent at this time? Yu Wencheng looked at his staff and questioned desperately. The Grand Tutor is rebelling, and you should ask your majesty. He Tong stepped out and said. I'm afraid this matter is not easy. The Grand Tutor is acting on the order of the Queen Mother, not to mention that your majesty is young, how can he decide this matter? Said the general who reported the news. Don't you have any good ideas? Yu Wencheng stamped his feet and shouted. Zheng Qing sighed secretly outside the tent. It seems that everyone has made great sacrifices in order to practice the skill of flattery. However, one trick can be used everywhere. If you flatter one master to death, there will be another master. There is always no shortage of people who like to listen to flattery in the world. Li Zuanai saw another person coming. He stepped forward to stop them and shouted, Who are you? We are entrusted by the Grand Tutor to deliver a letter for the general. The two literati who came said, You are lobbyists. Zheng Qing put his palm on the sword and shouted. Let them in. Yu Wencheng heard it in the tent and shouted weakly. Zheng Qing then let go of the hilt of the sword, stared at the two people, and let them enter the tent. General, the two bowed. Where is the Grand Tutor's letter? Yu Wencheng looked at the two people. One of them took out the letter and handed it to Yu Wencheng, saying, The Grand Tutor sent troops this time only to remove the general's military power, and there is no other intention. Please respect yourself, General, and don't make a mistake to disrupt the country and make a mistake. Yu Wencheng took the letter and read it. His face gradually improved. He was no longer as panicked as before, but he was still frowning. At this time, another person came outside. It must be a lobbyist. Zheng Qing let them go directly this time. The man who came was an old acquaintance of Yu Wencheng. Yu Wencheng was excited to see him and asked, "General, what is the situation in the city?" "The general's family is safe. The Grand Tutor has not sent troops to disturb them. The Grand Tutor sent me here to inform the general that if the general goes back, the Grand Tutor will only remove the general's military power and retain the general's wealth and honor, and will not harm the general's life. The Grand Tutor has sworn to heaven in front of the important officials of the court who stayed behind that he would not harm the general's life. Please return to the city as soon as possible." The man said, "The general must not return to the city. You should kill these 3 people. If he returns to the city, he will be killed by the Grand Tutor." When Yu Wencheng was wavering, He Tong stood up again. Yu Wencheng looked at He Tong, wavering, and said, "The Grand Tutor has sworn not to kill me, to keep me rich and noble, and will never betray me." He Tong argued, "The general holds the power of the world, how can he hand it over because of a word? Now that His Majesty is still in the camp, the Grand Tutor is rebelling, and the general should send troops to suppress it." The blue-clothed scholar scolded, "Nonsense, the Grand Tutor is acting in accordance with the Queen Mother's order, how can it be a rebellion? You are here to seduce the general and want to make the general's family be destroyed. This is the real ulterior motive. Be quiet, let me think for a moment." Yu Wencheng held his forehead and said with a headache, "General, His Majesty has sent someone." Li Zuanyi said outside the tent. Yu Wencheng raised his head, looked at the eunuch who came in, and asked, "I wonder what the emperor wants." The eunuch replied, "The emperor asked me to ask the general when he will return to the city." Yu Wencheng sighed and said, "The Grand Tutor has closed the city gates and occupied the Wishu floating bridge. I am afraid it will be difficult to return." The eunuch said, "This is the general's business. Please make a decision as soon as possible and don't keep your Majesty waiting for a long time." Yu Wencheng gritted his teeth, his eyes desperate, and said, "I will inform your Majesty immediately when I have a decision. You go back." The eunuch slowly left the tent. Yu Wen soon said, "Brother, the Grand Tutor has sworn to keep us safe, and there are all the ministers to testify. I think the Grand Tutor will not break his oath. Besides, the Grand Tutor is old and has only a few days to live. Your Majesty is young. Once the Grand Tutor leaves, you will definitely be asked to come out to assist in the government. Please endure this humiliation and return to the city." Return to the city. Yu Wencheng was about to compromise and looked at the staff in the tent. "You can't go back to the city." He Tong said seriously, "How can a man's life be decided by others? There are still 100,000 soldiers and horses of Yuan Xianji stationed in Huixanyang. Yi City is a strategic place in the world. We can go there and command the soldiers of the world to attack the imperial capital, destroy the Tifu, and put an end to this disaster." Yu Wenyi said, "Brother, we still have families in the city. If we send troops, our families may have no way to survive. Besides, Teifu knows military affairs. If no one responds to his brothers, if we are defeated by Teifu, then let alone a rich man, it will be difficult to even beg for life." Yu Wencheng's face was solemn, swallowing his saliva, leaning on the couch, silent. "I have something to say, I wonder if the general is willing to listen." Zheng Qing walked to the entrance of the tent, bowed, and said, "You say?" Yu Wencheng said at a loss. "General, you don't have to rush to make a decision. You can send someone to report to the Grand Tutor. You need one night to think about it, and report to the Grand Tutor tomorrow morning. The general can think about it quietly this night. If the Grand Tutor really has no intention of taking the general's life, he will definitely agree. If the Grand Tutor sends someone to urge him, he must be here to save the general's life. At that time, the general should not hesitate." Zheng Qing said calmly. "What do you think?" Yu Wencheng was undecided. "I think it's okay. If the Grand Tutor doesn't want to hurt the general's life, why urge the general to return to the city? Isn't it like covering one's ears and stealing the bell? One night is enough to verify the authenticity of the Grand Tutor." He Tong said anxiously. "Brother, things can't be delayed. If they are delayed, there will be changes." Yu Wenyi advised. Brother, my family and I are all in the city. Yu Wen soon also said. Quiet. All of you get out. I want to think alone. Yu Wencheng's voice became weaker and weaker, gradually like a mosquito. The general has given the order, why don't you leave? He Tong looked at the rest of the people in the tent in a stern voice. Everyone retreated outside the tent, refusing to leave, waiting for orders. Zheng Qing glanced at He Tong, who had retreated, and had some guesses about his origins in his mind. After He Tong came out, he also glanced at Zheng Qing, said nothing, turned around and walked away from the tent, not knowing what to do. Not long after, He Tong came back with a cup of honey water. Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai tacitly pretended not to see him and let him in. General, please drink the honey water and rest your mind. He Tong handed the cup out with both hands. Everyone outside the tent saw it clearly. Thank you, He Tong. Yu Wencheng took the honey water and drank it. General, you can rest for a night before making a decision, He Tong whispered softly. Yu Wencheng drank the honey water, nodded, and said, I understand. He Tong slowly left the tent. Everyone, come in. I have made up my mind. Yu Wencheng regained his composure, called everyone back in, and said, I intend to rest for a night and report to the Grand Tutor tomorrow. I'll trouble you to go back and inform the Grand Tutor about this matter. Please give me one night. Yu Wencheng looked at the general he knew. The general nodded and left the tent. Brother, Yu Wenyi and Yu Wen soon shouted anxiously. I have made up my mind. Brothers, please don't say too much. Leave. Yu Wencheng said calmly. Yu Wenyi and Yu Wen soon sighed and left the tent. You all leave. He Tong, you will entertain the two ministers. Don't neglect them. Yu Wencheng ordered. Yes, He Tong nodded at the entrance of the tent. Yu Wencheng sent everyone away and stayed alone in the tent, stunned and silent. Zheng Qing looked puzzled. Why did Yu Wencheng suddenly make up his mind? Is there something wrong with the cup of honey water? But it was not appropriate for him to think too much at this moment. If Yu Wencheng could stay, things would turn around. Even if it was just one night, it would be enough to do something. When Niuer and the others came to take over, Zheng Qing immediately went to a deserted place outside the camp with Li Zuanai to discuss in secret. Yu Wenyi and Yu Wen soon must die. Li Zuanai's words were earth-shattering. Zheng Qing was silent for a moment and nodded. The two men insisted on persuading Yu Wencheng to return to the city, and they really had to die. They could not stop Yu Wencheng from returning to the city unless they died. This matter can just be blamed on the Tifu, and Yu Wencheng's idea of returning to the city can be cut off. For his own life, he gave up his fantasy and went to Yedo to raise troops. Li Zuanai obviously had a plan in mind and had already calculated it. He Tong may be a person with the same stance as us. There is something wrong with his honey water. It is too abnormal for Yu Wencheng to make a decision immediately after drinking the honey water. Zheng Qing told his guests. The current situation is unclear, and we are about to be surrounded by enemies. It's best not to act rashly. It would be bad if he is not. Li Zuanai said cautiously. Then let's talk about how to get rid of those two people. I am weak and may not be able to help you. Zheng Qing said. How did you make the halo that day? I can control the light. Then you can help me sneak into their tents. We don't need sleep, but they do. I can take this opportunity to kill them quietly. It would be best to do it outside the general's tent once, so that the general will be paranoid and terrified. Brother Zheng, you are also quite bad. Not as good as Brother Li, sorry for the joke. Chapter 37 Conspiracy. At night, Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai came to the tent of Yu Wenyi and Yu Wen soon. They are drinking in the tent. I think they are drunk now. I will bounce all the light that hits you, so that you can blend into the night perfectly. Whether the task can be accomplished depends on you. Zheng Qing said with a serious face, staring at the tent not far away. As long as I can enter the tent, the two of them will be unfortunate, but this matter cannot cause too much noise. Once our identity is exposed, we will be at a disadvantage in this mission. Li Zuanai was confident and cautious. Let's act. Zheng Qing nodded in understanding, took a deep breath and exhaled. Fortunately, there was no moon tonight, and the only thing to be careful of was the light emitted by the torch. Li Zuanai nodded slightly and sneaked out. Zheng Qing watched his figure, manipulated the light around him to avoid it, and let Li Zuanai blend into the night. Soon, Li Zuanai bypassed the sentry and avoided the guard standing at the entrance of the tent. A sharp air blade condensed in his palm, quickly and silently cut open the tent and got inside. In just 10 breaths, Li Zuanai came out of the tent and returned to Zheng Qing. The goal is accomplished, just wait until dawn. Li Zuanai was relieved, and finally did not cause any commotion. Now it's Yuan Chang's turn, Zheng Qing said. This is simple, I'll go over and make a feint to attract the attention of the guards on duty tonight. This matter is much simpler, and Li Zuanai knows how to cause a commotion. I should go back, and I'll leave this matter to you. Zheng Qing glanced around and confirmed that there was no one. Don't worry, Li Zuanai said. You two are easy for me to find. Suddenly, a person walked out calmly from behind the shadow of a tree on one side. It's you. Li Zuanai showed a hint of vigilance on his face. Zheng Qing looked over and saw that the person who came was the chief flatterer He Tong. It's so late at night, I wonder what the two of you are plotting in this secluded place. He Tong was very calm, with a faint smile on his face. The adults are here too, so we should say what the three of us are plotting this night. Zheng Qing turned the tables. I have nothing to do with your conspiracy. I found something strange between you two, so I came to investigate. He Tong looked slightly surprised, but soon regained his composure and said, Then it depends on whether the master called faster or we called faster. If we called faster, it means the master invited us to conspire, and if the master called faster, it means the master discovered our conspiracy. But if the master really wants to do this, wouldn't it be a loss of harmony between the two sides? For the sake of all of us, please be cautious. Zheng Qing said cunningly. Then it depends on whether the general believes you or me. He Tong was not threatened at all. If the general knew that we were discussing the cup of honey water that the master had today, do you think the general would still believe you? A person who is good at witchcraft and medicine. Zheng Qing said calmly. Oh. He Tong did not comment. The master's purpose is the same as ours, why can't we work together? Zheng Qing tentatively invited. Since we want to discuss cooperation, I want to know if you have any tricks to persuade the general to stay for one night to make him change his mind. He Tong was not in a hurry to establish a relationship between the two sides, but he asked Zheng Qing about their trump cards in the name of cooperation. Doesn't the Lord have a way? If the Lord gives the general a bowl of honey water, the general will naturally change his mind and listen to the Lord's ideas. Zheng Qing saw through He Tong's thoughts and of course refused to reveal his trump card. This is a trump card and a handle. Once it is revealed to He Tong, he will be controlled by others. My honey water is indeed effective, but it also has some unattainable places. If it is used repeatedly, it will make the drinker develop resistance. He Tong said lightly. If you two keep hesitating like this, I'm afraid that cooperation will never be achieved. If you want to cooperate, I will ask Lord He a question. If Lord He can answer it, we will continue to talk. Li Zuanai said straightforwardly. What if I can't answer it? He Tong asked. Then we can naturally cooperate, but it's a matter of trust between the two sides and the depth of cooperation. Li Zuanai said. Then ask. He Tong's face became more serious. Who are you? Li Zuanai asked in a deep voice. I am the same kind of people as you. He Tong's eyes flashed. Li Zuanai frowned slightly and was about to speak, but was stopped by Zheng Qing. Some things should be made clear. It seems unfriendly to confuse us like this. Since you know who we are, why don't you say it? I am a cautious person. If you talk like this, I am afraid I will not be able to sleep. He Tong chuckled twice and said, Spirit travel messenger. Zheng Qing was relieved, and then stepped aside to let Li Zuanai talk to him. Since we are all spirit travel messengers, we have a basis for mutual trust. Our interests are all for the double point bonus. I believe you also understand the danger. Before we reveal our trump cards, please tell us what the honey water is. Everyone knows each other's secrets, so that the cooperation can proceed smoothly. Li Zuanai said with great experience. It seems that you have a big trump card, but it's okay if you want to know the secret of honey water. My profession is an alchemist. I added obedient pills to the honey water. The name of this pill seems very convenient, but it is not easy to use. There are many conditions, the most important of which is that the user is hesitant. After I gave it to the general, I reminded him verbally, so that the general was determined to stay overnight. However, this medicine can only be effective for a while. I am afraid that the general is regretting it now. He Tong explained. This matter cannot be heard by the fourth person. If you trust us, you come over. If you don't trust us, we will go over. Li Zuanai looked around and said. I go over, you come over, isn't it the same? I'd better not bother you two. I'll move. He Tuang sneered and walked towards Li Zuanai. We have killed the two brothers Yuan Yi and Yuan Sun, and forced the general to go to Yudo to survive. Li Zuanai whispered to He Tong, who was approaching. He Tong's eyes suddenly widened a bit, his face slightly solemn. I'm afraid this is not easy. You forgot the key person. Li Zuanai asked, who? Zheng Qing also looked nervously, but still kept a distance, never approaching easily. Little Emperor. He Tong said, if the little emperor does not go to Yi City, the general will go there and it will be a rebellion. Now the little emperor has a great swordsman sitting beside him. Even if there are trusted eunuchs standing on the side of the general, once the great swordsman disagrees, the little emperor can't go to Yi City. The key to the problem is the great swordsman. I wonder what the relationship between this great swordsman and Tuoba Darin is. Zheng Qing wanted to know this. If the great swordsman has no relationship with Tuoba Darin, then this matter will be easy to handle. If there is a relationship, it will probably be extremely difficult to handle. I heard that Tuoba Darin had a friendship with the great swordsman when he was young, but I don't know whether they have had secret exchanges over the years. He Tong informed the news he had found out. No matter what, we have to meet this great swordsman tonight and try to convince him to stand on our side. It will be too late at dawn. Zheng Qing's heart sank, and he felt that things might be more difficult than expected. What name should we use to meet him? He Tong questioned. In the name of the general, you are the general's confidant, and we are the general's personal guards. This identity is enough to gain people's trust. Zheng Qing said calmly. Then let's set off immediately. Whether we can reverse the situation depends on us tonight. Li Zuanai urged. The three of them set off, and under He Tong's guidance and inquiries, they found the tent where the great swordsman lived, not far from the little emperor's tent. A lamp was lit in the tent, and the light shone on the tent and a figure appeared, slowly repeating something. There was no one guarding outside the tent. He Tong walked to the door of the tent and whispered to the inside, Great swordsman, your subordinate He Tong came to see you on the order of the general. If you have anything to say it outside, and leave after you're done. The dull voice of the great swordsman came from the tent. He Tong said, it is not convenient to talk about this outside. Master swordsman, please allow me to go in and discuss in detail. If it is for the public, what is inconvenient? If it is for private, the general and I are selfless. The master swordsman said in a tough tone. What if it is a combination of public and private? Zheng Qing stepped forward and said. What is a combination of public and private? The master swordsman asked back. The Grand Tutor launched an attack, which was ostensibly to oppose the general and rectify the court order, but in fact it was to oppose Dalian and serve his family's private interests. After Zheng Qing finished speaking, he stared nervously into the tent to see how the master swordsman would react. The master swordsman sneered inside, extremely disdainful. Master swordsman, you don't believe it? Then I dare to ask Master Swordsman how Dalian was established. Zheng Qing said in an orderly manner. Emperor Taizu fought for the world, and only then did he have such a foundation for Dalian. Naturally, he established a country with military power. The Master Swordsman thought of the past years, and his heart was still excited. No. The great sword master only knows one thing but not the other. Dalian was founded by clan warriors and ruled by aristocratic literati. These two are the two pillars of Dalian. If one of them is broken, Dalian will collapse. Now the Grand Tutor is making trouble, and his goal is the military power. Once the clan warrior group is destroyed, when the emperor takes power in the future, what will he use to check and balance the aristocratic literati? The previous dynasty is not far away, so please be cautious, Grand Sword Master. Zheng Qing's chest rose and fell slightly, staring at the tent, hoping to impress the great sword master. Zheng Qing did not spend the days waiting for the ancestor worship in vain. There are many scholars in the general's mansion, and it is not difficult to learn about the history of the world from them. Alarmist. Yuan Cheng has done many illegal things, and the Grand Tutor's rebellion is a move to support the country. It's ridiculous that you are talking nonsense here for the survival of the old master. The great sword master responded coldly. How bad is the impression of Yuan Cheng? Zheng Qing thought, why does everyone think he is not a good thing? Master swordsman, even if the general has done something illegal, it is his own fault. Once the Grand Tutor succeeds, the fault will be in someone else's pot, and the Yuan family will have nothing to do with it. Li Zuanai spoke up immediately. The master swordsman did not respond, as if he was too lazy to respond. He Tong rolled his eyes and said, Master Swordsman, the general is dying. His health is deteriorating, and he may die within 5 years. Why is the general still fighting with the Grand Tutor at this time? He is worried that the power of Dalian will fall into someone else's hands and the things of the previous dynasty will happen again. Master Swordsman, are you going to fail the trust of the emperors at the end of their lives? A strong wind blew out from the tent, full of anger. Zheng Qing said in the wind, the general will escort His Majesty to Yi City tomorrow to call on the troops of the world to punish the rebellion. Please accompany the great sword master. I have already said what I want to say. Please make the decision yourself. I hope that the great sword master will not forget the disaster of the previous dynasty, remember the trust of the late emperor, and remember why Emperor Taizuwu wanted to lead the army with a royal family. Chapter 38 Assassin. After leaving the great swordsman, Zheng Qing asked curiously, does Yu Wancheng really only have 5 years to live? He Tuong smiled and said, the little emperor is 12 years old this year. In 4 years, he will be in power. Even if Yu Wancheng is healthy, he will lose power. At that time, the little emperor will settle accounts with Yu Wancheng for what he has done in these years. The extra year is to reduce the great swordsman's suspicion. Li Zuanai said, there is one thing left tonight. A strange look flashed across He Tong's face, and he said, aren't you afraid that the great swordsman will not agree? Zheng Qing said, whether he agrees or not, as long as he agrees to follow Yu Wancheng to Yi City, it will be fine. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. It depends on what kind of personality the spiritual world has given him. He Tong said, then what is the last thing you are talking about? Zheng Qing glanced at him and said, assassination of the general. He Tong widened his eyes and said, what are you going to do? Li Zuanai smiled and said, scare him. If we don't instill fear into Yu Wancheng and stop him from thinking about the conditions of the Grand Tutor, he will not go to Yidu. He Tong said, then who of you will do it? Zheng Qing shook his head, not us, but you. We are the general's personal guards. If we don't rush over as soon as something happens, we will be suspected. We couldn't do anything because you didn't come before. Now that you are here, please go to the door of the general's tent and make some noise. He Tong remained silent and did not agree. Li Zuanai was surprised, but he quickly thought and said, do you suspect that this is our plan to frame you? He Tong said, one has to be on guard when in the martial arts world. We just met each other and we are doing such a dangerous thing. What if you take this opportunity to catch me and silence me? Zheng Qing agreed and said, people's hearts are treacherous and we have to be on guard, let alone in a place like this. But since you know that we killed the Yuan brothers, what if you use this as an excuse to advise the general to get rid of us in the future? If everyone is suspicious of each other like this, I am afraid that our alliance will be broken before other spiritual envoys can make a move on us. Li Zuanai sighed, the key to an alliance is to be united in heart. Now that everyone has the same goal, it is better not to argue. If brother he doesn't want to, then I will go. He Tong smiled faintly and said, if that's the case, it would be great. Zheng Qing also compromised and said, in that case, as a personal guard, there are some things that I can't tell Yu Wancheng. I'll leave it to you when the time comes. He Tong said, it's my job. Li Zuanai said, let's say goodbye here. We have to go and get ready. Please show up at the right time and don't let anyone suspect you. Don't worry, both of you. He Tong nodded and smiled, then turned around and walked away. Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai continued to move forward and walked towards Yu Wancheng's tent. Do you believe him? Zheng Qing was not reassured. Li Zuanai said, it's not a question of whether I should believe him or not, but the development of the situation requires me to believe him. It is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. In our current situation, we should make more friends instead of groundless suspicion. If we suffer a little loss and can make He Tong feel at ease, then this loss is worth it. Zheng Qing sighed softly, there are always some things you can do but I can't. Li Zuanai smiled and said, after tonight, the situation will become even more difficult. We must absorb other spiritual messengers to join our ranks and deal with those spiritual messengers who are unwilling to join us. Based on this, we must have a broad mind and be able to accommodate everyone, so that everyone can be assured. We can't be xenophobic and push all people to those who are hostile to us. The only way for us to win now is to absorb and unite more spiritual messengers. Zheng Qing said, then I can only trouble you to take more care. I am weak and have to act cautiously. Li Zuanai nodded and said, okay, let's say goodbye. I'm going to act. Zheng Qing stopped and watched Li Zuanai disappear into the night. After a while, there was a noise near the general's tent. Zheng Qing waited until someone shouted there is an assassin and immediately ran to the front of the tent and shouted, "Where's the assassin?" The guard on duty said, "I found him and he has escaped." Zheng Qing looked into the tent and said, "Is the general okay?" No sound came from the tent. Zheng Qing had a bad feeling and rushed into the tent with his sword drawn. "Who is it?" Yu Wencheng, who had just woken up from the disturbance, screamed in fear when he saw the bright sword in the firelight. "Just now, an assassin tried to assassinate the general, and I heard the noise and came to save the general." Zheng Qing quickly put away his sword and said, "Yes, there is an assassin." Yu Wencheng was surprised. Zheng Qing was about to answer, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed behind him, and several sparks splashed on the sword. He cut off several shurikens that were shot at him. There really is an assassin. Most likely, the spiritual envoy beside the general was worried that something might happen and came to kill Yu Wencheng at night. One of the two guards at the door was hit by a dart and fell to the ground, while the other was shot and sat on the ground. "There is an assassin." Zheng Qing shouted loudly, and he was also very scared. How could he not be afraid? How could the strength of the first and second level be able to defeat any old fox? "There is an assassin. There is an assassin." Yu Wencheng was so scared that he pulled up the quilt and huddled in bed, his face pale. A pink cherry blossom was suddenly blown into the tent by a strange wind. Zheng Qing opened his eyes when he saw the cherry blossom. Where did the cherry blossom come from at this time of year? There must be a trick. He turned around, slashed the back of the tent with a sword, and shouted, "General, hurry up!" Yu Wencheng hurried over, and Zheng Qing grabbed him and pulled him out. Suddenly, the flying cherry blossom burst into murderous intent. The soft petals suddenly straightened, and the edges flashed with cold light. In less than a moment, the cherry blossom began to rotate, and the petals broke away and shot out one by one. "General, be careful." Zheng Qing slapped Yu Wencheng on the head, pressed him to the ground, and avoided the cherry blossom petals. Yu Wencheng screamed and fell heavily to the ground, scratching his arm. Zheng Qing dodged the petals, grabbed Yu Wencheng's shoulder, and dragged him out. "General, hurry up." Yu Wencheng was dragged by Zheng Qing like a dead dog. He couldn't say anything. He couldn't stand up when he wanted to. His head was in a mess and he couldn't even speak. Zheng Qing pulled Yu Wencheng out, loosened his hand, and threw him to the ground. Yu Wencheng cried ouch. Soldiers who had heard the noise were rushing here. Zheng Qing stood behind the tent and didn't dare to relax, even if the army gathered around him and protected him and Yu Wencheng. "Cherry blossoms are falling in the rain." A voice sounded in the dark, causing the soldiers to be surprised. Zheng Qing felt bad and looked up at the sky. Pink cherry blossoms were scattered around Yu Wencheng for several feet, fluttering. Once they exploded, the power was unimaginable. "General, hurry up." Zheng Qing reached out and dragged Yu Wencheng again. "I'll walk by myself, I'll walk by myself." Yu Wencheng was afraid of Zheng Qing, so he stood up and ran. Zheng Qing saw that the cherry blossoms were about to fall, and Yu Wencheng was running too slowly. If he continued like this, he might be shot out by a porcupine. "General, squat down quickly." Everyone surrounded the general. Zheng Qing stretched out his hand to pull Yu Wencheng, and pressed his palm on the ground to sit. Yu Wencheng fell on his butt and screamed. Zheng Qing looked at the cherry blossom rain in the sky and raised his sword to prepare for defense. The area covered by this cherry blossom rain must be quite large, and he couldn't escape at his speed, so he had to deal with it carefully. The wind rises and the duckweeds. Suddenly, Li Zuanai rushed back, leaped over, and hit the cherry blossom rain in the air with a palm. A thick air column blasted straight up to the sky, exploded in the cherry blossom rain, and the air wave swept across and extinguished the cherry blossoms. "Are you okay?" Li Zuanai walked over in a hurry. "It's okay." Zheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "Something's wrong, my butt." Yu Wencheng stood up with the help of the soldiers, with pain on his face. "General, don't show up. Be careful that the assassin hasn't left yet." Zheng Qing turned back to remind. "Hurry up and find the assassin." Yu Wencheng squatted down again and shouted. "It's a ninja." Li Zuanai looked at the quiet night and searched for the assassin. "Ninja?" Zheng Qing was surprised. "Yes, assassins hiding in the dark. They are good at sudden assassinations, have extremely high hiding skills, and it is difficult to find their whereabouts." Li Zuanai looked around and said cautiously. Have they left? Zheng Qing asked. I don't know, Li Zuanai said. Ninjas come and go without a trace, and darkness is their hiding place. Does that mean that if we eliminate the darkness around them, they will have nowhere to hide? Zheng Qing had an idea in his mind. The dark night is the perfect cover, and judging from the means of attack, this ninja is also afraid of something. He didn't approach the camp, and he launched the attack outside the camp. Li Zuanai saw Zheng Qing's thoughts and said, "This man is really cunning, isn't that a solution?" Zheng Qing said, "Retreat slowly, he may have left." Li Zuanai said cautiously, "General, get up quickly, walk with your back bent, and never show your head." Zheng Qing turned around and reminded Yu Wencheng, and ordered the soldiers, "Protect the general closely, and don't let your guard down." Yu Wencheng was terrified, hiding among the soldiers, and asked softly, "Where's the assassin?" Li Zuanai replied, "The assassin knows evil magic, and is using magic to attack the general. Now that he has lost his chance, he should not risk his life again, but I am not sure whether he has left. Please be careful, General, and don't give the assassin a chance." Everyone retreated to another tent, and the soldiers surrounded the tent on guard. Zheng Qing, Li Zuanai and other guards were all on guard in the tent, which made Yu Wencheng breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, someone came to report the death of Yu Wenyi and Yu Wensun. Yu Wencheng was horrified after hearing this, and couldn't help crying, "Second brother, third brother. General, this is not the time to be sad. The assassin must have been sent by the Grand Tutor to take your life. The only way now is to ask the Emperor to leave for Yi City at dawn, so that the Grand Tutor won't kill us all." Li Zuanai took the opportunity to intimidate Yu Wencheng and said, "Why is the Grand Tutor like this?" Yu Wencheng was very sad. Now the two brothers of the general have died first. If we hadn't risked our lives to protect the general tonight, I'm afraid the general would have met his two brothers in the underground. The situation is so critical, why should the general still be lucky? Only by raising troops to attack the imperial capital can you have a chance of survival. Zheng Qing really felt that the 2 times bonus was not for nothing. At this time, Yu Wencheng still wanted to surrender. It seemed that dealing with Yu Wencheng in the future would be a big trouble. There are wolves outside who are lurking covetously, and there are fools inside who are weak and hesitant. It is really difficult to continue along Yu Wencheng's line. Chapter 39, Counterattack. In the early morning, under the persuasion of his personal guards such as Zheng Qing and his staff led by Hu Tong, Yu Wencheng finally made up his mind to go to Yi City. The ancestor worship team set out immediately after dawn. Yu Wencheng only took the emperor and the officials who participated in the ancestor worship ceremony, and quickly set off to the east under the protection of the guards. The great swordsman remained silent about this matter, and the young emperor toured the east under the leadership of the eunuchs who were close to the general. Zheng Qing, Li Zuanai, and He Tong followed Yu Wencheng closely in the team to prevent him from being killed by assassins. Yu Wencheng's face was very bad after the disturbance last night, and his whole body was aching because of Zheng Qing's tossing. He rode on the horse with his head down, as if he was in a state of panic all day long. "General," Zheng Qing thought of something and said, "Huai Xianyang has 100,000 troops of the royal family Yu Wenxianji stationed there. General, you can ask His Majesty to order Yu Wenxianji to go to the capital first to quell the rebellion. If Yu Wenxianji succeeds, then General, you can lead the troops of the world back to the capital and rebuild Dalian. If Yu Wenxianji fails, General, you can also take advantage of the fact that both of them are defeated and reap the benefits. Is this feasible?" Yu Wencheng's eyes moved to He Tong. "It may not be a bad idea, it can solve the general's current predicament," He Tong agreed, although he had some concerns in his heart. "Then I will go to ask His Majesty for permission later," Yu Wencheng said calmly. "This matter should be urgent, please hurry up, General," Li Zuanai urged. Yu Wencheng sighed, "I'll go now." Li Zuanai escorted Yu Wencheng to find the little emperor. After watching the two men walk away, He Tong said to Zheng Qing, "This plan is tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. 100,000 troops have entered the capital, but it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. Yu Wenxianji may have no spiritual envoys under his command. How will our situation be different from now?" Zheng Qing said calmly, "The current primary enemy is Tuoba. If we don't get rid of Tuoba first, how can you and I have the opportunity to worry about Yu Wenxianji? What's more, the general is in a very bad state now. If we don't give him confidence, I'm afraid he will be scared to death on the road." And how do you know that the garrison commanders in other important areas don't have spiritual envoys under them? He Tuong was startled, smiled bitterly and said, "The epic mission is indeed extraordinary. I began to wonder how many undercurrents are surging in this seemingly peaceful world." Zheng Qing said, "Once what happened yesterday gets out, other spiritual messengers will surely move upon hearing the news, and there will be more chaos than you and I thought. In the current situation, we don't even have an army directly under our own control. Power without soldiers is like a reed, which grows tall but is easily broken. In the future, we must compromise and make concessions with the spiritual messengers of other forces in exchange for support." He Tuong snorted coldly and reminded, "Don't forget that everyone's goal is to help your lord achieve great things. Concessions will not bring victory," Zheng Qing said, "but it can bring a temporary advantage. As long as we still have a common enemy, we will not tear our faces apart. Our lord is also someone who can reassure other spiritual messengers." He Tuong sneered and said, "Only we ourselves are worried." Zheng Qing laughed and said, "Otherwise, the double-point bonus would be for nothing." He Tuong was silent for a moment, and said, "In addition, there is one more important thing. Did the ninja leave last night? The ninja's tricks must be guarded against." Zheng Qing's face became solemn when he heard about the ninja. If the ninja succeeded in assassinating Yu Wancheng, all the previous efforts would be wasted. With Li Zuanai's protection, Yu Wancheng must be safe. The Eastern Tour team stopped in a town in the evening and summoned the county magistrate to settle everyone. In the night, several people appeared on the city wall of the county town to discuss things in secret. They will definitely protect Yu Wancheng strictly. A slightly lively female voice sounded. "Did you find out how many people they are during the day?" Another deep male voice appeared. "It seems that there are only 3 people. A person said in a low and hoarse male voice. "Then we have the advantage." Another female voice. "I'm afraid it's not that simple." The person who made the deep voice questioned. "As long as Yu Wancheng can be eliminated, Tuoba Darren knows how to do the rest. Without Yu Wancheng, the little emperor has only one way back to Beijing." The owner of the last female voice said. "So attack by force." The previous low and hoarse male voice sounded again. 3 figures in the dark nodded silently. "You attract their attention, I will assassinate Yu Wancheng." The man with a low voice made the final decision. "When I finish building the formation model, you will act." The lively girl began to act. "Be careful, don't hurt the little emperor." The man with a deep voice warned. "If the assassination fails, it may not be impossible to kill the little emperor while the great swordsman is not paying attention. Completely stir up the muddy water, and perhaps give Tuoba Darren a chance." The woman said viciously. "Tuoba Darren is old, and there is not much time left for us." The man with a deep voice agreed with the woman's opinion in disguise. "Get ready." The man with a low voice disappeared into the darkness. The other 2 jumped off the city wall, ran on the roof, and approached Yu Wancheng's residence. "It's so quiet tonight." Li Zuanai looked at the arc moon above his head. "Will the ninja come?" He Tuong looked at the brightly lit room and the corridors and courtyards full of lanterns. With such defense, would the ninja dare to invade without the cover of darkness? "Don't underestimate your opponent," Zheng Qing said in the distance. He stood opposite Yu Wancheng's room, standing on the side of the corridor against the wall. If summoning skeleton warriors would not cause disturbance, he would have wanted to summon skeleton warriors to protect himself. Yu Wancheng had enough protection from the 2 of them, and Zheng Qing had to protect himself. Maybe they gave up. Nothing will happen tonight. He Tunhua hadn't finished speaking when a circle of light suddenly appeared on the ground of the house behind him, revealing a corner of a complex formation, and dangerous light flashed quickly. Li Zuanai's face changed, and he turned back and looked at the house. Before he could react, a huge flame erupted from the ground, like a torrent, instantly destroying the house, and the bricks and stones were quickly annihilated in the flames and turned into ashes. "It's really spectacular," Zheng Qing murmured blankly, feeling the heat wave like a big slap in the face, and the clothes kept flying, rustling in the strong wind caused by the heat wave. Yu Wancheng's room was like a volcanic eruption, disappearing in the raging flames, and the rising flames illuminated the entire county. There might not be even a slag left of the things in the house. "It's a formation." He Tong's face was extremely ugly. "Not only ninjas, they have more people coming." Exposed, Li Zuanai looked at the city wall with a heavy face. "Fight back immediately," Zheng Qing said in a deep voice. He Tong and Li Zuanai stood up, jumped onto the roof, and rushed towards the city wall. Zheng Qing also jumped onto the roof, stood on the ridge, and paid attention to the battle tonight. Success. Seeing the target on fire, the man responsible for attracting attention stopped. Quickly evacuate. The woman moved faster, knowing that revenge was coming. The man saw two figures flashing in the fire, realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly followed and left. The four people under Tuobadarang's line gathered on the city wall again, and saw that the two people who came were unwilling to waste their energy fighting here. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no need to expose one's identity and deepen the hatred. After all, the two sides may meet in the next mission, or even cooperate. Less grudges are also conducive to cooperation. Li Zuanai and his men chased them to the top of the city wall and stood there for a long time. The flames behind them were towering, and the two figures looked even smaller and more desolate. After a while, Li Zuanai and his men turned back. The fire caused by the formation came quickly and disappeared quickly, leaving only a hot ember and white smoke emitting the remaining power of the flames. How is it? Zheng Qing jumped off the roof and asked the two. They walked away. Li Zuanai said. Ha! Zheng Qing laughed. It's worth it for us to set up this trap. This way, we can at least keep peace for 2 days. 2 days? That's too little. He Tuong frowned, feeling dissatisfied. They are not fools. When they hear that we are continuing to move east, they will immediately wake up and realize that they have been fooled by us. By then, they will not be so easy to fool. Zheng Qing said. All the messengers sent to Xi'an, Huaixi have already set out. According to your arrangement, they are divided into 9 groups and take 3 routes. The upper route goes north across the Longrong River, passes through Hanai and Hedan, crosses Taoyuan Ferry and goes to Huaixi. The middle route passes through Jingdu, passes 2 passes and goes to Huaixi. The lower route goes south, passes Nanwang Pass, and goes to Huaixi in a roundabout way. In this way, the 3 routes are divided into 3 groups and set out one after another. Do we need to be so cautious? Li Zuanai said. Yes, in case they intercept our messengers halfway, so 3 routes and 9 groups can ensure that someone can deliver the letter to Yuan Xianji. Military and national affairs must be handled with caution. Zheng Qing said affirmatively. You are too cautious, even He Tong felt so. Necessary caution is the guarantee of victory. If Yuan Xianji receives multiple secret orders urging him to send troops to Jingdu, he will surely feel the seriousness of the situation. Besides, this matter is above board. Even if the secret order is leaked, it will be beneficial to us. Zheng Qing explained seriously, hoping that the two of them could understand his intentions, so that it would be convenient for us to do things in the future. Let's go see the general. Li Zuanai changed the subject. The 3 of them walked together to bunk bed. 2 lanterns were hung outside the door, emitting a faint light. Li Zuanai pushed open the door, and was greeted by the cold sword light. Yu Wenchang's guards drew their swords with great vigilance and stared at the 3 people who came in. Tonight's matter is over. Where's the general? Li Zuanai asked. The guards then put away their swords. One of the guards came to the large vat in the corner of the room, opened the lid, took out a few clothes inside, and said, General, it's okay. Yu Wenchang carefully popped his head out of the vat, looked at Zheng Qing and the others, and asked cautiously, is it really okay? He Tuong said, General, don't worry, the assassin has left, and you can be safe for the next 2 days. 2 days. Only 2 days. Yu Wenchang screamed in horror. Once the Grand Tutor's men find out that we are heading east, they will realize that the general is not dead yet, and the assassin will come again. The general can only have a chance to survive if he rushes to Yidu and raises his army as soon as possible. He Tong also understood Yu Wenchang's fear of death and said. Yu Wenchang looked haggard, and was helped out of the vat by 2 guards. He cried out, how did things come to this? Chapter 40 Developments. Huaixi, Anyuang. In Yuan Xianji's shogunate, the spirit-wandering messengers who acted as his subordinates gathered together, facing the 2 volumes of edicts on the table, exchanging opinions with each other. The archer in armor said, 2 edicts, 1 imperial edict and 1 imperial decree. One requires us to attack Kyoto directly, and the other requires us to cross the river from Hedan, along the north bank of Longrong River, and go to Yidu. Which edict do you think we should obey? The female rune master said, we will obey the one that is beneficial to us. From the situation we have inquired about, the Tifu is now shaky. If we attack Kyoto directly, it will inevitably help the group of people under the general. For the sake of safety, It is better to get rid of the general first, and then go back to deal with the Taifu. Anyway, he is already very old and can't fight us for long. A magician picked up the Queen Mother's edict. Put it down. The sitting staff looked at the magician. What kind of person is Taifu? How many people in the Huaixi army were his former subordinates? If we help Taifu, he can confiscate Yuan Xianji's military power with just one word after the matter is accomplished. By then, we will be working hard for others in vain. The only plan now is to announce the emperor's will to the whole army, take the opportunity to trap Taifu's former subordinates, confiscate their military power and put them under house arrest, and then send troops to Kyoto. Our army has 100,000 people, and Taifu will definitely not be able to defeat him. Once Kyoto is conquered, we will have the qualifications to sit down and negotiate prices, instead of listening to others' orders and working in vain. What's more, Taifu is a tiger and the general is a dog. If you serve a tiger to fight a dog, the tiger will hurt people. Think about it carefully. If we kill Taifu, we will have to face the general as our helper. If we kill the general, we will have to face the tiger and wolf formed by Taifu. You should know who is more difficult and who is easier. The magician's eyes flashed with displeasure. He put down the imperial edict in his hand and said, "Is the general really that unbearable?" The staff laughed and said, "Now the victory or defeat of the two of them depends on our decision. If we join one side, the other side will be finished." In other words, we are not choosing allies, but opponents. The side that survives is our opponent. At this time, it is natural to choose a cowardly and incompetent person as the opponent. The general is very suitable for this candidate. With him, the spiritual envoys who support the general will be equivalent to an extra burden. The archer supported and said, "Then send troops to Kyoto." The staff nodded and said, "This matter must be kept secret. The news must not be spread and not be known by the old subordinates of the Grand Tutor. I will go to persuade Yuan Xianji now." Yidu, the key point of the world, with high walls and deep moats, and 10,000 soldiers and horses stationed. The spiritual envoys on the Grand Tutor's side have been unusually quiet these days. Is there something wrong? Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai strolled in the temporary general's mansion in Yidu City. Or maybe they are waiting for us to be careless. Anyway, the vigilance around Yuan Cheng cannot be reduced. If they catch the opportunity, we will all be finished. Li Zuanai didn't know the reason. We finally got a chance to fleece the world of Linggao. How can we give it up so easily? I hope something happened to the Taifu. Now Yuan Cheng is running east to Yidu. I'm afraid it's beyond the expectations of some people in Kyoto. There should be trouble on the Taifu side. Zheng Qing analyzed. Now I am worried about Yuan Xianji's movements. Most of the generals in Huaixi are the old subordinates of the Taifu. If there is a mutiny, the Taifu will have 100,000 new troops, which will be disadvantageous to us. Li Zuanai also learned about the situation in Huaixi from Hitong. Yuan Xianji's subordinates are mostly assisted by the spiritual travel envoys. They will not allow a mutiny or chaos to occur, otherwise they will lose. If they lose their original master, they will lose the bonus benefits. I believe they will not give up this easily. Even if it is a 1.1 times point bonus, it is still considerable overall. In Zheng Qing's opinion, the spiritual travel envoys who racked their brains to gain points will not give up this opportunity. In front, Hitong came out of Yuan Cheng's staff meeting and greeted the two of them hurriedly. What happened? Li Zuanai asked with concern. Yuan Cheng is struggling with where to transfer troops to help, Hitong said with difficulty. What's the entanglement? Li Zuanai was puzzled. The heavy troops of Dalian are all in Huaixi, Linjiang, and Yaoyan, guarding against Shu, Chu, and Murandayan respectively. If the southern troops are mobilized, there is a risk of Chu invading. If the northern troops are mobilized, there is a risk of Murandayan moving south. Once Murandayan breaks through the northern border, it will step into the endless plains, and the north of Yi City will be at risk of being lost. Hitong explained. I think the general saw that Yuan Xianji's Huaixi corps was mobilized in advance, and now he wants to sit back and wait and see. If Yuan Xianji wins, he will go back to Beijing to pick peaches. If Yuan Xianji loses, he thinks it won't be too late to think of a way. It's really simple. Zheng Qing said the mystery. I'm not afraid of the opponent's cleverness and cunningness, I'm afraid of the general using his brain. Li Zuanai sighed. What should we do now? We should come up with an idea and can't let Yuan Cheng do whatever he wants. Hitong said in a slightly harsh voice. In my opinion, It is better to transfer the main force of the Linjiang army to the north. Even if the Chu invades, we can rely on the strong city to support it. Wait until the matter in Kyoto is resolved, and then send the Linjiang army back. Then transfer the county soldiers from the 5 counties of Qi and the ancestral county where Taizu started the army to check and balance the power of the Linjiang army, so that the Linjiang army will not undermine Yuancheng. Zheng Qing slowly said his plan. Do you suspect that the Linjiang army also has a spiritual envoy? Li Zuanai keenly noticed this. Who can predict it? I just think that there is no harm in being cautious about national affairs. What if the Linjiang army undermines Yuancheng? We are not getting rid of tigers and leopards, and we are inviting jackals. At that time, there is no chance of turning the tables. So we must ask Yuancheng to win over all the county lieutenants who brought troops from the 6 counties to his side, and don't give the people of the Linjiang army any possibility of erosion. Zheng Qing warned seriously. I agree, Li Zuanai nodded. In the face of the variable of the spiritual envoy, he did not dare to be careless. If there is really a fire in the backyard, it will be over. But what should we do? He Tuang asked the most direct question. First, you hand Yuancheng a memorial, let him see it and have an impression, then give him your obedient pills to guide him to give orders. Zheng Qing stared at He Tong and said calmly. If you take too many obedient pills, you will develop resistance, He Tong frowned and reminded. Then feed a few more, Zheng Qing said resolutely. He will become stupid. He Tong lowered his voice. Stupid people are easier to control. You are a trusted staff member and we are the personal guards. Yuancheng's external actions can be handed over to us. When needed, he just needs to show up. Zheng Qing did not back down. If he became stupid, he would not cause trouble, which would be less troublesome than now. Okay, He Tong said, I'll go now. Li Zuanai watched He Tong leave in a hurry and said, what should we do now? Zheng Qing said, watch Yuancheng, don't let him do anything stupid, and don't let him get into trouble. After a few days, news came from the west. He Tong intercepted the news and took it to Zheng Qing and others for analysis. The content of the message was very simple. Some troops of Yuan Xianji's Huaixi Corps defected to the Grand Tutor. Yuan Xianji was defeated in the suburbs of Kyoto and retreated dozens of miles with his remaining troops. Zheng Qing laughed out loud, handed the note with a message to Li Zuanai, and said, it won't be long before Yuan Xianji's letter for help will arrive. This is really a family that doesn't stick together. We sent tens of thousands of fresh troops to Tuobadarang in vain. Now it's interesting. I'm more concerned about what's hidden behind this message, Li Zuanai said with a grim look. When we issued orders in the name of the emperor and the general, Tuobadarang must have also conveyed orders to various places in the name of the Queen Mother and the ministers, saying that we hijacked the car and fled east. He Tong said, now it depends on whether the sign is lit. Zheng Qing's face turned bad, and he said, one thing is very important. The Tifu comes from a noble family, has many students and old officials, and has inextricable connections with other noble families. These noble families have their own students and old officials, and the huge network of relationships formed by this is enough to cover the entire Dalian. I wonder what benefits the Tifu will give to the heads of these families to win them over. Li Zuanai said unhappily, if the noble family group stands firmly behind the Tifu, the big thing will be over. He Tong showed a trace of anxiety in his eyes, and said, the Linjiang Corps South General Yuan Juxiao, the Yaoan Corps North General Yang Jixiang, are all from aristocratic families. No matter which one of them Tuobadarang persuades, it will be a disaster for us. Zheng Qing's expression changed drastically, and he said, oh no, the Yaoan Corps is very likely to go south to Yi City. Li Zuanai asked anxiously, why? Zheng Qing smiled bitterly, this is a grand game of spiritual envoys, and we forgot to send the other party an invitation letter, but the Tifu will never forget. He is trapped in a desperate situation and will not miss any opportunity to win over others. After the Yaoan Corps received the order from the Tifu, in order to intervene in the situation, the spiritual envoys acting as Yang Jixiang's subordinates will definitely use means to encourage Yang Jixiang to lead his troops south, join the Tifu's side, and fight for power. He Tong's face was pale. Is it too late to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost? Zheng Qing shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. He Tong's voice suddenly rose, and he shouted, the Yaoan cavalry reorganized and headed south. I'm afraid they will be able to reach Yi City in a day or two. Li Zuanai said, go find the general quickly. It's no use looking for him now. Zheng Qing yelled, and his mind was extremely nervous. Li Zuanyi came back to his senses. Yes, what's the point of looking for Yuan Cheng now? I guess he will be more panicked than himself when he hears this news. We have to think of a good idea before we go find the general, Zheng Qing said. There are less than 20,000 soldiers in the city, but Yidu's city defense is well built and has sufficient food reserves. As long as no one in the city opens the door to the enemy, it will be enough to support the arrival of reinforcements. He Tuong said, but can you be sure that Yuan Zhuxiao will join us? Will the soldiers from the 6 counties defect after receiving the news? Zheng Qing took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and said, there is an army that will never defect. Li Zuanyi's eyes suddenly lit up and said, are you talking about the Huaixi Corps? Zheng Qing said, yes, they have already torn their faces with the Taifu. In this game where there can only be one winner, they have no choice but to stand firmly with us in order to survive to the end. Otherwise, after we fail, they will be the second to fail. Li Zuanyi said, but someone needs to be a lobbyist. Zheng Qing said without hesitation, I'll go, send me 20 guards with profound martial arts skills. He Tuong said solemnly, I'll find a way to get it together for you. Zheng Qing was relieved and said, after I leave the city, in order to prevent others from secretly opening the city gates and letting in the enemy troops, only the south gate is allowed to remain, and the rest of the city gates are sealed with earth. The person guarding the south gate must be a confidant with a clean background, and a stubborn person is preferred. It is best if he does not open the gate until he sees Yuan Cheng with his own eyes, and kills anyone who dares to break in on the spot. After the northern army surrounds Yi City, remember to keep the food and grass in the key places, and do not let them be burned by fire. For safety reasons, you can store them separately and do not give others a chance. Li Zuanyi said, how can we make Yuan Cheng believe in our judgment now? He Tuong said, while preparing for defense, send scouts to the north to confirm that the northern army is moving south and report back quickly. Zheng Qing said, there is no time to lose, let's act immediately. I want a letter written by Yuan Cheng to Yuan Xianji as a token of trust, so I'll trouble you, brother He, for this matter. He Tuong said, it is my duty. Chapter 41, Requesting Troops. The scouts sent out brought back disturbing news that a large army was slowly moving south. What was gratifying was that the Yaoan Legion did not send out cavalry to surround Yi City first as He Tuong said, but instead used a mixture of cavalry and infantry, with a large number of cavalry used for alert, checking the traffic, and blocking the news of the army moving south. Although it was unknown why the other side did not advance quickly, this was good news for Zheng Qing and his men. He Tuong asked for Yuan Cheng's handwritten letter for Zheng Qing, asking him to take 20 warriors with superb martial arts skills and secretly set out from the west gate to Hanoi to find an opportunity to cross the Longrong River and go to the Huaixi Legion camp. There was no trouble along the way. Zheng Qing found the local county magistrate near Hanoi for help, asked for several ships, crossed the Longrong River, arrived at the Kyoto small plain, and then ran all the way west to avoid being discovered by the Tifu's spies and being hunted down. But the discovery in the area west of Kyoto made Zheng Qing suspicious. He saw an abandoned military camp that had been burned by fire. He couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that the master defeated Yuan Xianji during this period and took down the Huaixi Legion? The brothers of this sect were too disappointing. Zheng Qing's face was gloomy and he tightened the reins. He didn't expect Yuan Xianji to be defeated so quickly before he set off. Sir, look, there is a messenger coming here. A warrior pointed to a cavalryman with a bright red flag behind him, who was running towards this side. Catch him alive. Zheng Qing saw the messenger flashing with inspiration and was secretly nervous and excited. He was worried about hearing bad news from the cavalryman, but also expected to get the information he wanted. 20 warriors immediately urged their horses to run towards the messenger. Seeing that the situation was not good, the man turned his horse's head and fled. Seeing this, a warrior took out an arrow from the quiver and shot it with a bow. In a few breaths, the horse the messenger was sitting on screamed and fell to the ground. The warriors who came with Zheng Qing chased after him like a whirlwind, surrounded the messenger, and captured him alive in a few seconds. Are you from the Tifu or the general of the Western expedition? Zheng Qing sat on his horse, looking down at the messenger, and asked. I am from the Tifu, the messenger replied nervously. How is the Tifu recently? Zheng Qing asked. I heard that the Tifu is in good health, the messenger said uncertainly. What about the general of the Western expedition? Zheng Qing turned to the main topic. He has returned to Yagwan, the messenger said. Returned? It doesn't look like he fled back after a great defeat. Zheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Yuan Xianji was still alive. Did the Tifu's troops enter Yagwan? He asked again. No, the Tifu only sent people to monitor the movements of the Yagwan rebels, and did not easily send troops. The messenger said. I guess the old man is busy writing letters everywhere to attract support and instigate people to rebel. Zheng Qing thought, and felt a lot of resentment in his stomach. Why can others have a good master, but he has to take care of Master Shang and worry about everything? Thank you. Zheng Qing thanked him and nodded slightly to the warrior who was escorting the messenger. He had to do this when he was in enemy territory. He couldn't take risks. The warrior cut the messenger's throat with a sword, found the secret letter from him, and handed it to Zheng Qing. The content of the letter was very simple, that is, the rebels in Yagwan had not made any unusual movements, and everything was normal. Go to Yagwan. Zheng Qing crumpled the secret letter into a ball and threw it on the ground, turning his horse to continue westward. After some time, Zheng Qing led his men to Yagwan, and the flag of the general of the western expedition was still raised at the gate. Listen, people at the gate, I am the messenger of the general, and I came to find your general on the order of the general. Quickly inform the general to open the gate, and don't delay. Zheng Qing stopped his horse outside the range of the bow and arrow, and shouted with all his strength. The Huaixi soldiers on the tower quickly went to inform the city guards. After hearing the report from his men, the archer in armor came to the battlement of the tower, looked down, and shouted, You are the messenger of the general, do you have any proof? Zheng Qing replied, There is a letter written by the general himself, open the gate quickly. The archer was cautious. He looked outside the pass and did not see any dust or smoke, which did not seem like there were ambushes, so he ordered, Lower the drawbridge and open the city gate. The drawbridge was slowly lowered, and Zheng Qing led 20 warriors to the city gate, passing through a gap in the city gate that only one person could enter. The archer went down to the city to see Zheng Qing, looked at the 20 warriors behind him, and said, The rest of you can go to the post house to rest, and you can follow me to see the general. Zheng Qing nodded to the warrior behind him, and followed the archer to see Yuan Xianji. How could your 100,000-strong army be instigated by the Grand Tutor to rebel on the battlefield and lead to such a great defeat? Zheng Qing asked on the way. The Grand Master is deeply loved by the Huaixi army. It is not easy for our army to barely hold its ground. I wonder when the general's reinforcements will arrive. The archer replied. How many soldiers do you have left? Zheng Qing deliberately avoided his question. There are still 30,000 to 40,000 people who can fight, the archer frowned and said. How many cavalry are there? Zheng Qing asked anxiously. There are still 8,000, the archer's eyes became deeper, and he began to doubt Zheng Qing. When will the general's troops arrive? He asked again. This matter will be cleared up when we meet the general of Zhengxi. Zheng Qing still avoided the question. The general is not coming. The archer pulled his mount and stopped suddenly. The general will come, but not now. The general has more urgent things to do now. The situation has come to this point. Whoever hesitates will be defeated. Please take me to see the general of Zhengxi. If there is a delay, the Grand Master will take over the situation. You and I know the consequences. Zheng Qing said with a threatening exhortation. The archer had a gloomy face and set off again. Arriving at the government office, Zheng Qing saw Yuan Xianji who was discussing things with his staff. He was slightly younger than Yuan Cheng and had a more frail temperament, but compared to Yuan Cheng's more bloated body, Yuan Xianji was still slim. What news did the general ask you to bring? Yuan Xianji asked when he saw Zheng Qing. This is the general's handwritten letter, please read it. Zheng Qing handed the letter to the handsome staff standing next to him. The first impression Zheng Qing had of this person was that he was shrewd and cunning. Zheng Qing didn't know why, but he thought so when he saw this person. After reading the letter, Yuan Xianji's face suddenly darkened. He slammed the letter on the table in annoyance and said, My situation is so critical now, how can I spare the energy to save the general? Please think carefully, General. Once Yi City falls, the general will be alone. How long can Yagwan save the general? If the Grand Tutor knows about Yi City and leads troops to besiege Yagwan, then everything will be lost. Zheng Qing knew that this matter was not so easy to deal with. In his opinion, the best solution was for the Huaixi Corps to go to Yi City to relieve the siege. But in the eyes of the Huaixi Corps, the best solution was for the general to lead troops to attack the Grand Tutor from the east. At this time, they were asked to save the general. How could this be achieved so easily? The staff standing on the side thought carefully for a while, and said, "What the messenger said may not be unreasonable." The general responded to the general's army for the country. If the general is defeated and captured, then the general will become a traitor and a rebel. At that time, it will be a tragic disaster for the whole family. Yuan Xiangji's face suddenly fell, and he clenched his fists and slammed them on the table, saying, "But the Grand Tutor is right in front of me. How can I save Yi City?" Zheng Qing said, "There are 2 roads from Yagwan to Yi City. The closer one is through Kyoto, but this road is blocked by the Grand Tutor. Now we can only send light cavalry to cross Taoyuan Ferry, go to Yi City from the north bank of Longrong River, and attack the rear of Yaoan Legion." Yuan Xiangji did not answer immediately. After a long silence, he said, "The cavalry of Yaoan Legion is the most brave in the world, and Li Jianian is a famous general in the north. I am afraid that we will be like a wolf walking into a tiger's mouth if we go there." Zheng Qing knew he was afraid, so to comfort him, he said, "When I came here, the Yaoan Corps was making slow progress, and the cavalry offensive they were good at was not used. I'm afraid there was some unrest inside and there were different opinions. Also, the Linjian Corps in the south has received the order from the general to move north to Yi City, so please don't worry." Yuan Xiangji said, "Since the Linjian Corps is moving north, why do I need to go to rescue them? The general should quickly urge Yuan Zhuxiao to move north, and then join me in encircling Kyoto." Zheng Qing was overwhelmed for a moment. If he told Yuan Xiangji that Yuan Zhuxiao might turn to the Grand Tutor, he would be even more afraid to send troops. Even if Yuan Zhuxiao did not turn to the Grand Tutor, just waiting for the price would be unbearable. "General, this is not a one-person matter. Please think carefully. It will take a long time for the southern army to come north. Once the general can't hold on in Yi City, everything will be over." Yuan Xiangji said, "Yi City is a famous city in the world. It cannot be conquered in a short time. Wait until Yuan Zhuxiao leads his troops to arrive and attack Yang Jixiang from both inside and outside. Then Yang Jixiang will surely be defeated. Then the general will lead his troops westward, and I will go out from Yagwan to the east, and the Tifu will be defeated without a fight." Zheng Qing advised, "General, now we are fighting with the Tifu to show the world the situation. The general is trapped in Yi City, and you are guarding Yagwan. The Tifu will occupy Kyoto and hold the Queen Mother, and call the world responsible, accusing the general of kidnapping the emperor and fleeing east in rebellion. By then, the people of the world will see the situation and turn to the Tifu. Although the general has troops, he will not be able to escape death. How can he face our ancestors in the underworld then? How dare you?" Yuan Xiangji was furious and stood up angrily. "General, don't be angry." The staff member next to him held down Yuan Xiangji and said, "You, the envoy, don't know what's good for you. Come out with me." The staff member then pulled the annoyed Zheng Qing outside. "Dao, you are polite." As soon as they got outside, the staff member let go of Zheng Qing and changed his face. Zheng Qing was slightly startled, then realized it, clasped his fists and said, "You are polite. I am Zheng Qing." The staff member smiled and said, "Fenji." After a pause, he said, "Now we are all in the same boat. If we can't defeat the Grand Tutor, we will all be eliminated. Brother Zheng, please don't hide the situation. Tell me the truth so that I can have an idea to persuade my general." Zheng Qing thought that persuasion from his own family would be more effective than his own, so he said, "The Yaoan Legion did secretly go south to attack Yi City. But what worries me is the movement of the Linjiang Legion. They are very likely to join the Grand Tutor when they see that the situation is not right. At that time, there will be no chance of a comeback." There was one thing Zheng Qing didn't say, which was that if the Linjiang army wanted to take advantage of the Yaoan army's capture of Yi City, they would sneak attack the Yaoan army, kill Yuan Qing and take away the little emperor, and lead the army to the imperial capital in the name of escorting the emperor. Then the 2 lines of the general and Yang Jixiang would end, and the line of Yuan Xiangji would become the condition for Yuan Zhuxiao to fight against the Grand Tutor, and there would be a certain chance of a comeback. He didn't say this because he didn't want it to become a condition for Fenji to threaten him. Fenji smiled and said, "But in my opinion, the Linjiang army has another trend. What Brother Zheng said just now is not the most favorable way for the Linjiang army. In my opinion, the Linjiang army can also take a replacement path. When the general and the Yaoan army are both defeated in Yidu, Yuan Zhuxiao will take action to eliminate Yuan Cheng and Yang Jixiang in one fell swoop, ending these two lines, and support the little emperor to return to the capital, thereby becoming a leader from a participant. This is in the interests of the spiritual envoys under Yuan Zhuxiao's line. I think this is also the reason why Brother Zheng is so anxious. After all, you are about to withdraw and find a new master. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42, Alliance. Zheng Qing was startled and panicked. He wanted to calm down, but he couldn't hide the fear of being discovered. Fan Ji noticed something was wrong. Zheng Qing smiled. Since he didn't know what to do, he used a smile to cover it up. It was better than showing too much panic. Brother Fan, what you said is indeed insightful, but have you ever thought that if the situation you mentioned is established, Yuan Xianji will be a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others? Who will be the third offline lord? At that time, the purpose of Yuan Xianji's existence is to be used by Yuan Zhuxiao to negotiate with Tuoba. After they divide the interests, can they still keep you? Zheng Qing calmed down, stared at Fan Ji, and asked. Fan Ji said calmly, when the three powers are in a tripartite situation, my lord can naturally swing in the middle. Don't forget, for Yuan Zhuxiao, Tuoba is the biggest enemy. If Tuoba is not dead, how can he deal with my lord with peace of mind? Zheng Qing smiled and said, Brother Fan, are you underestimating Tuoba? Don't forget that Tuoba ability is far beyond our lord. He may not be able to get rid of Yuan Zhuxiao and let Yuan Zhuxiao lead his troops to fight back. Fan Ji said, I don't think a person who can reap the benefits of others will be so stupid as to leave Kyoto. After all, it is easy to leave Kyoto, but it is difficult to enter Kyoto again. Zheng Qing disagreed and said, the reason why Yuan Zhuxiao was able to reap the benefits was because of the situation, not because he had any special talents. After entering Kyoto, how can he defeat the Grand Tutor? Don't forget, Dalian is in chaos, and the surrounding countries must be eyeing it covetously. Once the Chu state sends troops to Linjiang, will the soldiers from Linjiang still want to play the game of power with Yuan Zhuxiao in Kyoto? After the Grand Tutor sent Yuan Zhuxiao away, he might be able to order the soldiers from the Huaixi counties to attack Yagwin from the west, and then send another army to attack from the east. By then, the Grand Tutor's power will be permanently secured, and you will lose to us. Excellent. Wonderful. Brother Zheng's reasoning is really wonderful. Fan Ji applauded, but if I were Yuan Zhuxiao, why should I fight the Grand Tutor in Kyoto? Why can't I take action the first time I see the Grand Tutor, and then order the Linjiang Legion to attack Kyoto and wipe out the remnants of the rebels? Who is more powerful, the Grand Tutor or Yuan Xianji? I believe Yuan Zhuxiao and his spiritual envoys have a clear understanding. Zheng Qing said, Brother Fan's theory is profound, but it ignores the possibility of both sides being hurt. After the death of the Grand Tutor, will the spiritual travel envoys under the Grand Tutor let Yuan Zhuxiao go? Another point, what will the spiritual travel envoys who failed under Yuan Cheng and Yang Jixiang choose? Help the Grand Tutor or Yuan Zhuxiao, or Yuan Xianji? In short, I can be sure that after you watched him die without helping, we are most likely to help Yuan Zhuxiao. Even if we help the Grand Tutor, we will not come back to help you. Fan Ji fell silent, weighing the pros and cons while predicting and estimating what might happen. What will it be if we send troops? He returned to the starting point of interests and talked about what would happen next. Zheng Qing's expression relaxed slightly, and he said, again, the situation is clear. With Yuan Xianji's troops, we have reason to urge Yuan Zhuxiao to speed up his march. At the same time, Yuan Xianji's ability to send troops is also to inform outsiders that the situation near Kyoto is not that bad, and the Grand Tutor has not yet reached the point of controlling the situation. Only after we work together to defeat Yang Jixiang under the city of Yi City, will a true three-way confrontation be established, because we are all standing on the same standpoint. Moreover, the three parties have their own strengths and weaknesses, and they will not be able to control the overall situation as easily as the Grand Tutor. This is beneficial to both you and me. Fan Ji pondered for a while, and said, you mean that we send 8,000 cavalry to cross Taoyuan Ferry and go to Yi City for support, leaving the infantry here to hold the fort. But how are you going to urge Yuan Zhuxiao to advance? Don't forget, he and his men are not stupid. Zheng Qing smiled slightly and said, I'll have to ask Brother Fan for this matter. Fan Ji was puzzled and said, please ask me. Zheng Qing nodded and said, I would like to ask Brother Fan to ask Yuan Xianji to write a letter to Yuan Zhuxiao, saying that Yuan Xianji himself is leading a large army to meet Yuan Zhuxiao at the foot of Yi City, and hopes that Yuan Zhuxiao will not break the appointment. Fan Ji said, are you trying to trick Yuan Zhuxiao? Zheng Qing smiled and said, if Yuan Xianji personally led the troops to Yi City, it would not be considered a trick. Fan Ji thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid my general cannot go, otherwise the soldiers guarding Yagwan may rebel. Zheng Qing said regretfully, then there is no way. Fan Ji said, but the premise of your current inference is that Yuan Zhuxiao did not join the Taifu's side, but what if Yuan Zhuxiao was persuaded by the Taifu? Zheng Qing smiled lightly and said, if Yuan Zhuxiao was a person, this situation would certainly exist, but the problem now is that Yuan Zhuxiao also has a group of spiritual envoys under his command. Will they choose to help the Grand Tutor and accomplish his great cause? In other words, in your opinion, do you want to face an opponent like Tuo Badering or an opponent like Yuan Cheng? I believe the answer is easy to come by. Fan Ji said, that makes sense. I will find a way to ask the Lord to send troops. Zheng Qing said, the general who leads this cavalry must be good at cavalry combat. Fan Ji hesitated and said, I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. Zheng Qing noticed a problem and said, why? Fan Ji replied, the capable ones have already rebelled in the suburbs of Kyoto and defected to the Grand Tutor. Most of the rest are mediocre. Zheng Qing said, this is not necessarily the case. The Grand Tutor has left the Huaixi army for a long time. Isn't there a few new generals with outstanding qualifications in the Huaixi army during this period? Fan Ji sighed, most of the marches and battles are carried out by Yuan Xianji's subordinates. We never interfere much. I don't know if there are any capable people among them. Zheng Qing frowned, feeling something was wrong. He had never thought that the world could be so complicated. He said, then who is leading the cavalry now? Fan Ji said, the 8,000 cavalry are divided into 8,000 cavalry teams, each led by 8 cavalry generals. The one who is temporarily in charge of the cavalry is Master Xia Haobu, who is also one of us and is good at magic. Now only our own people can reassure us. Zheng Qing said, I'm very curious, how did you lose in the first place? I don't believe you didn't guard against the old subordinates of the Taifu. Fan Ji sneered and said, we wanted to imprison those old generals, but Yuan Xianji refused. He was worried that the army would be unstable and affect the morale of the army. If we hadn't won over a group of generals in advance, I'm afraid Yuan Xianji would be dead by now. Zheng Qing sighed, what a pity, what a pity, what a pity, the great opportunity to win is gone just like that. I wonder what kind of person this Master Xia Haobu is now. Fan Ji said, he is quite talented, very confident, and has his own unique insights into the situation. I believe you will be satisfied. Zheng Qing looked at Fan Ji's slightly amused expression and pondered his words. Being talented and confident seems good, but there is a problem when you add them together. Being slightly capable but extremely confident is just stubborn. The unique insights are probably some weird ideas, just to attract attention. Satisfied me is almost certainly a compliment. After guessing it was almost right, Zheng Qing smiled and said, I hope so. I'll leave the rest to you. Fan Ji said, wait for my good news. He sent Zheng Qing to the post house, and then went back to summon the Linggao envoys under Yuan Xianji to discuss the problem. Zheng Qing arrived at the post house, knowing that it would not be so easy. Fan Ji still had to discuss with his companions. Only when the group made a decision could the matter of supporting Yi be achieved. His original idea was to ask the Huaixi Corps to advance eastward, but considering that the Huaixi Corps' base was in Anyang, the whole army would detour eastward from Taoyuan Ferry, which would not only make Anyang empty, but also attract the attention of the Taifu. If the Taifu led the troops to attack Anyang, then the big deal would be over. Suddenly, Zheng Qing remembered something else. The families of the Huaixi Corps were all in Anyang. How could those soldiers who surrendered to the Taifu be assured? Isn't this a plan? Ask the families to write letters to the old Huaixi army in Kyoto City. Over time, the morale of the old Huaixi troops in Kyoto City will inevitably collapse. The war cannot be fought, and the wife and children are still in the hands of the other side. Who wouldn't be anxious? If they are willing to help me send troops, this strategy can be given to Fanji. In a separate courtyard in Yagwan Prefecture. Everyone has been informed of the matter. How to decide, to save or not to save, please give us your opinions. Fanji's voice sounded. The archer said, the situation is not favorable to us. If we can change the situation according to his method and make us stand in the camp of the winner first, it is not impossible. Master Xiahao snorted coldly and said, it would be good for us if we can reduce one competitor. Besides, the Linjian Corps has many infantrymen. It is too naive to want to sneak attack the Yaoyan Corps and change the overall situation. Both sides will inevitably fall into a stranglehold. The female rune master said, that would not be good for us. Our army cannot march into Kyoto, and the Grand Tutor does not need to leave Kyoto. After a long time, people's minds will be settled. Then, will they stand with the Grand Tutor or with us? Fanji said, so everyone agrees to send troops? He stared at Master Xiahao. In order to dispatch the cavalry, he had to cooperate. Otherwise, it would be useless if the plan was made but not executed. Master Xiahao at least knew that their current situation was really difficult. They were the second to last among the competitors that had appeared so far. The last one was being surrounded in Yi City, waiting for them to rescue him. We can rescue them, but have you ever thought about the huge loophole in Zheng's countermeasures? That is, what if the Linjian Corps doesn't come? With the strength of the Linjian Corps, even if they don't come, we have to rely on them to deal with the Tifu after the matter is done. Based on this point, why did the Linjian Corps come to Yi City? Fanji said, I believe Zheng Qing must have an idea about this matter. The best thing for us to do now is to rescue Yi City and rescue Yuan Cheng. With Yuan Cheng here, there will be a wall between us and Yuan Juxiao. We can use Yuan Cheng to suppress Yuan Juxiao without having to face the pressure brought to us by Yuan Juxiao. Master Xiahao said, it is unwise to entrust others with uncertain hopes. Fanji said lightly, just agree to lead the army. 2 days passed. Zheng Qing finally waited for the news at the post station. Fanji informed Zheng Qing of the news of the expedition and brought him a letter from Yuan Xianji. Zheng Qing opened the letter in front of Fanji and read it carefully. There were some minor flaws in the wording, but it was not a big problem. Thank you, Brother Fan, for your help, Zheng Qing thanked him immediately. This was a necessary courtesy. It's no big deal. I'll leave the affairs of the East to Brother Zheng. Fanji said politely. Chapter 43, Unexpected Plan. In addition to expressing his gratitude, Zheng Qing told Fanji about his strategy to alienate the old Huaixi army in Kyoto. Upon hearing this strategy, Fanji's eyes lit up, and his heart became much more at ease. He thanked Zheng Qing. The next day, Zheng Qing led 20 warriors and Xiahao to lead 8,000 cavalrymen out of Yagwan to Taoyuan Ferry. I have something to ask Brother Xiahao. Zheng Qing thought of something out of caution on the way. What is it? Xiahao asked. What is the relationship between the chief officer guarding Anyang and the general of the Western expedition? What is the relationship with the Grand Tutor? After Zheng Qing came up with a strategy to attack the heart, he thought that the Grand Tutor might also come up with the same countermeasures to disintegrate the morale of the Yagwan army. If Yagwan was lost, the Huaixi army would collectively surrender to the Grand Tutor, then Zheng Qing and his men would lose half of their battles. I don't know about this, Xiahao replied. Can you trouble Brother Xiahao to send a message back? Zheng Qing said for the sake of safety. What news? Xiahao asked. Pay attention to Anyang, don't let the Grand Tutor alienate you, Zheng Qing said in a deep voice. Xiahao was slightly shocked. He also knew about the alienation. Is the chief officer of Anyang suspected of rebellion? Zheng Qing smiled bitterly and said, it's all public affairs, how can there be rebellion? The Grand Tutor represents the public, what's wrong with the other party leaning on the Grand Tutor? Once the general dies in Yi City, then Yuan Xianji will have no reason to start a rebellion, and this shocking change in Kyoto will have a conclusion, that is, the Grand Tutor is right and the general is wrong. At that time, unless Yuan Xianji can lead the army to conquer Kyoto, there will be no chance of a comeback. Xiahao said, I will send someone back to inform Fanji. After crossing Taoyuan Ferry, the army went directly east and rushed to Yi City. When they were about to approach Yi City by 100 miles, Zheng Qing said goodbye to Xiahao and went south to find the traces of the Linjiang Legion. When they parted, they reminded Xiahao not to advance lightly, so as not to be discovered by the Yaoan Legion. Zheng Qing led 20 warriors to the south and crossed the Longrong River again to search for traces of Yuan Zhuxiao's march. The road along the way was quiet, with no sign of the commotion of the army passing through. It took Zheng Qing a day to see the shadow of a scout in the distance on the plain. The scout was very alert and turned and fled as soon as he found Zheng Qing and his men. The Linjiang army should be in front, Zheng Qing thought, urging everyone to move forward. After half an hour, more than 10 black-clad cavalrymen ran out from the end of the road and came towards them. Zheng Qing saw them and ordered everyone to stop and wait for the cavalrymen to arrive. "Who are you?" the leading black-clad cavalryman shouted. "We are the general's men, and you are General Yuan's men," Zheng Qing asked. "Do you have any proof?" The black-clad cavalrymen did not relax their vigilance. "We just came from the general of the Western Expedition. Here is a letter that General Yuan Xianji of the Western Expedition asked me to pass on to General Yuan," Zheng Qing said, taking out a letter. "Give me the letter first," the black-clad cavalryman asked for it. "This is entrusted by General Zheng Qing. I must personally hand it over to General Yuan. Are you delaying here to delay General Yuan's important event?" Zheng Qing naturally refused to hand it over. How could he still be a lobbyist if he gave the letter to the other party? The black-clad cavalry hesitated for a moment and said, "Come with me." Zheng Qing led his men to follow the black-clad cavalry to find Yuan Zhuxiao. It didn't take long for them to see the vanguard of the Linjiang Corps, with a large number of infantrymen marching in a line on the road. They passed the infantry team and rushed for a while, and Zheng Qing finally saw the flag of the Central Army. "Leave your people behind, and you go alone with me." The black-clad cavalry turned around and ordered. Zheng Qing asked the warriors to stop and follow the black-clad cavalry to Yuan Zhuxiao's carriage. "General, there is a messenger from the general asking for an audience." The black-clad cavalry reported loudly in front of the carriage. The carriage slowly stopped, and the curtain of the window was pulled open, revealing a dark-skinned man with a curly beard. "Who is the messenger?" the bearded man asked in a deep voice. "This person is Yuan Zhuxiao, who really doesn't match his elegant name," Zheng Qing secretly complained, but he didn't slow down, and rode forward. "This is me." Yuan Zhuxiao glanced at Zheng Qing coldly and said, "Where's the general's letter?" Zheng Qing took out the letter and handed it to the attendant beside the carriage, who passed it to Yuan Zhuxiao and said, "The general has no letter to the general. This letter was given to the general by General Zheng Qing. The general only sent me to ask the general to speed up the march and meet with General Zheng Qing under the city of Yidu." "Oh!" Yuan Zhuxiao exclaimed in surprise, opened the letter and read it, and said, "Why did General Zheng Qing run from the west to the east? Wasn't he attacking Kyoto? Why, he didn't defeat the tutor. Instead, he was driven away by the old man." Zheng Qing smiled and said, "Yidu is in urgent need. Yang Jixiang led his troops south, and General Zheng Qing was worried about the general's safety, so he led his troops here. Now the two sides are about to join forces, and the only thing missing is the general. Since the general of the Western Expedition has gone to Yi City, I won't go there." Yuan Zhuxiao said as he put down the letter before he finished reading it. Zheng Qing was slightly surprised and said, "Then where is the general going?" Yuan Zhuxiao seemed to see through Zheng Qing and smiled. "I was ordered to rescue people, so I will naturally go to Kyoto to quell the traitor Tuoba. The general will be safe with the rescue of the general of the Western Expedition, but if Kyoto is allowed to be occupied by the traitors, wouldn't it help Tuoba's power? Please go back and tell the general that I hope he will return to Kyoto as soon as possible. I will keep Tuoba's head for him and wait for the general to come back and chop it off personally." Zheng Qing was shocked. He didn't expect things to develop like this. Seeing that Yuan Zhuxiao was about to put down the curtains and set off again, he hurriedly shouted, "General, there is a wolf pass blocking the way to Kyoto. Who is Tuoba? How could he not set up defenses at Wolf Pass? What if Yang Jixiang defeats the general, seizes Yi City, and attacks Tuoba from the front and back of Wolf Pass? How can the general win?" Yuan Zhuxiao said proudly, "I don't care about Langwen, a mere pass. It can be broken in one day. If the envoy is really worried about the general's condition, please go back early and don't waste time here." After that, Yuan Zhuxiao lowered the curtains, and the carriage slowly moved forward, leaving Zheng Qing where he was. Zheng Qing suddenly realized that he was looking at the army advancing in an orderly manner, and he felt a strong sense of desolation and disappointment in his heart. Yuan Zhuxiao had a plan in mind and didn't listen to his persuasion at all. It seemed that the Linjiang Corps could not be relied on. Did Xia Haobu's 8,000 cavalry really have to raid the Yaoan Corps and break the siege of Yidu? But once Xia Haobu heard that Yuan Zhuxiao was not coming, would he attack the Yaoan Corps again? There was no guarantee that he would not abandon himself, return to Yagwan, go back and wait for the success or failure of Langwan with Yuan Xianji, and send troops to Kyoto again. Zheng Qing, who was confident that he would come to the Linjiang Corps, felt frustrated. In an instant, the momentum he had accumulated before was about to be lost. Power can only be effective if it is recognized by others. If no one recognizes the power of the general, then the title of the general is no different from that of the self-proclaimed emperor who revolted. Even so, the self-proclaimed emperor at least has soldiers in his hands, and the general is in danger now. Messenger, leave. The black-clad cavalry also issued an order to expel them. Zheng Qing's face was stiff and pale, and he turned his horse's head in frustration to meet up with the guards. Regardless of Yuan Zhuxiao's success or failure, the general has no hope at the moment. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Zheng Qing's mind, and he remembered that there was another army, the soldiers of the 6 counties, which should add up to tens of thousands of people. If the soldiers of the 6 counties were not won over by the Tifu, then the matter of Yidu might still have the chance to turn around. But it's hard to prevent that one. There is no one. No matter what, I have to take this risk. Zheng Qing thought. Key was the territory occupied by Taizu in the early days of sending troops. It had been cultivated for a long time and the people's hearts were united. How could the Tifu expect that the general would send out soldiers from the 6 counties? Zheng Qing regained his confidence and regained his composure. After reuniting with the warriors, he immediately left the Linjiang Legion and headed north to find the 6 counties' soldiers and horses in a place where the army could cross the river. Kaoyang Ferry. Not far from the riverbank stood 6 military camps, facing the Yaoan Legion stationed on the opposite bank across the river. The river wind was fierce, blowing the military flags in the 6 large camps fluttering and flying. Zheng Qing rushed here and saw the 6 county soldiers who were defending themselves in formation. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 6 county soldiers were confronting the soldiers of the Yaoan Legion, and the situation was not as bad as he imagined. "Where are you from?" A patrol cavalryman saw Zheng Qing and the others and rushed over to ask. Zheng Qing shouted, "I am the general's envoy. Take me to see your county lieutenant quickly." The patrol cavalry thought for a moment, agreed to Zheng Qing's request, and led them back to their own military camp. A few feet in front of the county lieutenant's tent, Zheng Qing ordered the warriors who came with him to stop, and went into the tent alone to see the county lieutenant. The Langaya county lieutenant sat inside, looked at Zheng Qing carefully, and said, "You said you are the general's envoy, what's the proof?" Zheng Qing took off his sword and said, "This is the cold yin black iron sword equipped by the personal guards in the general's mansion. It is extremely rare in the world. It can be said to be proof." The general in the tent came over to take Zheng Qing's sword and showed it to the county lieutenant. The county lieutenant drew out his sword, saw the cold light on the sword body and the seal of the general's mansion on it, put it back, handed it to the general, and returned it to Zheng Qing. "I believe you are the general's man, but what business are you here for?" Zheng Qing said, "I urge you to go to Yidu to join forces with General Xiangxi's troops and break the siege of Yidu by the Yaoan Legion." The county lieutenant frowned and sighed softly. "I also want to go to Yidu to solve the problem for the country, but now there are troops of the Yaoan Legion stationed on the other side of the Longrong River, and the soldiers can't cross the river. There is no way." Zheng Qing was dissatisfied with this and said, "Then why not change the crossing point?" The county lieutenant said, "Before we arrived, the Yaoan Legion had gathered most of the boats along the river to the north bank. Now the only remaining boats on the south bank are at Kaoyang Ferry. If we want to change the crossing point, we must move the boats to attract the attention of the garrison on the north bank. This is not a big deal. The key is that the county lieutenants of the other 5 counties have different ideas and are deadlocked with each other, so they are delayed here." Zheng Qing was slightly angry and said, "The situation in Yi City is urgent, and you are still delaying here. If His Majesty suffers any loss in Yi City, you can afford it. Go and notify the other 5 county lieutenants to come here to discuss crossing the river and rush to Yi City for support." The county lieutenant was shocked, and stood up suddenly, saying, "I'll ask someone to notify them right away." Zheng Qing said in a deep voice, "It's better for you to go and arrange it yourself, so as not to delay the people below. The lieutenant said yes and hurried out of the tent. Zheng Qing saw the lieutenant walking away from the corner of his eye, and glanced at the Langai generals in the tent. He ordered one of them to call the warriors accompanying him into the tent to replace the lieutenant's personal soldiers, strictly guard the inside and outside of the tent, and arrange all the lieutenant's personal soldiers to stand in 2 rows at the entrance of the tent. After doing this, Zheng Qing took the position of a lieutenant, asked someone to bring a map near the river bank, and waited for the 6 lieutenants to gather. When the Langai lieutenant came back and saw Zheng Qing sitting in his original seat, and saw that all the soldiers in the camp had been replaced, he did not dare to say a word, and stood obediently below and waited together. Chapter 44, Cross the River. Cross the river. At the gate of the Langai military camp, the county lieutenant would come with sharp cavalry to discuss matters from time to time. The atmosphere in the county lieutenant's tent was depressing. Zheng Qing looked at the 6 county lieutenants and said, "6 lords, the general is still in Yidu to protect his majesty and defend the city, but you are here arguing about where to cross the river. Is this really that difficult? The Longrong River connects to the canal. I don't believe that we can't even find an extra boat to cross the river." The Zibo County lieutenant said, "Your Excellency, it's not that we can't find a boat, but the officials who manage the canal boats are unwilling to lend it." Zheng Qing was slightly surprised, ignoring these details set up by the spiritual world, and said, "You are all here to fight for the country. If someone obstructs you, it is collaborating with the enemy. You lead the troops to borrow money. If the other party doesn't know what's good for you, you can kill them first and report later. I will inform the general." "Yes, sir." The Zibo County lieutenant retreated. Zheng Qing saw that the problem of insufficient boats could be solved. The next problem was crossing the river. He pointed at the map and said, "Let's discuss the issue of crossing the river. Kaoyang Ferry is now guarded by enemy troops. Where do you think it is suitable to cross the river?" The Langai County lieutenant said, "There is a place called Liachuankao downstream of Kaoyang Ferry. Our army can cross the river there and bypass the guards on the other side of the river." Liachuankao. Zheng Qing looked for this location on the map. "Sir, it's not on the map. Only the nearby villagers know about this place," the Langai County lieutenant reminded softly. Zheng Qing withdrew his gaze from the map, nodded, looked at everyone, and said, "Do you have any objection to this? If not, we will choose Liachuankao as the crossing point." The 6 county lieutenants said in unison, "It is up to the envoy to arrange." Zheng Qing felt a little relieved and said, "The Zibo County lieutenant will be responsible for requisitioning the boats. The army will go south to Liachuankao to prepare to cross the river. Some soldiers will be left here to set up a false formation, pretending that our army is going to forcefully cross the river from Kaoyangdu to attract the attention of the enemy. 6 lords, for the sake of His Majesty, I hope that you can cooperate sincerely. After the success, the general will certainly receive a lot of rewards, and you will all be the heroes who rebuild the court." Just as the meeting was about to end, Zheng Qing suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly stopped everyone, saying, "After crossing the river, the army will change the flag of the Linjiang Corps, and the troops will advance under the name of the Linjiang Corps." "My lord, why?" The Langai County lieutenant asked the puzzled questions in the hearts of the other county lieutenants. Zheng Qing said, "General Zheng Xi's troops are near Yi City. They will not easily move out without seeing the Linjiang army. You are doing this to serve the country. I will report to the general afterwards and give your credit. Then may I ask, sir, where's the real Linjiang army now?" The Langai County lieutenant became worried. Zheng Qing smiled slowly and said, "Yuan Zhuxiao has given the general an order to attack Langwan and open up the main road for us to return to Kyoto from the south. At the same time, clear the hidden worries in your rear. The combined forces of the 6 counties and the troops of General Zheng Qi will be more than enough to defeat the Yaoyan army that surrounded Yi City." After sending everyone away, Zheng Qing exhaled deeply. How could he dare to tell them the truth? The situation was completely out of the general's control. After they learned the news, their hearts would inevitably be unsettled, affecting the morale of the army. If they suddenly rebelled, it would be a disaster and would completely destroy the hope of saving Yi City. If I had known that it would be so hard to be an envoy outside the city, I should have stayed in the city and waited for help. Even if the city was broken, I could find a chance to slip away. It's not like now, which is thankless and hard work." When everything was ready, Zheng Qing led the army to secretly leave the camp under the cover of night and went to Liachuankao to cross the river on a borrowed canal boat. That night, the sentinels of the 6 counties crossing the river attacked the Yaoyan Corps stationed on the north bank of Kaoyangdu. Zheng Qing came to the remaining camp of the Yaoyan Corps on the north bank in the early morning mist. Last night, they killed and set fire, and most of the camp had been burned. The Langaya County lieutenant followed and reported the results of last night's battle. Zheng Qing heard that more than 1,000 people were captured alive, and said, "Interrogate the prisoners, explore the recent intelligence of the Yaoyan Corps, and at the same time send light cavalry to chase and kill the remaining soldiers who escaped last night along the north. Every bit that can weaken the Yaoyan Corps is a bit." The Langaya County lieutenant said that he was leaving. Zheng Qing stood on the ashes, scanning the remnant camp, with 20 warriors following him at all times. He began to think about what to do next. Now that he couldn't trick Yuan Zhuxiao's troops, he could only trick Xia Haobu's Huaxiruki. He must make Xia Haobu believe that the 6 county troops are the Linjiang Corps, so as to prompt Xia Haobu to attack the Yaoyan Corps. The 6 county troops camped near the remnant camp of the Yaoyan Corps. After a hard night's work, the county lieutenants suggested that they take a day off to avoid resentment among the soldiers. Zheng Qing followed their advice. As an outsider, he would never command the affairs of the sectu if the situation allowed, just like the night attack last night, which was carried out by the county lieutenants themselves. Zheng Qing walked to the camping site and stood at the door of his tent for a while. When he saw the Langaya County lieutenant running towards him excitedly, his heart skipped a beat, thinking that there must be good news. Emissary, good news. The Langaya County commandant did not keep the secret and said, "The famous General Li Jinayan from the north was killed by Yang Jixiang." Li Jinayan. This was the second time Zheng Qing heard this name. The last time was from Yuan Xianji. Seeing the happy look on the Langaya County commandant's face, this Li Jinayan must be an extraordinary figure. Such a person's existence is undoubtedly a great help to the Yaoyan army. Why did Yang Jixiang destroy himself and kill him? Really? Zheng Qing asked, did the captive say why Li Jinayan died? The Langaya County commandant said, it seems that Li Jinayan and Yang Jixiang had a dispute. Li Jinayan was unwilling to lead the troops south, fearing that the border would be lost, but Yang Jixiang insisted on going south. The angry Li Jinayan cursed the generals who supported the southward march in front of Yang Jixiang in the big tent, and was killed by Yang Jixiang because of jealousy. The soldiers of the Yaoyan Legion sympathized with Li Jinayan and nicknamed the 5 people who strongly supported the southward march, calling them the 5 internal thieves. These 5 people must be spiritual envoys. Every family has its own problems, and it seems that they are no exception. It's a pity that they did it too stupidly. Li Jinayan, who is so popular among the army, is not Yuan Cheng's 2 useless brothers. If Li Jinayan cannot be made to stay at the northern border, then house arrest is better than killing him. This is too unpopular, but it is also an opportunity for Zheng Qing. When the upper and lower levels are alienated, there will be opportunities. After a few days, the troops of the 6 counties went north and approached Yi City. At the suggestion of the county lieutenants, Zheng Qing chose to set up camp at a safe distance and was not in a hurry to rescue Yi City from the siege. The intelligence collected along the way showed that the elite cavalry unit of the Yaoyan Legion was stationed in the south of Yi City, and Yang Jixiang's main camp was in the west of Yi City. After hearing the news, Zheng Qing started to think that Division Xia Haobu could just sneak attack Yang Jixiang's main camp from the west. It would be best if Yang Jixiang could be killed in one battle. Zheng Qing summoned the county lieutenants and arranged for a soldier with a southern accent to pretend to be a messenger of the Linjiang Legion to contact Division Xia Haobu, agree on a date, and sneak attack Yang Jixiang's main camp. It would be more effective to go to Division Xia Haobu in the name of Yuan Zhuxiao than to go to him himself to discuss the attack on the Yaoyan Legion, Zheng Qing thought. The 2 sides agreed to launch an attack at night 2 days later. The Linjiang Corps disguised as the 6 counties troops would first attack the Yaoyan Corps camp in the south, forcing the garrisons from other areas to come to the rescue. Division Xia Haobu would then take this opportunity to attack the western camp and flatten Yang Jixiang's central army tent. Zheng Qing secretly hoped that Division Xia Haobu could kill Yang Jixiang, so that they would not have to fend the 5 internal bandits. Afterwards, they could contact the 5 internal bandits and invite them to join their side, so that they could take the remaining Yaoyan Corps into their hands and become Yuan Cheng's helper. However, no matter how much Zheng Qing planned, the success or failure would not be known until 2 days later. Time passed, and soon the agreed date arrived. The 6 counties' lieutenants were unwilling to lag behind and were unwilling to stay in the camp. Zheng Qing had no choice but to choose a general from Langaya County to guard the camp, and he led the troops from all counties to march north at night to attack the Yaoan Corps in the South City. This battle could not be lost, and Zheng Qing had to watch it with his own eyes and control it in real time. The troops of the 6 counties arrived outside the South City camp. The Yaoan Corps was lax in its defense, especially after Li Jinian, who was in charge of the cavalry, was unjustly killed. The morale of the cavalry was even lower. When the agreed time came, Zheng Qing ordered the troops of the 6 counties to attack the south camp of the Yaoan Corps. As soon as the shouts of killing rang out, the South City camp was blown up. Zheng Qing saw from a high place in the rear that the South Camp troops did not put up any resistance. When they saw the attacking troops, they rushed to escape, shouting that the South soldiers were attacking the camp. Many cavalry ran out of other gates at night and fled to other camps in a mess. This seemed to be simpler than he thought. Zheng Qing thought at the right time, right place and right people were all on his side. It seemed that the 5 internal thieves did not handle the internal problems well. They treated the elite cavalry roughly, which led to long-term resentment. Now the attacking troops naturally did not resist. But from the operation of the 5 internal thieves to kill Li Jinian unjustly, this matter was beyond expectations, but it was reasonable. No wonder they were slow to move south at the beginning. Their internal problems were quite serious. After some time, the sound of hooves from the west was loud. Division Xiaobu saw the opportunity and launched a cavalry offensive. The 2 camps in the southwest were attacked in succession. The Yaoan Corps was restless and the soldiers were defeated. Finally, they collapsed and the morale of the army was drained. The fighting lasted until dawn. The soldiers who did not escape the camp resisted all night. The soldiers of the 6 counties, together with the Huayixiruki, eliminated the camp of the Yaoan Corps outside the city overnight. After this battle, although the Yaoan Corps was not seriously injured, it was also injured, which made the internal problems more exposed. The crisis in Yuta was temporarily relieved. Zheng Qing moved his stiff body. He had been supervising the battle nervously in the back all night. Now he should think about how to face Division Xiaobu and deal with the remaining problems of the Yaoan Corps. It's time to tell Division Xiaobu the truth. Instead of waiting for Division Xiaobu to find out, it would be more sincere to tell him actively. After all, now that the siege of Yuta has been lifted and the 2 armies are about to meet, it is not difficult for Division Xiaobu to see the difference. Later, facing the remaining forces of the Yaoan Legion, the help of Master Xiaobu would be needed. If the relationship becomes strained, it would be detrimental to the following cooperation. Zheng Qing jumped on his horse and led 20 warriors to the west of the city to find Master Xiaobu. The Huayixiruki who stayed in the west of the city informed Zheng Qing that Master Xiaobu had chased to the north. Zheng Qing thought about it and thought that Master Xiaobu probably wanted to take this opportunity to establish merit, establish his voice in the Huayixi Legion, and truly become the leader of this cavalry. It seems that not only himself benefited from the victory last night, but also Master Xiaobu. Compared with himself, he did not have the concerns of the Yaoan Legion. If things go wrong, he can lead his army back to Yagwan. Zheng Qing walked north and waited for Master Xiaobu to return on the only way. This was the focus of his current actions. Chapter 45, Unforeseen Situation. Dust rose in the north. Xiaobu led the cavalry back. He was very proud at this time. He broke through the Yaoan Legion overnight and chased them to the north. This undoubtedly established his prestige in the Huayixi cavalry. A general who can win a battle is more useful than anything else. Under Yuan Xianji's line, Xiaobu not only had to face competitors from other lines, but also had to face competitors in the same line, Fenji. He never gave up the fight for the leadership of the Lingyao envoys under Yuan Xianji, which meant more merits. Xiaobu could not give up, but he had been suppressed by Fenji before. Unlike the 3-party cooperation on Zheng Qing's side, the situation on Fenji's side was slightly more complicated, but even if it was complicated, Fenji could suppress different voices and establish the policy of his own line. From the information Zheng Qing had obtained so far, the situation of the Lingyao envoys under Yuan Zhuxiao's line was unclear, and the Lingyao envoys under Yang Jixiang's line were undoubtedly the worst performing. Combined with what is happening now, it is very likely that the spiritual envoys under Yang Jixiang's line are dissatisfied with each other, and they can neither work together nor stand out and take the lead. which has led to their chaotic decision-making and repeated stupid moves. Brother Xiahao. Zheng Qing took the initiative to greet him. Master Xiahao slowly slowed down, stopped his horse less than 10 feet away from Zheng Qing, and said, "Brother Zheng, what are you doing here?" Zheng Qing lowered his posture and said, "I came here to apologize to Brother Xiahao." Master Xiahao was surprised, his expression gradually became heavy, and he said, "Brother Zheng, have you done anything to let me down?" Zheng Qing said, "I lied to Brother Xiahao. The reinforcements coming from the south are soldiers from the 6 counties of Qi, not Yuan Zhuxiao's troops." Master Xiao's face changed again, and he asked, "Where is Yuan Zhuxiao?" Zheng Qing said, "He went to attack Langwen." Master Xiao's face changed, glanced at Zheng Qing, sneered and said, "Brother Zheng is so calculating." Zheng Qing sighed, "This is also a helpless move. If not, how can Brother Xiahao send troops, and how can Brother Xiahao have this great victory? What's more, even if Yuan Zhuxiao's troops are guarding Langwen, it is not certain that he can capture it." Master Xiahao looked slightly unfriendly, snorted, and said, "How can Tuoba Darin have extra troops to guard Wolf Pass? I'm afraid Yuan Zhuxiao is already under the city of Kyoto, preparing to enter the capital." Zheng Qing also had this worry in his heart, which was why Yuan Zhuxiao dared to march westward. Tuoba Darin was trapped in Kyoto and attacked from both sides, so how could he have extra troops? It's no wonder that Yuan Zhuxiao dared to boast that he would capture Wolf Pass in one day. But at this moment, facing Master Xiahao, if Zheng Qing acquiesced or agreed with his opinion, it would undoubtedly make Master Xiahao even more angry, because he could have had a better choice. So in order to appease Master Xiahao, Zheng Qing wanted to make him believe that the current choice was his best choice. And the key lies in Yuan Zhuxiao. As long as Yuan Zhuxiao can't capture Wolf Pass, it proves that Yuan Zhuxiao's value is limited, and Master Xiao's current choice is correct. Zheng Qing can only choose to gamble, betting that Yuan Zhuxiao can't take Wolf Pass, and betting that Tuoba Darin attaches great importance to Wolf Pass. Brother Xiahao can temporarily camp outside Yi City and send people to Langwen to find out the truth. Yuan Zhuxiao must be blocked outside Langwen. Master Xiahao looked at Zheng Qing coldly and said, "What if there is no such thing? If there is no such thing, your anger should have almost subsided by then. I will change another set of rhetoric, that is, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Tuoba Darin is gone, and the more powerful Yuan Zhuxiao has come. Is it good for you, Wen Xianji?" Zheng Qing already had a plan in his mind, but it was not appropriate to say it at this time. Master Xiahao was still angry about being deceived by himself, and the effect would be greatly reduced if he said it. "Brother Xiahao, don't worry, Yuan Zhuxiao must be outside Langwen." Zheng Qing had to stick to this point now, so as to calm Master Xiahao down first. Master Xiahao snorted coldly, thinking that the situation near Kyoto was unclear, and it was not convenient to tear his face with Zheng Qing, so he put it aside for the time being and turned his horse back to the camp. Wait for the news to come back and then deal with Zheng Qing. After dealing with Xiao's division, Zheng Qing went back to join the soldiers of the 6 counties and the defenders in Yi City. He casually handed over the work of the soldiers of the 6 counties to Hitong and informed Hitong of the details of the request for merit. It would be much easier for him to ask Yuan Chang to do this than Zheng Qing himself. Now is the time to win people's hearts, and we cannot slack off on the new forces like the soldiers of the 6 counties. Zheng Qing finally relaxed after everything was handed over. "Thank you for your hard work," Li Zuanai patted Zheng Qing on the shoulder. "It's not really hard work," Zheng Qing smiled lightly. "The siege of Yi City has been lifted, and the next thing to consider is how to solve the problem of the Yaoan Legion," Li Zuanai said solemnly. "Compared to the Yaoan Corps, I think the movements in the south are more worthy of our attention. Has Yuan Zhuxiao taken over Kyoto? If the situation develops to that point, then the current situation and the relationship between enemies and friends will change dramatically. There is no need to rush to deal with the Yaoan Corps. Maybe there will be a day when we can turn enemies into friends," Zheng Qing said solemnly. "We can send spies to collect information. We can't let go of the north and the south. If Yang Jixiang makes a comeback, it will be a big trouble for us." Li Zuanai also understood that the situation for them was only temporarily improved, and it was not an advantage. Zheng Qing nodded and said, "Now we just have to wait. We are held back by Yang Jixiang in Yi City.
We can only wait and see how the situation in the south develops and whether Zheng Qing is still alive. If he died last night, the Yuan Legion would have a chance to become our helper. When we go south, Yuan Zhuxiao will have to bow his head. After hearing this, Li Zuanai remembered another thing. He hesitated for a while and said, "There is something I don't know whether I should say." Zheng Qing felt strange and said, "Brother Li, when have you ever been so shy? But you can say it." Li Zuanai said, "Don't you think there are too few spiritual envoys under Yuan Chang's line?" Zheng Qing was surprised, but after careful thought, he agreed, "Indeed, there are only 3 of us, too few." Li Zuanai looked around vigilantly, took a deep breath and said slowly, "Do you still remember the point beneficiaries I told you about?" Zheng Qing nodded cautiously. Li Zuanai said, "The points in a mission are distributed according to the percentage of merit. That is to say, if someone with a high percentage of merit dies, someone with a low percentage of merit will rise. Although this rise will be subject to certain restrictions, it is risky enough for those who are obsessed with profit. Do you understand what I mean?" Zheng Qing was confused and guessed, "There is a point beneficiary among us." Li Zuanai nodded slowly and said, "I dare not talk to He Tong about this matter. His origins are mysterious and his actions are secretive. It is better for you and me to know each other well. Cooperation requires tolerance, but it is not an unguarded concession. You and I must be more careful in the future, especially you." Zheng Qing shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this. My fighting power is weak, but it won't make the point beneficiaries take it to heart. Besides, attacking me will alert the enemy and let you escape in advance. If the point beneficiary wants to maximize his interests, both of us will be in danger, but his first target must be you, because your fighting power is enough to threaten the other party, and you also have enough escapability. I am different. After you die, I will be the meat on the plan board. How to slaughter is just a matter of time. Even so, you need to be careful." Li Zuanai emphasized, "If Brother Li is worried, I have an idea. I can pull a strong reinforcement for us at a critical moment." Zheng Qing thought of one person and said, "Who is it?" Li Zuanai asked. "Great Sword Master." Zheng Qing said calmly. "This world's ceiling level figure. What can you do to make the Great Sword Master stand on our side?" Li Zuanai frowned and said, "It is impossible to make the Great Sword Master stand on our side completely. All we need is for the Great Sword Master to help us at the critical moment. To achieve this, we need to improve the Great Sword Master's favorability. What the Great Sword Master cares about is the power of the Little Emperor. As long as we can make the Great Sword Master feel good about us and trust us in this matter, then things will be easy in the future." Zheng Qing analyzed it in detail and said, "What you said does make sense, but how to do it?" Li Zuanai pointed out the crux of the problem. "This requires He Tong's help." Zheng Qing smiled slightly. "If he is really fine, what we are doing now will only be more beneficial to the general, but if he really has problems, then we will have enough means to counter it." "How to do it specifically?" Li Zuanai asked. Zheng Qing whispered to Li Zuanai secretly, and after that, he added, "If possible, it would be best to find the hidden person. Since he has made up his mind to hide and not show himself, it is likely that there are accomplices among us. The metaphor in the words is already very obvious." Li Zuanai was cautious and said, "If we pay attention to He Tong's movements, it will definitely arouse He Tong's vigilance. At this time, suspicion between each other will be detrimental to cooperation. We only need to master the means to counter them, and we can wait and see for the rest, and relax the vigilance of He Tong and the people in the dark. The most important thing at a moment is to win, not to rush to divide the fruits. We must be clear about this." Zheng Qing smiled bitterly. Li Zuanai was still very sober and had a clear goal, which was to win. For this reason, he could temporarily put aside other things. This was naturally good for the cooperative allies, and it could prevent Zheng Qing from being confused for a while and taking the wrong step. He agreed with Li Zuanai's statement. A few days later, the situation near Yidu stabilized. The soldiers of the 6 counties, the garrison in the city and the Huaxiruki outside the city, also had nearly 50,000 people. Facing the disunity of the people in the north, the Yuan Legion that recamped was enough. The only pity was that Zheng Qing was still alive, and the situation Zheng Qing hoped for did not appear. Now the two sides are confronting each other in Yi City. Zheng Qing dare not go south easily, and Zheng Qing and his team dare not go north rashly. The movements of Xiahou Bushi are unclear, and there is no guarantee that he will not sell out Zheng Qing and his team on Yuan Cheng's way north. The key to breaking the deadlock now lies in the south, the victory or defeat of the struggle between Yuan Zhuxiao and Tuoba Duran. The latest news has been reported back to Yi City. Yuan Zhuxiao was blocked in front of Langwen and could not move forward. This is exactly what Zheng Qing wanted. Yuan Zhuxiao was so arrogant at the beginning, but he was just a person with high expectations and low skills. He was so arrogant at that time, but now his face is beaten. I don't know what expression Yuan Zhuxiao will have if he sees him again. Yuan Zhuxiao's defeat is neither good news nor bad news for Zheng Qing and his team. If you have to say it, it is probably something that is more in line with Zheng Qing and his team's current interests. Chapter 46, Shocking Changes in Kyoto. In the middle of the night, a knight galloped from the west into the camp of Xiaobu Division outside Yi City. This was an urgent report from Fan Ji. After reading the letter brought by the knight, Xiaobu Division didn't know whether to be annoyed or happy. He thought about it alone for a long time and murmured, I was asked to go north to win over the Yaoan Legion, but I have no dealings with the people of the Yaoan Legion. I defeated the Yaoan Legion last time and offended them badly. How can I win them over easily now? This Fanji is really a rude person. He said it very lightly in the letter. Besides, Fanji's urgent report has arrived, and the news from Zheng Qing and others will arrive almost tomorrow. If they know about the situation in Kyoto, how can I be allowed to leave easily? Now the army is close to the city. If I am surrounded by the army in the city, I am afraid I will have no way to survive. It is better to ignore it and return to Kyoto as soon as possible to retain my strength. Xiaobu Division made up his mind, walked out of the tent, summoned the messenger, and ordered the entire army to secretly move the camp and return to Yagwan. Just after dawn, the information about the disappearance of Huaxiruki outside the city reached Zheng Qing's ears. The situation is changing in some way, He Tuong said first. Most likely something happened in Yagwan, Li Zuanai continued to speculate. I don't think it was Yagwan. If Yuan Xianji had an accident in Yagwan, the first reaction of Xiaobushi should be to ask us for reinforcements, instead of leaving quietly. Zheng Qing tapped the table and said. Could it be Jingdu? He Tuong sat up straight in his chair, with a flash of disbelief in his eyes, and said. While Tuoba Daran was defending Langwen with all his strength, Yuan Xianji stole Jingdu. It's not impossible. Li Zuanai followed the speculation and said. Wait for the news. Zheng Qing was more direct. No matter what happened in Jingdu, we should not lose our composure before the news comes back. But we can't just sit there and wait for death, He Tuong emphasized. I have a countermeasure, Zheng Qing said calmly. Li Zuanai sat up straight and listened attentively, knowing that Zheng Qing was going to talk about that matter. What countermeasures? He Tuong asked. Win over the great swordsman and make him indirectly the protector of Yuan Cheng, thus freeing us from our fighting power. Zheng Qing stared at He Tuong's eyes and said. How to do it? He Tuong was indeed interested. The great swordsman is concerned about the little emperor, and what he is dissatisfied with is Yuan Cheng's usurpation and disrespect for the little emperor. We can send people to repent to the great swordsman, so that Yuan Cheng will respect the kingly way again and win the great swordsman's favor. As long as Yuan Cheng is no longer reckless in the future, the great swordsman will definitely believe us and will also have a good impression of Yuan Cheng. When the time comes, we can take the opportunity to make a request, and the great swordsman will most likely not be able to refuse. Zheng Qing said slowly. Will it succeed? He Tuong doubted. You know, the favor of this kind of ceiling-level person is difficult to shake. You can give it a try. This matter is beneficial to us and to Yuan Cheng. It can change his reputation and gather people's hearts. Li Zuanai added fuel to the fire. That's true, but how can we change Yuan Cheng's temper? If we fail to persuade him and he becomes resentful, it will be very disadvantageous to us. He Tuong stopped objecting and put forward a question. Two methods, Zheng Qing raised two fingers. The first is to blame the cause of this incident on Yuan Cheng's daily disrespectful and usurping behavior towards the little emperor to test his reaction. The second is to feed him obedient pills directly after the first method fails, forcing him to follow our advice. If he is fed stupidly, people will notice. He Tuong frowned slightly and said. He is disobedient, that's the only way, we must win. Zheng Qing emphasized coldly. I will try my best, He Tuong agreed. Not try my best, but we must do it. We are not in an advantageous position. Now we can use any means to change our situation. It is too important to liberate our combat power. We are bound to Yuan Chang and cannot do many things. Li Zuanyi said firmly. I don't need to, but who will go to meet the great swordsman? He Tong looked at Zheng Qing and the others. Brother Li wants to protect Yuan Chang, so naturally I should go. Zheng Qing said. So far, things have been going smoothly. If there is no objection, then this is settled, Li Zuanyi said. The residence of the great swordsman. Zheng Qing stood in the courtyard, looking at the great swordsman who was sitting cross-legged in the corridor and wiping his sword. He bowed and said, Greetings, great swordsman. The great swordsman looked slightly annoyed and said, What are you doing here? Zheng Qing had already thought of a point of entry on the way, and said, I'm here to inform you that there may be bad news from Kyoto. The great swordsman stopped moving, looked up and stared at Zheng Qing, and said, What news? Zheng Qing said, Just last night, Yuan Xianji's cavalry outside the city withdrew overnight. This must be that something happened in Kyoto. The situation may become more turbulent in the future. The great swordsman snorted coldly and said, You come here before we figure out the situation. What are you planning? Zheng Qing smiled slightly. The combat power of the ceiling is indeed tricky, and it seems difficult to gain favor, but for the sake of what will happen later, he has to grit his teeth and hold on. I came here secretly on the orders of the general. The great swordsman frowned and said, What happened to Yuan Chang again? Zheng Qing said, The general thinks about his past usurpation and regrets it in his heart. I hope the great swordsman can give the general another chance. You are full of lies, not worth listening to. The great swordsman said impatiently, Go away. Zheng Qing did not move, and said, Master, have you ever heard of the light wheel incident? The great swordsman glanced at Zheng Qing with disgust and said, You have the nerve to mention this farce directed and acted by yourself. Zheng Qing said, I mentioned this matter not because of the incident itself, but because of the general situation and the group of people around him who are good at flattering and fawning. Now the general has come to his senses under my advice, but he still can't make up his mind to get rid of those people. I came here just to tell the great swordsman whether the general can change his ways. Please wait and see. The great swordsman looked disdainful and said, Okay, I'll wait to see your great general reform himself. Zheng Qing finished the face-swiping task and turned to leave the courtyard. This is the first step in conquering the great swordsman, to make a firm impression. However, I only occasionally played love games to conquer girls before, and now it's more difficult to conquer old men. After returning to the residence of the great general's mansion, Li Zuanyi hurried over and brought the latest information. His face was not very good. Big changes have taken place in Kyoto. The Huaixi soldiers under Tuo Badaran mutinied and opened the city gates at night. Yuan Xianji entered Kyoto and brazenly killed the 3 clans of Tuo Badaran. It is also said that several people with supernatural powers have died. Li Zuanyi said directly. Zheng Qing was stunned. He didn't expect this to happen. No wonder Master Xia Haobu was in a hurry to escape. Now that Tuo Badaran is gone, Yuan Xianji has become the target of public criticism. Kyoto is really an unlucky place. Whoever occupies it will be unlucky. What is the situation at Langwen? Zheng Qing suddenly thought of Yuan Zhuxiao's move. It would be more advantageous for them if Yuan Xianji occupied Jingdu than if Yuan Zhuxiao occupied Jingdu. Li Zuanyi said, We don't know yet, but it is foreseeable that Yuan Zhuxiao will take this opportunity to attack Langwen. Jingdu has changed drastically. What should we do next? He Tongren's voice came before he arrived. Zheng Qing looked at He Tong who was walking over, and said, Now that the situation has changed, the most urgent thing is to end our confrontation with the Yaoan Legion in Yidu and return to Kyoto in the south. We can't let others take advantage of the opportunity to expand. He Tong asked anxiously, How should we do it? Zheng Qing said, Send an envoy to contact the Yaoan Legion first, inform them of the news from Kyoto, and make it clear that the general is willing to forgive them. We will make plans based on their response. Li Zuanyi said, Do you want to win over the Yaoan Legion? Zheng Qing said, We can't give this opportunity to others. Now that we have one more ally, we will have enough power to force Yuan Zhuxiao to surrender when we go south. He Tong suddenly calmed down and said, If we capture Kyoto and eliminate Yuan Xianji's forces in this way, aren't you afraid that Yuan Zhuxiao and Yang Jixiang will join forces to wipe us out again? Zheng Qing said, It is possible, but it is not something we should consider now. The key now is for us to gather our greatest strength. When we arrive in Kyoto, we can play to our strengths. Don't forget that we are always the weakest party among the Lingyao envoys. As long as we make good use of this and don't let anyone feel afraid of us, we will have a chance to win. He thought for a while and said, "It is a good idea to show weakness to the enemy." Li Zuanai took the opportunity to say, "Then I will ask Brother He to arrange the envoys matter. We must be cautious in the first contact." He was not in a hurry about this matter and said, "What if both parties have discussed it? How should we prepare?" Zheng Qing said, "Then I will go on a mission to discuss cooperation with the Lingyao envoys of the Yaoan Legion and test their attitude." Li Zuanai said, "The situation has reversed. We have to go south as soon as possible." After the two of them left, Zheng Qing walked back to the rest room, thinking of the psychological advice he had given to Fan Ji. It couldn't be so magical that he could subvert the situation. However, this also put Yuan Xianji on the fire. The Huaixi Corps was already weakened, and now it occupied Kyoto and became a thorn in the eyes of all parties. The situation would be even more dangerous. Fan Ji should not make such a mistake. What is his backup? What is his backup? Does he want to use the land of Huaixi to fight against the world? Or does he plan to borrow soldiers from neighboring countries? Zheng Qing couldn't figure it out, and didn't know that Xiahao Bushi had destroyed Fan Ji's backup. At present, the situation is changing, and each family has to re-examine their position and defeat other competitors. There may be spiritual envoys who have not appeared in this mission, and the future situation will definitely be more difficult. In order to avoid becoming the target of public criticism from all parties, Zheng Qing suddenly realized that this requires Yuan Cheng not to enter Kyoto first. Whoever enters Kyoto will be conspicuous. This is not a win-win task. There can only be one winner left in the arena. This is a zero-sum game. Chapter 47, Cooperation and Alliance. The next day after receiving the news from the envoys to Yaoan Corps also sent envoys to Yudo to confess and apologize. The other party's actions were more active than Zheng Qing had imagined. It seemed that the other party also realized that at this moment, the internal friction between the two families would not benefit them, but would only benefit the other family. With a common understanding, cooperation could be promoted quickly. In the room where Zheng Qing and the other two often gathered to discuss matters, Li Zuanai revealed the news of the envoy to Zheng Qing. The envoy who came is one of the spiritual envoys under Yang Jixiang's line. After hearing this, Zheng Qing said, "It seems that the other party is very sincere." Li Zuanai had a different opinion, and said, "It may not be sincerity, but they want to bargain with us and strive for the greatest benefit. For example, they require both parties to go south together, but we must go in front and they follow behind." Zheng Qing was stunned when he heard such an outrageous request, and said, "Are they crazy? Aren't they forcing us to move forward?" Li Zuanai said, "This is why the two parties have been unable to reach a cooperation agreement. The other party has a weird idea. They want to take advantage of all the benefits and hold us in their hands, but they are unwilling to pay anything, and they don't want to suffer any loss." Zheng Qing sneered. He thought the other party was sincere, but he didn't expect that they were in a hurry to take advantage. It seems that this cooperation cannot be smoothly promoted. After thinking for a while, Zheng Qing said, "Their wishful thinking is good, and it is so sophisticated. It seems that we also need to consider a second strategy." Li Zuanai said, "What strategy?" Zheng Qing said, "Let's not talk about it anymore. Send someone to contact Yuan Juxiao. If we can persuade Yuan Juxiao to go north and work together to destroy the Yaoan Legion, it will be very beneficial to us. Of course, this is also one side of the strategy. The other side is that we can secretly reveal the news to the Yaoan Legion and urge them to reach a peace agreement with us as soon as possible." Li Zuanai was worried and said, "If something goes wrong, we may end up drawing a tiger but end up drawing a dog, and we will be in trouble on both sides." Zheng Qing said, "This requires a degree. Whether negotiating with Yuan Juxiao or with Yang Jixiang, we must not rush to reveal our true purpose. We must wait until we confirm the other party's sincerity bit by bit, and then we can slowly state our purpose." Li Zuanai said, "What do you plan to do?" Zheng Qing said, "First write a letter to say hello to Yuan Juxiao, and then see his reaction before taking any further action." Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door. The two people in the room immediately stopped talking and looked towards the door. He pushed the door open and said to the person who came with him, "Come in." A blue-robed scholar walked in. "This fellow is Zuo Fihu, the envoy of the Yaoan Legion." He introduced him to Zheng Qing and the others and said, "You are honored." Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai stood up and clasped their fists. Zhuo Fihu returned the greeting, with a slightly arrogant look on his face, and his eyes occasionally shot out contemptuous glances. What advice do you have for the envoy? Li Zuanai asked. The matter of cooperation has been discussed for a long time, and I have come to ask what your opinions are. Zhuo Fihu raised his head slightly and said arrogantly. Zheng Qing was a little confused. How could the defeated people be more arrogant than himself, the winner? Did they win the battle under the city of Yi? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Maybe the scar has healed and the pain has been forgotten, and they think they are invincible again. The envoy's conditions will not change. Li Zuanai asked calmly. How can we change the plan that has been decided? Zhuo Fihu said chokingly. The envoy is unwilling to give in, so what do you want to talk to us about? Zheng Qing sat down and asked without even looking at Zhuo Fihu. This is our greatest sincerity. Don't forget that it will do you no good to stay here. Don't you want to win? Zhuo Fihu threatened. Zheng Qing wanted to laugh. This could be considered a threat. He had never seen anyone stab himself with a sword and ask others if they were afraid. If he couldn't win, it was as if the other party had won for sure. Who was he showing off to? If you want to die together, you have to see if you are qualified. Since you want to use rogue means, then you can give it a try. The defense of Yi City is solid, and the food and grass are sufficient. On the contrary, you are delayed in the wild, with a long supply line and many internal conflicts. Now the appeasement has given you enough face, otherwise we can only surrender. Think about the bad things you have done in the Yaoan Legion. If the court issues an edict to forgive the crimes of those who surrender and not pursue them, how many troops will you have? Now we are talking to you to give you a chance, not to make you think you are great and arrogant. If you don't want to talk and don't want this opportunity, then we can fight and see whose means are better. But I want to remind you, can you afford to lose? Zhuo Fihu's face changed, and he said angrily, you are talking nonsense, you try it. Zheng Qing smiled slightly and said, if this is your declaration of war, then Brother Zhuo can go back and wait for the challenge. But I can tell Brother Zhuo that Yidu welcomes you back at any time. But I hope Brother Zhuo will cherish his life and not let other generals who have already had complaints cut off their heads and bring them to Yidu to apologize, otherwise it would be bad to see them again. Just wait. Zhuo Fihu was furious and left angrily. Finally he left. He Tong breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Zheng Qing, and said, I knew you had a way to deal with him. Zheng Qing smiled lightly. This is also the confidence you gave me. If I were alone, even if I had 10 courages, I would not dare to make him so angry. Li Zuanai sat back in his seat and said, then do we need to change our strategy? Zheng Qing nodded and said, let's talk while fighting. The other party is so awesome. How can we reach an agreement without sharpening our edge and suppressing him? At the same time, we cannot stop trying to win over Yuan Juxiao. Tuoba Darren is dead, and our opponent is Yuan Xianji. We are undoubtedly one step closer to victory. He Tong said, since we have to fight, we have to guard against the other party being desperate and attacking Yuan Cheng. Judging from their performance, this plan will undoubtedly be regarded as a good strategy by them. Li Zuanai agreed and said, we have to be prepared. Once the other party comes to our door, we must prevent them from going back. We must hurt the dog, otherwise it will not be effective. Zheng Qing said, Brother Li and I will prepare to protect Yuan Cheng, and Brother He will be responsible for pointing out the crimes of the Yaoan Legion and issuing the surrender order. He Tong nodded slightly. At night, the moon was hidden behind the clouds, and there was little light in the city of Yi. A figure hidden in the darkness ran silently to the general's residence, cleverly bypassing the heavy guards and approaching the target room. Suddenly, a beam of bright light from the lampshade shone on the shadow where he stood, exposing his figure from the darkness. Friend, is it you again? Li Zuanai walked out with a sword, staring at the exposed ninja. Zheng Qing hid in a corner, controlling the light, secretly nervous. He did not expect the assassin to come so quickly, and he did not expect the assassin to be the ninja he encountered before. Li Zuanai recognized the other party's breath. This made Zheng Qing puzzled. Tuoba Darren was dead, why did he come to assassinate the general? Who is he acting for this time? The ninja's eyes were cold, his palms were empty, and countless silver dots emerged from the darkness, gathering towards his palms to form a ninja sword. He held the ninja sword with both hands, raised his feet and gently drew an arc in front of him, stood still, posed an offensive and defensive posture, and stared at Li Zuanai intently. It seems that you are not going to escape this time. Li Zuanai's sword moved, and the cold light flashed across the courtyard and shot into the face of the ninja in the opposite corridor. The ninja closed his eyes subconsciously, and in an instant, an absurd fear arose in his heart, and a sharp sword wind shot towards him. Bang! The ninja moved the ninja sword based on his sense of ki and blocked Li Zuanai's sword. 3 poisons powder. Another voice suddenly sounded, and He Tong's ghostly figure appeared, slapped the ninja's shoulder with a palm, and the poison in the palm of his palm was stimulated by the internal force and penetrated into the ninja's body. The ninja's face changed drastically, and he forced Li Zuanai's sword away, withdrew his body and fled into the darkness, and disappeared. He won't survive. He Tong stopped Li Zuanai, who was about to chase him. Zheng Qing saw the assassin escape and came out of his hiding place, saying, "It seems that this friend has surrendered to a new master, and he is here to get his name." Li Zuanai said, "The news from Kyoto said that several strange people died. If it is correct, they are his accomplices." He Tong said in a deep voice, "He was arranged by Yuan Xianji's men." Zheng Qing sighed, "The temporary alliance friendship is still not better than the interests, but he thinks that Yuan Xianji can win is too short-sighted. At present, Yuan Zhuxiao has the greatest chance of winning. We and Yang Jixiang are restrained in Yidu and cannot move. If Yuan Zhuxiao breaks through Langwen, then the situation will be unfavorable to us." He Tong's face showed a trace of uneasiness, and said, "I hope the strategy of surrender can take effect quickly." Outside the city of Yidu, the ninja who was running hurriedly stopped and suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. His face was pale and sweaty, and his eyes showed green spots. He had been poisoned to the bone marrow. "It seems that you won't live long, so why don't I escort you a little longer?" Suddenly, a figure chased after the ninja, walking at an almost equal distance, neither fast nor slow. "Who are you?" The ninja turned around and asked hoarsely, and his palm once again condensed a ninja sword. "Ha, you want to use weapons?" The man sneered, "Then let's see who has more weapons." In the night, in the open space outside the city, behind a man, hundreds of swords, spears, swords and halberds suddenly appeared, flashing cold light, densely lined up like stars. "Send you away." The man pointed, and hundreds of weapons shot out at once. The ninja widened his eyes in horror and shouted, "Weapon refiner." Before he finished speaking, his body had been pierced into a sieve, and soon the broken body disappeared, leaving only a pool of black blood on the ground. Tisk. The mysterious man waved his sleeves to put away his weapon, and glanced at the blood on the ground with contempt. "It's really vulnerable." In the general's residence, Li Zuanai was suddenly stunned and looked outside the city. Zheng Qing was surprised and asked, "Did you find anything else?" "No, nothing." Li Zuanai shook his head and said, "I just felt vaguely uneasy and felt a dangerous atmosphere, which has disappeared now." Zheng Qing's expression moved slightly, and he said softly, "Count the beneficiaries." Li Zuanai was silent for a while, then nodded slowly, "Probably." Chapter 48 Initial Results. Outside the city of Yi, since the negotiations between the two sides broke down and the surrender order was issued, the number of soldiers of the Yaoyan Corps who came from the north to the south has increased day by day. With the death of Tuobadaran, the original dispute has changed. Now the Yaoyan Corps, which was ordered by Tuobadaran to go south, has become a rebel army in name. Zheng Qing read and analyzed the intelligence collected in recent days in the mansion. The contact with Yuan Zhuxiao in the south has progressed slowly. He is still blocked outside the Wolf Pass, but his arrogant character has not changed. It can be seen between the lines in the letter he sent back to the general. This guy is really swollen. Fortunately, Zheng Qing did not intend to really rely on Yuan Zhuxiao. He just wanted to use him to stimulate the 5 thieves of the Yaoyan Corps in the north to reach a peace agreement with him as soon as possible. However, the 5 people in the north were very slow in their speed of discussion and reaction. They watched the loss of troops and have not come up with a definite idea until now. Zheng Qing was planning to wait until his side had an absolute advantage, then push directly north, defeat the 5 internal thieves, capture and kill Yang Jixiang, and then quickly return south to join Yuan Zhuxiao to attack Langwen. The recent days have been leisurely. The plan against Yuan Cheng has been steadily progressing with the assistance of He Tong. Zheng Qing also took this opportunity to go to the Great Swordsman to show his presence, but it is still a long way to go to improve the Great Swordsman's favorability. He is still wary of Zheng Qing. It is not so easy to remove the grudges in people's hearts. Zheng Qing understands this and can only secretly hope to improve the great swordsman's favorability before He Tong and others take action. Brother Zheng, come out quickly and see who we have caught. Li Zuanai's excited voice came from outside the house. Zheng Qing heard it, put down the information in his hand, walked outside, and saw Li Zuanai and He Tong working together to capture Zuo Fihu. Zheng Qing almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. He pointed at Zuo Fihu in disbelief and asked, "Is this Zuo Fihu?" Zuo Fihu was caught but still did not behave himself. He stared at Zheng Qing and shouted, "It's me. Are you scared?" Zheng Qing smiled and said, "Brother Zuo is a distinguished guest. How can you treat him like this?" Li Zuanai smiled and said, "He is not a distinguished guest this time. This guy came to assassinate Yuan Cheng and we caught him red-handed." Zheng Qing looked up at the clear sky in surprise and said, "Brother Zuo dared to come into the mansion alone and commit crimes in broad daylight. His courage is beyond ordinary people." Zuo Fihu snorted coldly and said, "Don't try to flatter me. Don't think I can't see it." Zheng Qing smiled slightly. What if his prisoner was showing off? He stepped forward and said, "May I ask, Brother Zuo, why did you choose to assassinate me in broad daylight?" Zuo Fihu said angrily, "I thought you would increase the security at night, but I didn't expect you to do the same during the day. Otherwise, I would have succeeded. It's all your fault. You have brought me to this point." Zheng Qing was dumbfounded. This shameless man actually had the intention of being a god. He exchanged glances with Li Zuanai and He Tong, and they laughed at each other. Brother Zuo is truly an extraordinary and wonderful person, a rare gem in the world, and a masterpiece that is appreciated by all. It is my great fortune to know Brother Zuo. Laugh, what are you laughing at? Zuo Fihu's face turned red. Listening to the harsh laughter, he felt even more angry. He glared at Zheng Qing fiercely and said, "You are sour and crooked, and you don't know what I am talking about." This may be the so-called broad thinking of a mentally ill person. Zheng Qing thought, and did not embarrass Zuo Fihu. He said, "Now that Brother Zuo is in our hands, what else do you have to say?" Zuo Fihu said unyieldingly, "You can beat me or kill me as you please." Zheng Qing was surprised and looked at Zuo Fihu again. He said in surprise, "Brother Zuo is so decisive and admirable. Then we have no choice but to obey Brother Zuo's wishes and beat you up first and then drag you out and behead you." Zuo Fihu's eyes widened, realizing that something was wrong. He quickly changed his words and begged for mercy, saying, Hey. It was just a joke, why take it seriously? I thought you would treat me favorably by saying this, and think that I am a rare hero. We are all like-minded, so don't be so ruthless." Zheng Qing had to smile bitterly. After all, the other party had a very different way of thinking. Since Brother Zuo is tactful, we won't say much. You should write a letter back to the Yaoan Legion immediately, inviting them to come over to negotiate and discuss cooperation and exchange Brother Zuo back. If you hesitate, don't blame us for being rude to you, Brother Zuo. Zuo Fihu nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, but just write a letter. As long as you don't kill me, you can write to me every day and every moment. You don't need so many, just one letter is enough. Li Zuanai pushed Zuo Fihu into the house. Zheng Qing prepared paper and pen, write. Zuo Fihu picked up the brush, dotted some ink, and was about to write, but stopped. He looked at the three people staring at him, embarrassed, and said, I can't write because you are looking at me. He Tong said disgustedly, there are so many problems. After that, he walked out and left here. Hey. Why is he like this? Zuo Fihu was upset and complained to Zheng Qing. Write quickly. Zheng Qing was also worried, wondering why Li Zuanai didn't chop him alive, but had to capture him alive. Li Zuanai walked aside and sat behind Zuo Fihu to monitor his actions. Zheng Qing also came to Li Zuanai and asked softly, why do you want to capture him alive? Didn't we agree to kill him and teach them a lesson? Li Zuanai said innocently, this kid surrendered too quickly, and when he saw that the situation was not right, he knelt on the ground and begged for his life, so I didn't have the nerve to kill him. Hey. It's not good to talk about others behind their backs. Zuo Fihu stopped writing, tilted his head slightly, and glanced at Zheng Qing and the others. Hurry up and write the letter, or I'll chop you to pieces. Zheng Qing warned expressionlessly. How could there be such a funny guy? Just write it, why are you so fierce? Zuo Fihu muttered, and buried his head in writing the letter. After a while, Zuo Fihu finished writing the letter. Zheng Qing came over and picked it up. After a while, His brows furrowed deeply, and he said, "Brother Zuo, you are really a talent." Zuo Fihu was immediately proud when he heard the praise, and said, "Of course. You are really a leader in this shameless road." Zheng Qing slapped the letter on the table. "What are you writing?" People who didn't know about Zuo Fihu's letter thought that Zuo Fihu had taken over Yidu alone and invited others to visit. The letter was full of tyrannical language and domineering, and he completely regarded himself as a master giving orders to his servants. People who read it would probably be angry to death and tear the letter to pieces. "This letter is written politely and reasonably, it's very good," Zuo Fihu defended. Zheng Qing glanced at him coldly and said, "This letter is to save your own life, not to save ours. If you can't write this letter well, we won't force you. Anyway, a sharp knife cuts the neck very neatly, and sending your head back will also have the same effect. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry." Zuo Fihu is anxious. "Why can't we talk about it properly? Why do we have to use knives and guns? We should value peace. Can you write the letter well?" Zheng Qing asked. "Yes," Zuo Fihu replied aggrievedly. "Can you write the letter I want?" Zheng Qing asked again. "I think you can." Zuo Fihu is not sure. Zheng Qing lowered his head and said patiently, "For the last time, if you can't write it well, you'll have to give me your head." Zuo Fihu instantly became energetic and said, "Of course I can." Zheng Qing went back with a cold look, waiting for Zuo Fihu to finish writing again. Zuo Fihu wrote for a while, then turned back cautiously and asked, "Can you give me some advice?" "Sure," Li Zuanai said, "we have broadswords, swords and axes here. The axe is more refreshing. I suggest you choose the axe as your execution tool." Zuo Fihu turned his head stiffly again. This place is really full of evil people, he thought angrily, moved his arms, and began to write letters tremblingly. When Zuo Fihu finished writing the second letter, Zheng Qing took it and saw that it was much more decent than the first one. "You can take him away and lock him up," he looked at Li Zuanai and reminded him, "Just be careful not to let him run away." Li Zuanai said, "Don't worry, his power body is sealed by me, he can't run away." After sending Zuo Fihu away, Zheng Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He finally got rid of this weirdo. Next, he would wait for the reaction of the Yaoan Legion. If Yuan Zhuxiao could break through the Wolf Pass and capture Kyoto after joining forces with the Yaoan Legion, then things would be much easier. It is possible for one side to win over Fenji and others. When the time comes, two families will fight against one family, and victory will be expected. After dealing with Yuan Zhuxiao, it should not be difficult to turn around and deal with Yang Jixiang. Judging from Zuo Fihu's situation, it should not be difficult, so the victory is doomed. This is Zheng Qing's calculation after considering the situation. Kyoto is a pit. If Yuan Zhuxiao can enter first, then Yang Jixiang can be won over to form the same front. But one thing needs to be noted here. If Yang Jixiang feels that his strength is stronger than them, then it will not be easy to form an alliance. But from Zuo Fihu's dynamics, the spiritual travel envoys under Yang Jixiang's line are completely weird and ambitious, and they can't figure things out. They always want to take advantage. This situation is certainly beneficial to Zheng Qing and others, but when these people realize that Zheng Qing and others are too strong, they will stand on Yuan Zhuxiao's side without hesitation and fight Zheng Qing and others together, which is not good. Zheng Qing was entangled with this, and suddenly changed his mind. He thought that many of his thoughts were unfulfilled. It's good to have a bottom line in his heart, and there is no need to be too anxious. The day after Zuo Fihu sent the letter, someone from the Yaoan Corps came to negotiate. He was handsome, reserved, slightly anxious, and occasionally frightened. "I'm Jing Wulei," he introduced himself. Zheng Qing and the other two also introduced their names. He Tong was the first to speak. "Let's keep it simple. What are your conditions?" Jing Wulei said, "Release Zuo Fihu and return the soldiers who fled to Yi City, and we will go south with you to attack Yuan Xianji and Yuan Zhuxiao." He Tong was displeased and said, "The first condition can be agreed to, but the second condition cannot be agreed to. At this time, what capital do you have to talk to us about returning the soldiers? Would this ruin the reputation of the general? We will never do such a thing." Jing Wulei gritted his teeth, feeling a little panic, and pleaded, "Then can you release Zuo Fihu first?" He Tong frowned and said, "The envoy asked us to release Zuo Fihu before any conditions have been reached. It's a bit too much? Is this your sincerity?" Jing Wulei was anxious and helpless, and said, "This fact is not up to me, But I hope you will be magnanimous and let me take Zuo Fihu back to report, so that we can negotiate afterwards. He Tong refused coldly. No, there is no such reason in the world. We will never release them before the peace treaty is reached. Jing Wulei was so anxious that he could not do anything, but he was speechless and did not know what to say. This person is really not suitable to be an envoy, Zheng Qing realized, but seeing Jing Wulei's anxious look, thinking about what he just said, there must be some turmoil in the Yaoyan core, and it is possible that someone has taken control of the leadership. Otherwise, why would Jing Wulei be so anxious, just like an employee who will be scolded by the manager for not meeting the target, which is completely different from Zuo Fihu, who is careless and does not care at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Differences. Zheng Qing opened his mouth and said, I'll ask you a question, can you answer it? Jing Wulei calmed down a little and said, just ask it. Zheng Qing said, who arranged for you to come here? Jing Wulei was slightly stunned, not understanding the reason, but answered truthfully, Zhu Guansheng. Zheng Qing asked again, whose idea was it for Zuo Fihu to come and assassinate and go on a mission? Jing Wulei said honestly, it was all Tang Liangfeng's idea. Zheng Qing felt that he had grasped the key to the matter and said, now are you Tang Liangfeng or Zhu Guansheng in charge? Jing Wulei said, Zhu Guansheng. The power really changed. Zheng Qing thought that someone who had a clearer goal and could better control the hearts of the team came to power. Then what about Tang Liangfeng? Zheng Qing had other thoughts in his mind. This Tang Liangfeng might be used to disrupt the opponent's position. Jing Wulei whispered, he has been beheaded and displayed to the public. Zheng Qing and Li Zuanai and the other three were shocked. Why? Li Zuanai asked urgently in a stern voice. Jing Wulei sighed and said, Zhu Guansheng had a dispute with Tang Liangfeng. In a rage, Zhu Guansheng killed Tang Liangfeng himself. Then he made the best of a mistake and pushed the blame for killing Li Jianian onto Tang Liangfeng. He hung his head in the camp for 3 days to restore the collapsing military morale. Zheng Qing understood that Zhu Guansheng was probably dissatisfied with Tang Liangfeng for a long time, so he did this. In this way, everyone under Yang Jixiang's line would be frightened by Zhu Guansheng's fierceness and would definitely have no objection. In a short period of time, Zhu Guansheng had the right to speak among the only 4 people left. It was a good trick. This person should not be underestimated, otherwise he would be easily deceived. Zheng Qing secretly labeled Zhu Guansheng as dangerous. The envoy can go back to the post house to rest temporarily. It won't be too late to discuss with the envoy after we finish our discussion. Jing Wulei said, I hope the 3 of you can make a decision early and promote the matter of the 2 families, so that I can go back and report. Zheng Qing comforted him and said, don't worry, envoy. Jing Wulei retreated. He Tong heard the footsteps fade away, looked at Zheng Qing, and said, what do you want to do? Zheng Qing tentatively said, maybe we can give in a little. He Tong was not very interested in this, and said, aren't you afraid that the other party will hit the snake with a stick and make more and more excessive demands? Besides, how can we release the people first before the peace agreement is reached? If we lose the bargaining chip, won't it make the other party more unscrupulous? Zheng Qing sighed slightly and said, what I'm worried about is that if the peace talks fail, the other party will send troops south to try to break the deadlock, which will not be good for us. He Tong said, if we just tolerate it, won't people look down on us? The other party has made many rude demands and is unwilling to give in at all. If there is one, there will be 2. If we want to eliminate the other party's evil thoughts, we must reject them from the source. Zheng Qing closed his eyes slightly, lowered his gaze, and said, the key to peace talks is that one side gives in. If both sides hold on to their guns, even if they can gain a temporary advantage, it will be disadvantageous in the future. Our current policy is to show weakness to the enemy and reduce others' vigilance against us. It is not appropriate to confront them head-on. As the saying goes, when water comes, we cover it with earth. When soldiers come, we fight them with generals. There will inevitably be a lot of dirty thoughts in the future, and it is impossible to solve it once and for all. We all have to realize this. He Tong was slightly dissatisfied and said, the strength of both sides has changed. Why should we show weakness anymore? It is not impossible to wipe out the Yaoan Legion in one go. Zheng Qing reminded, the other side has 3 combat forces, and we only have 2. Once the fight starts, we will be at a disadvantage. The only way is to endure and remain weak, secretly absorb other spiritual messengers to join us, and wait for the absolute strength of both sides to change before taking action to be sure of success. He Tuong sneered and said, who would take the initiative to join a team with no hope of winning? If you want to attract others to join, you must show your strength. This is human nature. I hope you understand. We can't get others' understanding by forbearance and concessions. Zheng Qing felt that if they continued to argue like this, they would also fall into civil strife, so he stopped talking about this topic and talked about it instead. If we follow your opinion and start fighting, then how can we win the other party's spiritual envoy? This is the top priority. He Tuong said, I have my own way, you don't have to worry. Li Zuanai frowned slightly and said, now it's everyone's meeting. Since brother he wants to fight, you have to come up with a reason to fight. How can you make people feel at ease and agree if you hide it like this? He Tuong looked unhappy and responded with silence. The discussion fell into a stalemate. Zheng Qing had a bad premonition. It seemed that no family could escape the internal struggle. What He Tong wanted to do had already exceeded the bottom line. He completely put himself in a detached position and was not keen on the alliance. Before, Li Zuanai could exchange cooperation by giving in, but now it seems that it is time for internal troubles to break out. Who is right and who is wrong must be discussed today, otherwise, how can it work if everyone has their own calculations? If brother he wants to fight, then give us the confidence to fight and the cards to win, so that we can feel at ease. He Tuong said nothing, got up from the table and left. This. Li Zuanai was quite dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to come to this. Zheng Qing smiled lightly and said, Brother Li, don't panic. It seems that both of us have reached each other's bottom line, and a collision is inevitable. We can't give in any more, otherwise it will make He Tuong's transcendent position and our cooperation even more. Li Zuanai said worriedly, I'm just afraid that once the incident starts, it will be out of control, so it will delay the victory. If we can win, why not let him win? A hint of displeasure flashed across Zheng Qing's eyes, and he concealed it very well. If Li Zuanai advocates to continue to give in, it will undoubtedly ruin Zheng Qing's future strategy, and thus turn to He Tuong's comprehensive expansion strategy, causing fear among other spiritual envoys. Before the final victory or defeat, Zheng Qing does not want to expose his strength so early and arouse others' vigilance. But among the 3, Zheng Qing is the weakest and has even less say. If the close cooperative relationship collapses, then Zheng Qing's words will be worthless. If He Tuong's proposition is allowed, Zheng Qing's right to speak will gradually be lost, and the team will become He Tuong's one-man show. In order to stabilize He Tuong and consolidate the alliance, Li Zuanai must sacrifice Zheng Qing's certain interests, because Zheng Qing is the weakest and the cost of sacrifice is the least. After quickly sorting out the matter, Zheng Qing sighed helplessly, thinking of Jing Wulei's situation. How is he different from him? The situation is beyond our control. After Zheng Qing figured out his situation, he compromised and said, then you can find time to talk to He Tuong. Li Zuanai said, you don't object. Zheng Qing tried to squeeze out a smile and said, if he has a way, then use his way. As long as we can win, there's nothing wrong with that. Li Zuanai said, I'll find time. As soon as he finished speaking, he also stood up and left. Zheng Qing sat alone in this room. All his calculations were in vain. He felt a huge loss, and he could only comfort himself that he entered the mission to increase his strength by points, and the goal was just victory. He Tuong could bring victory, and he would be relieved, and the price he paid was just a few points less. How? Zheng Qing laughed. After all, he was stupid. He got up and walked out of the room, wandering outside aimlessly. Unknowingly, Zheng Qing walked to the courtyard of the great swordsman. In order to show his presence and improve his favorability these days, he came here a lot. What are you doing here again? The unpleasant voice of the great swordsman sounded. Look at you, Zheng Qing answered indifferently, and walked to the corridor to sit down without restraint. You are not welcome here. The great swordsman looked at Zheng Qing sitting down, frowned slightly, and said, Your Majesty has been on a tour in the east for a long time, isn't the great swordsman anxious? Zheng Qing asked calmly. Yu Wen Xianji has already gone to the capital, but Yu Wencheng has stopped in Yi and didn't even go back. What's his intention? The great swordsman asked coldly. Yang Jixiang's rebels are in the north, How can the emperor move easily? But don't worry, great swordsman, there are people who have plans to use force against the north, and after suppressing Yang Jixiang's rebellion, your majesty can return to the capital. Zheng Qing said as if he were a third person. You are starting a war for no reason. Is it for your majesty or for yourself, general? The great swordsman's eyes shot out a sharp light, like a knife piercing Zheng Qing's face. It depends on whether the great swordsman believes in the general or Yang Jixiang. The country is in such a mess and conspiracies are emerging frequently. The great swordsman also needs a certainty in his heart. Zheng Qing felt that there was no point in talking to this old man. Talking to this old man was just asking for trouble. It would be better to leave early. He stood up and left without looking back. Now everything was easy, so he didn't have to worry too much. The great swordsman stared at Zheng Qing's back and suddenly said, "You seem very abnormal today." Zheng Qing smiled and said, "The great swordsman meant that you are not as charming and cautious as usual, but as for abnormality, it's not that." He left the great swordsman's residence, thought about it, and then stepped forward to find Zhuo Fihu. The other party was an interesting person after all. Zhuo Fihu was locked in the dungeon. When he saw Zheng Qing coming, he shouted happily, "Have you reached an agreement? Come and release me." Zheng Qing walked to the front of the prison, sat down cross-legged, and said, "I may disappoint you. You may not be able to get out." Zhuo Fihu was stunned, and his joy faded. He said, "They didn't come to rescue me." Zheng Qing said, "The demands you made have dissatisfied some of us. I'm afraid it won't be long before we will have to fight. This has nothing to do with me." Zhuo Fihu hurriedly clarified, "These are the conditions they set. I am innocent, you can't do anything wrong. Of course we know this, don't worry, you are already a prisoner in a cage, we have no grudges against each other, so why should we make things difficult for you? If Yang Jixiang died, we might as well be on the same front." Zheng Qing said comfortingly. "In fact, we can be on the same side now," Zhuo Fihu said shamelessly. "I am willing to give up the dark and join you, what do you think?" Zheng Qing looked at Zhuo Fihu calmly and said, "Before you say that, take a look at your character, touch your conscience, and ask yourself if you are worthy of others' trust." "Of course I am," Zhuo Fihu insisted. "My character is excellent, and my conscience is top-notch, rare in the world. People like me are not worthy of trust, so who else is worthy of trust?" Zheng Qing said with a wry smile, "Just because you are so shameless, I can't believe it." Zhuo Fihu said angrily, "You are narrow-minded and prejudiced against me, and you slander my noble character." Zheng Qing retorted, "I hope you still have some character." You, Zhuo Fihu pointed at Zheng Qing and cursed, "It's simply an insult to civility. Did you come here just to quarrel with me?" Chapter 50, Evil Plan. Zheng Qing's thoughts were exposed, he was reserved and embarrassed. He smiled, "Brother Fihu hit the nail on the head, you are really a god." Unexpectedly, Zhuo Fihu was not angry, but rolled his eyes and said, "It seems that you have lost power in your group." Zheng Qing was surprised and said, "I said that Brother Fihu is a god. He hits the nail on the head when it comes to people and things." "Bitches doing," Zhuo Fihu glared at Zheng Qing, "you are scolding me again." Zheng Qing felt a little helpless and said, "Yes, I am eating people." Zhuo Fihu got angry, "You still called me a bitch, it's too bullying. I am a prisoner and I also have dignity. Is there anyone who cares? Someone is insulting prisoners here." Zheng Qing rolled his eyes and said, "No one will show up even if you shout at the top of your lungs, but if you annoy others, I can't guarantee that you won't be sacrificed." Zhuo Fihu's eyes suddenly widened, a hint of fear flashed across his face, and he said, "Don't lie to me. How can you be so unethical?" Zheng Qing sneered slightly and said, "We are opponents. If I were in prison and you were outside, would you let me go?" Zhuo Fihu immediately patted his chest and guaranteed, "Of course I would. I am the most moral person. I will definitely protect your due rights as a prisoner. I will give you all the good food and drinks, a good bed and a good quilt. I will also buy you a bright and spacious house to live in." Zheng Qing watched Zhuo Fihu's performance quietly, not believing a word he said. "I'm afraid these are what you want." Zhuo Fihu blinked and laughed, "It's convenient for me and for you as well. When you become a prisoner in the future, I will treat you well." "Don't worry about it," Zheng Qing said, "I can't reach that point." Zhuo Fihu snorted lightly, folded his hands, leaned against the iron bars, and said, "Who knows? You may have bad luck too." Zheng Qing said, "We don't need to talk about things that happened too long ago. It's useless to talk about them. Let's talk about recent things. You should know who Tang Liangfang is, right? Him. Zhuo Fihu said with contempt. It's unlucky to talk about him. It seems that my previous prediction was right. There is indeed a big contradiction between them. Zheng Qing thought to himself. You don't have to feel unlucky now. Tang Liangfang is dead. There's no need to be afraid of a dead person. Zhuo Fihu was shocked and couldn't believe it. He said, he's dead. Zheng Qing said, he died at the hands of Zhu Guanchen. What do you think of Zhu Guanchen? Zhuo Fihu laughed and looked at Zheng Qing with gloating. He said, you are in big trouble. Zhu Guanchen is more terrible than Tang Liangfang and more calculating. Before, Tang Liangfang won over other people to suppress Zhu Guanchen. Now that Tang Liangfang is dead, Zhu Guanchen has taken over the situation. Your bad luck is coming. That's not necessarily the case, Zheng Qing said without panic. He analyzed slowly. Now the military strength of our two families has changed significantly. We are stronger than you. Among the 5 spiritual envoys among you, 1 died in internal fighting, and 2 are here with us. If we take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, what do you think is the chance of Zhu Guanchen winning? Zhuo Fihu's face changed slightly, but he was still proud. He gritted his teeth and said, anyway, it's your turn to be unlucky. Zheng Qing said, then wait and see. If I'm not wrong, your companion will come to accompany you soon. You can prepare to welcome him. Zhuo Fihu grabbed the iron bars and looked at Zheng Qing who was about to leave, and shouted, are you really planning to start a war? Zheng Qing stood up and said with a smile, like you said, I have lost my power. It is not up to me to decide whether to fight or not. But you can consider whether to join us after Yang Jixiang's death, or continue to stay in prison until the end of the game. Zhuo Fihu rolled his eyes and said, may I ask who is in charge of you now? Are you in a hurry to pay homage to the mountain? Zheng Qing smiled, it's Hitong. If you want to surrender, you can talk to him. After that, Zheng Qing left the dungeon. The next day, Li Zuanyi found Zheng Qing with a heavy face and told him the news that he was about to take action against Jing Wulei. Zheng Qing had expected that taking action against Jing Wulei at this time would equalize the force value of both sides, making it easier to implement Hitong's plan. Is it worth it? Zheng Qing asked. If we attack Jing Wulei, others will know that we are a group of people who do not abide by morality. Who will believe in our sincerity in the negotiation? It is easy to take down Jing Wulei at this time, but the subsequent impact is very complicated. If we make a mistake, there will be no chance to recover. Li Zuanyi said, I know the pros and cons, but the pros outweigh the cons. It can stabilize our cooperation and defeat Yang Jixiang and change the situation. Why not do it? Zheng Qing sighed. In order to stabilize the cooperation, you have shortened your vision. I have no objection to this, but I wonder if you can agree to one of my requests. Li Zuanyi said, you say. Zheng Qing exhaled a heavy breath and said, it is not convenient to say it now, but if the situation is critical in the future, I have a request that you must agree to no matter what. But if everything goes well, just pretend I didn't say it. Li Zuanyi agreed. Zheng Qing took the initiative to say goodbye to Li Zuanyi and waited for Hitong's plan to begin. The battle wave ended not long after it broke out. Zheng Qing stood in the corridor and looked at the place where the battle took place. He sighed softly, hoping that everything would go well. The soldiers and horses that raided the Yaoan Legion prepared for a day and left the city under the leadership of Hitong and Li Zuanyi. Yu Wenchang was placed in a secret place in the city, and even Zheng Qing did not know it. But Zheng Qing thought that Hitong could leave the city with confidence, and there must be a backup plan to protect Yu Wenchang's safety. That person can be sure that he is the point interest behind Hitong, and therefore Yu Wenchang's location cannot be known by Zheng Qing, because it will expose the identity of the point interest, which is a good calculation. After Hitong left Yu, Zheng Qing also found it difficult to get the intelligence to read, so he had nothing to do. After thinking about it, he went to the dungeon to visit Zhuo Fihu and Jing Wulei. On the way, he suddenly figured out one thing: why Hitong advocated an offensive strategy. There is only one purpose: merit. If it is implemented according to Zheng Qing's idea, then the final merit will be on Zheng Qing, and he will get the most points. What Hitong wanted to fight for was points. After understanding the whole story, Zheng Qing was relieved. He hoped that Hitong's proposal could be implemented smoothly, and he hoped that he could know what changes in the situation would be caused by such an action. Would he know? Zheng Qing was not sure. The purpose of Hitong's attack was to take away the right to speak from him, so as to ensure that he could dominate the situation and gain the greatest merit. The so-called offensive strategy was the means for him to achieve this goal. It was very likely that he had no preparations for the follow-up. This was a game of confrontation. All the spiritual envoys would rack their brains to win, especially Fan Ji from Kyoto, who is not someone who could be easily dealt with. He Tuang's attack on the Yaoan Legion was very likely to force the remaining 2 people in the Yaoan Legion to Fan Ji's side, unless He Tuang could kill those 2 people in the northern battlefield. Arrived at the dungeon. As soon as Zuo Fihu saw Zheng Qing coming in, he pouted loudly, "Scum! Scum who is more scum than me." Jing Wulei's eyes were also full of hostility, and his face was full of vigilance. Zheng Qing said with a smile, "Brother Fihu, why do you humiliate yourself like this? Who says he is a scum?" Jing Wulei sneered and said, "He is a real scum, and you are real scum." "Yes, that's right." Zuo Fihu agreed and then realized something was wrong. He looked at Jing Wulei. "Why are you scolding me too?" Jing Wulei said, "I am just telling the truth." Zheng Qing saw that the 2 of them were going to argue about this matter, so he immediately told them his purpose and said, "I know that you 2 are angry. This time I came here specifically to ask if you are willing to join us and share the victory." Zuo Fihu immediately expressed his position and said, "Of course I am willing. Let me out quickly." Zheng Qing just smiled, moved his eyes to Jing Wulei, and said, "What do you plan to do, Brother Jing?" Jing Wulei was still resentful about being caught, and said, "You are not good people either." Zheng Qing said, "Are Tang Liangfang and Zhu Guansheng good people? Are Zuo Fihu also a good person? There are obviously no good people around Brother Jing. Why do you still hold this prejudice?" "Hey, who said I'm not a good person?" "You are not a good person, you are the same as them." Zuo Fihu was quite dissatisfied and said, "I am the only good person in this cell, no one can be better than me. The layout here is 1 person per cell, Zuo Fihu is the only one in his cell, naturally no one can compare with him." Zheng Qing looked at him with contempt and said, "Only when there is no one around you dare to say that. If you were a good person, you would not be caught in prison." Zuo Fihu said, "It is precisely because I am a good person that I can't fight against you bad guys and am imprisoned by you brutally. It is really difficult to be a good person in this world. It is no wonder that it is difficult for good people to be good when there are more people like you who tarnish the reputation of good people." Zheng Qing did not leave Zuo Fihu any face. "Stop arguing. You can't even rest in jail," Jing Wulei shouted angrily. "You also quarreled when I was in the Yaoan Car. I have to listen to people quarreling even when I was in jail. You don't want to complete the mission, but you want to fight for power. A nest of rat shit fills a pot of soup. You are wrong. It should be a rat shit that spoils a pot of soup." "I also learned it," Zuo Fihu corrected. "Do you think which of you is not a rat shit?" The irritable Jing Wulei fired at full power. Zheng Qing realized bitterly that the quarrel was about to turn into a pot of porridge. Okay, you are clean and holy, and we are dirty and calculating here." Zuo Fihu did not show any weakness. "Stop being sarcastic here. If you have the ability, you can become a eunuch. What are you pretending to be? You are so cowardly that I am not happy with a few words to you." Jing Wulei glared with anger, venting all the resentment accumulated since entering the mission. Zheng Qing's head gradually became big. "You too," he yelled, "did you keep quarreling like this all the way? Have you forgotten the purpose of coming here?" Jing Wulei was so angry that he couldn't calm down. He said, "I have given it all the way for these bastards. They are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. They are not smart enough but more mentally retarded. They take other people's hard work for granted. They act like masters. I won't serve you anymore." It's terrible when an honest person gets angry. Zheng Qing couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he was not the only one who realized that they made mistakes frequently. There were still sober people inside, but unfortunately they had no say. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.